love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, 11. Right at 11 a.m. It's Wednesday, Hump Day, July 8th, 2026. I'm Hasan Piker coming to you live from 76 degrees and sunny California, stolen land, stolen Tongva land. We're live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, yet another day, and we got so much to talk about. Folks, where do I begin? This is part of the broadcast before I get into anything else. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. That's for all the parasocialists out there, for the Fedayeen, the Vanguard. The suit got you looking like a Law and Order original series detective. Nice. Great. Love it. Discord notification never dropped. Well, it's because I'm live early. Maybe that's the reason. Or maybe because I don't know. I don't know what it is. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but honestly, you already know. You already know what I'm going to say. You already know what I'm going to say. I'm a chud-ass loser, okay? I'm a chud-ass loser, and I got nothing going on in my life. I have nothing that I did last night. Really nothing of note. Like, nothing of worth. Chud-ass loser. Didn't even hang out with my mom. Like, that's how much of a chud-ass loser I was last night. Just straight up nothing. Whole bunch of nothing. All right. But, yeah. Woke up early this morning. Went to bed early, too. Went to bed real early. Went to bed at like 9:30. And then went to bed at like 9:30. And then woke up at... went to bed at like 9:30. Fell asleep by by 10. Early. Woke up at like 5, and I was doing a lot of reading this morning, and then I had to do a doc, a super secret, super special documentary this morning. So I didn't even get to work out, and I didn't even get to play basketball, do anything like that. I'm about to be 35. I'm literally about to be 35 in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Can you collab with Doug and add some more things to do with channel points? Sure. Why not? I'm down. In any case,
Is the camera angle different? Wish it would go back. What do you mean? Do you want to see the other ones? Because we got some other angles too. You know what I mean? I mean, there's other ones like. Hold on. We can do we can do this. Is this better? This helps you get a better understanding of what the room looks like, you know. We got the guest who's not here right now, so obviously that doesn't work, but you know, we can do this. Hello. Try to get better lighting on the guest chair. I know, we're working on it. Freaking working on it, fam. Mamdani cooked FIFA. Yeah, I saw that. We'll cover that as well. But yeah. Hello, Hasan D. Piker. Mr. Hasan D. Piker, good to see you. Thank you. In any case, folks. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Yeah. Yeah, personal news-wise, that's pretty much it. There's not really much going on. I have a lot going on in the world that I need to cover. We're waiting on Graham Plattner's announcement, so there is going to be still more. There's definitely going to be more Graham Plattner coverage. I know many of you hate it, but we'll also, of course, talk about the Islamic Republic of Japan. Hasan got Chinese mod.
Ta chia hao, wo shi wang, lao chi, waluvi. Chuan, chiu, Taiyen yen, Erling Haaland.
Haaland, feeling the heat, Wallaby, beat the heat, drink Wallaby, Haaland, barbecue, Wallaby, steak or drink Wallaby, Haaland, watching the game, Wallaby, keep your cool, drink Wallaby, Haaland.
Haalande, ha, wang la chi, pa shang kuo, he, wang lao chi.
I like that Haaland has totally leaned into just looking like a beast. Okay. I think that's a pretty interesting and deliberate choice from Eric Haaland. No hate, by the way. Obviously, you know, he's dope. He's awesome. I like him quite a bit. But it is also funny that apparently the meme in China is that he eats babies. I mean, he looks like he was drawn in an anime as a villain. You know, he does look like Majin Buu. It's true. Haaland is popping off on Red Note. The Chinese people love him. I mean, he is a demon. He's so funny to watch. I mean, he's 6'5". He towers over every other player. He's very physical. It's awesome. Anyway, whatever. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous that he's the face of a super popular drink, and Chinese people like him a lot more than they like me. They don't know who I am. You know what I mean? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, we got a blast off meme. Glazing Haaland, first 15 minutes of the stream now. Wow. I mean, look, I like impressive feats of athleticism as much as the next guy. So, of course, as a part of that, I'm going to glaze people who deserve it. And I think Haaland certainly deserves it. So, first time chat, was genuinely wondering how you feel as a person about mortality. I don't think about it. I don't think about it at all. I got your blast off meme. Don't worry. I got your blast off meme. So, we'll get into all of that and more in a second. But yeah, what else to say? Other than not much is going on in my life, like I said. We got the Abdul versus Haley debate that we're going to be obviously looking at. I covered it live last night while eating. And we got the Plattner fallout continued. Waiting for statement. The KIRK trials going on. U.S. strikes Iran. Is MOU dead? NATO summit continues. Is Mitch McConnell alive? And then an Elijah Manley interview. Get in now. Some interesting comments about Mitch McConnell. Yeah, Mitch McConnell, you mean my boyfriend? Yeah, that's right. It's time to come out and say the truth. Yeah, I was sexting him last night. Like I was yeah. I can't wait to go to DC and see him. So we can have gay sex or as we like to call it, sex. Yeah, we're dating. That's why his wife flew to China. Yeah. I got it, UB. Stop spamming. Okay. I got it. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Go ahead, Mitch. Deny the relationship if you can. Oh, really? You got a problem? Deny it. He can't. He's shy. Okay. Yeah, Mitch McConnell, very much alive. Let me tell you, okay, alive, sexy. And also, yeah, I tweeted it yesterday. Just got off the phone with Mitch McConnell. We had phone sex. Okay. Yeah. A lot of people are talking to Mitch. I'm one of those people. It's cool. He told me it's okay. It's okay to reveal to the world that we're dating. How did he sound? Was he into it? Yeah. No, he yeah. Genuinely curious. Why would they lie about him being alive? Because every state has a different set of rules, but from what I understand, Kentucky needs to have a special election if he's dead. Like if the senator is incapacitated, then Kentucky has to potentially put together a new special election. And there is some suspicion, not from me, but from others, that if there was a special election that takes place, that Thomas Massie could possibly run, and they're worried about that. They're worried about him running. Now, of course, our boy, our guy, Charles Booker, right? Charles Booker's running for this seat. So no matter what happens, it's probably better that Thomas Massie doesn't, end up running. I mean, it could be the coolest set of circumstances, obviously, would be for Charles Booker to win. So Thomas Massie would only be a senator for 4 months, lol. Yes. I know, but it would be nice to have Thomas Massie for 4 months as a senator from Kentucky. Did Mitch have any surprising kinks? This is very important info. Yeah, he likes to get his toes sucked. That's what he likes. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, so yeah, we had sex. We had phone sex, and we're gonna have sex, gay sex, also known as sex. And go ahead, deny it. Go ahead, Mitch, deny it. The people deserve to know that we've had a gay relationship. You can't deny it. And that's why your wife escaped to China, because she didn't want to deal with the fallout. So, yeah. Just pointing that out. It's one of those things that you can't really, like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? You can't really deny it. Yeah. No shot, Mitchka Bagu shaking my head. I love powerful men. That's what it is. Anyway, so yeah, go ahead, Mitch. Condemn me if you can. Yeah. So we'll get to all of that and more. I already blasted off. That's one of the many different stories that we are going to be talking about today. Obviously, there's also an ICE shooting that took place in Texas. We'll be covering that. Hopefully today won't be Grand Platinum heavy, as opposed to every other day that has been unbelievably Grand Platinum heavy. I know it's this community's like least favorite subject to discuss for the past couple of months. I saw someone make a very funny statement. Obviously, I disavow, but I saw someone be like, issuing a death threat against Mitch McConnell, so they have to prove that he's alive for me to be arrested by the Secret Service. That was a funny take that I saw on the internet on the issue. People are looking for very increasingly creative ways to get proof of life out of the Mitch McConnell camp, it seems. So, everyone's got their own methods. Mine is coming out as Mitch McConnell being my sugar daddy. Yeah. Mitch McConnell is my sugar daddy. We've been in a relationship for quite a while, and if he wants to deny it, then he has to come out and say it himself. Do not believe any of the other people, because it was a private relationship between me and the 85-year-old man from Kentucky, and it's up to him to deny. After Pride Month, yes, we think those sorts of things are better kept to ourselves. We wanted to make sure that we waited. Until after Pride Month, because we didn't want to take away from Pride Month festivities. You know what I mean? Once again, go ahead, disavow it. Go ahead, Mitch. Tell people that we are not in love. Imagine a reporter going to Mitch's spokesperson saying, Hasan Piker has come out and said that he and Senator McConnell had gay phone sex. Would the senator do something like this with a person who said America deserved 9/11? Yeah. ADL and AIPAC coming out and being like, Mitch McConnell has to disavow Hasan Piker. So, yeah. Are you going to canvass with Count Binface? I don't know what the hell's going on in British politics, but I'm not going to be canvassing with Count Binface because I famously am not allowed to enter the United Kingdom. So, not exactly certain how I would be able to do such a thing. In any case, silence speaks louder than words in this case. Yeah. Okay. So where do we begin? I mean, there's a lot that has taken place, of course. Maybe do we have the playlist from Themasius? Themasius, you got that playlist? He's promising to build one affordable house. You have to help him win. I do not condone this joke. Drewski's most audacious skit yet. Thank you for the playlist. Joe Rogan just released an episode with audacious. Coworker Wig clocked you and Tadic here.
In a suite that he got with like only Turkish fans. So they all went fucking crazy.
They smell like dog surgery.
And
too.
they all smell really good. They smell like cologne, and they all were going us. And then this is how you say like fuck you in Turkey. They're all like, if you see a Turkish person, do this.
Oh my god,
that is aggressive.
Such a gross.
And they were like doing the thing where like it means hello, and it's like I can just tell.
I can tell it means nothing nice.
Oh, so you do that to your mom? They say hello to your mom that way?
It looks really
Turkish guy?
bad. It looks much worse than a simple middle finger.
You're leaning too heavily into your Greek roots.
No, I don't think I'm leaning heavily enough.
Hey,
They're awful people.
This was from the Turks.
Yeah. Oh, that's a Turkish
I don't like
thing.
that it claps.
You know what the Greeks have?
You're supposed to make it clap. The louder it claps, the better it is. It's true. Anyway, Slime is being anti-Turk there. It's kind of messed up, but we'll allow it. He's still the GOAT. Anyway, cream pie by washed Belgium's B team. Well, they got cream pie by the Turkish team too. So we, as always, the Turks were carrying. The Turks actually, Senator Mitch McConnell, 84, calls GOP allies from hospital to dispel internet chatter. He's brain dead. There's no way. There's no way that's not. New York Post didn't actually. That's a joke, right? They did not put the phone sex because that would be really funny. Okay. Yeah, so they're trying to weekends of Bernie him because they don't want, even for 4 months, for an anti-Israel senator to potentially win that special election for that special seat for a special boy. But yeah, we're gonna start off with some Graham Plattner news. As you guys know, credible accusations came out on a Politico piece that has been the primary focus of the national run that the Democrats are on right now, considering that Graham Plattner, who was a relatively popular and left populist veteran, Blackwater mercenary, and all around red flag haver, has been outed as a rapist by one of his former girlfriends. And of course, this has been a firestorm in Maine Democratic Party politics. Graham Plattner immediately said that the accusations were false, and then still obviously entertained dropping out regardless because, the accusations are not false. Okay, plenty of evidence for it. Regardless though, that's neither here nor there. I feel for the people of Maine, including the victim, especially the victim. There's been some back and forth. I think Graham Plattner wants to have a say in the process of who gets appointed, whereas the Maine Democrats are trying to figure out, are they going to do some kind of like election? Are they going to do some kind of like, super fast election? Are we going to relive the 2024 issues with the no primary that took place? Are the main Democrats going to select a candidate that is left populist in the similar vein to Graham Plattner's agenda that clearly was, regardless of his, regardless of his moral failings as an individual, his campaign was objectively popular, and that popularity led to 150,000 Mainers voting for him in the primaries. And of course, it's important to make sure that agenda is still is still followed through on. It's going to be quite difficult to make this swap. It's going to be quite difficult to make this swap, but in order to ensure that a left populist candidate takes on that role, whether it's by way of a special election or through a delegates process, hopefully the main Democrats do not fuck this up, which of course they probably will, but let's see. So, per source, PLATNER campaign has sent volunteers a 2-question survey with a 48-hour deadline. If the Democratic Party hopes to harness our movement and avoid disillusioning the hundreds of thousands of supporters who came into the fray because of our movement's policies, it must consult the feedback and proposals of the people who built and sustained this. Right? What message do you have for the Democratic Party? What message do you have for Graham? Another source passed on a text for the campaign. I'll just post text so I don't share the link. This is Ben Chin, Graham Plattner's campaign manager. We've said from the very beginning that this campaign was never about Graham, but a movement of working people united to take back power. But yesterday, the main Democratic Party said that our movement will have no role in determining our next Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, nor in determining what the process looks like. Instead, under their watch and direction, they allowed the D.C.-based Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee to send staffers to plan a potential nominating process behind closed doors. Both the state and national parties cut our team, our volunteers, and our vast networks of supporters out of the conversation completely. This is such a unique situation, and it's such a chaotic situation. But it's a unique situation because, obviously there's a lot of people who think that any association with Graham Plattner and the new person that they hand select is going to be negative. I don't agree with that. I don't think it will be negative because Graham Plattner is one person, whereas 150,000 Mainers that voted for him should have a say in this process, right? Not a lot of people who think that in Maine. Not a lot of people who think that in Maine. A lot of smooth brain people online, maybe. Yes. I am genuinely, look, I'm invested in making sure that Democrats maintain a Senate majority. Okay. And the Maine seat is pivotal for the Democrats to get a Senate majority. Okay. And clearly, in order for this process to take place, you have to ensure that there's not enough voter apathy. You have to ensure that there isn't so much voter apathy that the general election is cooked. Okay? That's precisely the reason why I'm talking not about Graham Plattner, the person, but about this movement and what people voted for. Okay? That's it. So, that's something to pay close attention to, and it's very strange that a lot of people are not paying attention to it. They're just talking about Graham Plattner. They're not talking about the people that voted for him and how they feel right now, especially considering that their feelings are going to be quite important because you cannot hemorrhage any support if you want to defeat Susan Collins, right? Graham Plattner obviously also has some leverage here, despite the fact that he has been roundly criticized and condemned by virtually every single person. And every single major person that endorsed him, campaigned with him, has unendorsed him. He has no leverage? No, that's not true. He does have leverage. He could just stay in. Do you understand how much leverage there is right now in his hands? He could just be like, I'm going to stay. I'm not going to drop out. And then what? That's crazy. I mean, he could just cook this entire thing. He could destroy this entire process. That is not even, that's Like, we are hoping that a guy who was dumb enough to run and a bad enough person, a narcissistic enough person to be like, yeah, I got some rapes under my belt, but I'm running for office in this pivotal fucking year, in this pivotal fucking race. That guy could just as easily turn around and be like, yeah, I'm staying. What do you mean? Like, we're hoping that he does the right thing. Okay, well, the doing the right thing would have been not running for this position. That would have been doing the right thing, right? Doing the right thing would have been, hey, I got some weird stuff in my background. Take a look in the vetting process, which hopefully would have caused the people to say, yeah, we're not going to go with you. We're going to go with someone else. So we're expecting this guy to do the right thing on what? If you were to say he has no leverage, he should fuck off, you categorically misunderstand the current predicament. He has maximum leverage. That's it. So, going back to this, Ben Shin, Graham Plattner, campaign manager, but yesterday the main Democratic Party said that our movement will have no role in determining our next Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, nor in determining what this process looks like. Instead, under their watch and direction, they allowed the D.C.-based Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee to send staffers to plan a potential nominating process behind closed doors. We firmly believe that the supporters and volunteers who built this movement deserve to have a real role in any nomination process. If the main Democratic Party hopes to harness our movement and avoid disillusioning the hundreds of thousands of supporters who came into the fray because of our movement's policies, it must consult the feedback and proposals of the people who built and sustained this. Your feedback will be sent to the main Democratic Party via this form. So yeah. And then there's a survey link, but I mean, I feel like that's a straight up, that survey link is gonna get nuked. So I don't even like that they tried to do it like that. But do you think this is just a desperate attempt to stay in the race? No. I don't. I don't think so. I think he's trying to use his last level of he's trying to use his leverage that he has to try to have somewhat of a say in the decision-making process here. But then again, I don't know. But I do know this. Out of all the scenarios, there are some where Susan Collins definitively wins. Okay? Susan Collins definitively wins for sure. Okay? If the Democratic Party comes in and by way of the main Democrats puts Janet Mills on that seat after she convincingly lost, right? There's no coming back from that. The people that voted for Graham Plattner are just going to be like, fuck that. Graham Plattner might even stay in the race in that process, right? And then you have to do a write-in candidacy for Pill's Mafia. Okay? And I don't even think they're going to do that regardless. I don't think they would do that because that is the dumbest thing that they could possibly do. That's the easiest defeat of all time. I think there are some other candidates. There are some other candidates, some not tarnished by the Graham Plattner association, right? Troy Jackson's association with Graham Plattner would, possibly be weaponized against him. There are some issues with that. because he did endorse Graham Plattner and they campaigned together. I don't know if that is going to hurt him a lot, because like the person that gets selected or gets elected by way of delegates or or directly through some sort of like direct democracy process in a special election, not entirely certain what they're going to go with here. The main Democrats, I don't know what they're going to end up choosing to do. But no matter what happens, like if there is an undemocratic process, or if they're trying to like do a faithful swap out, that person has to be pro-Medicare for all and anti-Israel, because those were the two top level issues for Graham Plattner that garnered a lot of support and a lot of attention. Okay, not talking about the person, talking about the campaign. So that's it. There's obviously arguments against there's also arguments against Graham Plattner endorsing a successor. One of the most common that I've seen from even members of this community is, if you like Troy Jackson, why do you want nonstop attack ads that go, Troy Jackson, handpicked successor of credibly accused rapist? This is delusional. And this is exactly why I see the argument for someone like Shaw right now. Yesterday, I would have told you that Jackson was a slam dunk choice, but of course, this fucking psycho's ruining that too. I get that he was the moderate candidate of the primary. I get that he's probably an opportunist with his lefty position, but at the end of the day, you have 4 months here, and he comes off out of the gates with plus 10 faves at 70% name recognition, and he may not even be that opportunistic with stuff like Medicare for all. You could really do a lot worse, man. I don't agree with this assessment from Edinger Mentum, but new reporting from Sahil Kapoor from NBC News about Maine Democrats responding to the survey. Maine Democratic Party responds below after Plattner's campaign manager sends this text to supporters accusing the MDP of shutting his movement out of the process. So Maine Democrats are now aggressively posturing against Plattner for understandable reasons. Let's see. While the Plattner campaign remains focused on distracting from the job of defeating Susan Collins in November with false accusations against us, the Maine Democratic Party remains hyper-focused on developing a representative, transparent, and inclusive process to select a new nominee when he chooses to withdraw from the race. While we may be frustrated with Graham Plattner's continued efforts to manipulate this process, we are also thankful for his supporters and all their efforts to defeat Susan Collins. They are a vital part of our party and deserve to participate in an open process to select Plattner's replacement, Devin Murphy Anderson, executive of the MDP. Now, Devin Murphy Anderson is an interesting figure. Devin Murphy Anderson is also another, of course, centrist Democrat as well. Unsurprising to no one. So no matter who's picked, the Republicans will associate them with Plattner. They'd be stupid not to. Yeah. Yeah, the Maine Democratic Party already did not want Graham Plattner. That's not a secret, for the record. They did not want Graham Plattner at all. Now, I think one of the easiest counters to this kind of oh, you guys actually had a rapist. You guys actually had a rapist and running for the Senate race, is that Susan Collins is the top gal of the head rapist, Donald Trump. So I don't think those lines of attack are going to be as successful regardless, considering that if and hopefully when Graham Plattner drops out, Democrats could just as easily turn around and be like, yeah, we actually force our rapists not to become the president and we don't defend them. So I don't think that is going to be a significant line of attack regardless. I think there's a very easy point that you can present in that situation. Hell, it doesn't even matter. Let's be real. Maine Morning Star reports Graham Plattner has come to terms with dropping out of the race, according to a person who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Plattner's top strategists are urging him to drop out, according to a source close to his campaign. I mean, that does make sense. That does make sense that they're there, especially because even when he, oh my God, Andrea LaFlame. That would be really funny. The blue sky hand selected pick, Andrea LaFlame. Stop. We carry LaFlame. So, who is that? She was a writing candidate. She has like 4 IG followers, and I am one. Yeah, she was a writing candidate that the Blue Sky Liberals tried to put ahead of Graham Plattner, and I think one of the funniest things that took place in that race was that she got more retweets on Blue Sky than she got votes in this writing candidacy that she had. Like, I think she got like 800 total votes or something, which was very interesting to watch unfold. Yeah, for the record, the Republicans have been trying to, weirdly enough, talk about how, you know, Democrats are putting forward rapists and stuff, and it's actually leading to very funny moments on television, where, you know, Scott Jennings, the man with the least amount of shame I've ever experienced in my whole life, is you know, as a major supporter of Donald Trump, Scott Jennings still has the audacity to talk about how, like, oh, well, Democrats love rapists. It's like, well, dude, you're kind of the worst person to say that, because your whole job is to defend Donald Trump on CNN, right? So let's take a look.
This latest victim, her politics were correct, and his poll numbers are falling, so now they're able to get some courage when they had none before. They knew he was a scumbag before, and they stuck with it.
So to be clear, if there is a credible allegation of either womanizing, domestic violence, or sexual assault, no one in a party should ever stand by the candidate.
So here's the problem. She got too excited. Okay? She should have just let him respond. Okay? She should have just let him respond.
Because if that is your statement, and I'd love to hear from you on this, if that is your blanket assertion, I got to tell you, Herschel Walker should have been out. Donald Trump should have been out of the race. You've got Roy Moore shouldn't have been running. I could go on in candidates, and I know that's not the ultimate test, but there's a hypocrisy.
It's tough. It's tough when you got a really good one in the chamber and you pop it. But unfortunately, I mean, she's right, and she makes a brilliant point here, brilliant observation that we've all made. But she should have held the alt and let let my man speak.
To it. And I'm not in any way, just so we're clear, I have been a rape prosecutor. You know I'm not condoning any allegation of sexual assault. But the question I have politically for you, Embassy, is the idea of...
But this
Looks like they've been polling for a Plattner quietly per Politico. Plattner campaign quietly polls potential replacements as pressure mounts. The flash poll obtained by Politico was conducted by Public Policy Polling and commissioned by Graham Plattner's campaign, according to a person with knowledge of the survey who was granted anonymity to discuss it. It tested head-to-head matchups between Republican Senator Susan Collins and Plattner, along with 5 possible Democratic replacements for Plattner, including former Maine Senate President Troy Jackson and Secretary of State Shenna Bellows. Yeah, here is the here is another one of these insane moments. Again, like, no Republican, like, this is a intra-party affair, okay? Let's be real. We are having our inside conversation here, okay? anytime a Republican tries to come into the conversation and tries to use this as an opportunity to be like, see, Democrats love rapists or whatever, everyone should get together and immediately dunk on them, okay? Because, I'm sorry, you have no leg to stand on in this conversation. As a matter of fact, the grand old pedophiles party is probably upset that the victim was not a minor, but an actual adult, okay? They're not mad that consent was violated. They're mad that it was an adult whose consent was violated and not a child who can't consent, because that's what they're used to. You do not get to have any say in this fucking process. If you're a Republican, you need to suck shit and shut the fuck up, okay? Sorry, this is not a conversation you are allowed to participate in. That's it. That's my take. Maybe controversial, but you can't do that when Trump is president. You can't do that when Trump is the motherfucking president, when you got guys like, what's his face, Max Hill or whatever, who literally boiled his ex-wife's face with boiling water, okay? Cry more? I mean, am I crying? Doesn't seem like I'm crying. Are you incapable of understanding different emotions? Is that what's going on? The pedo pardon party, the pedo protection party, does not get to have a say in this process, okay? Especially when what's going on here is someone being rejected by virtually every part of the party and beyond for being credibly accused of rape, something that Republicans do not do. As I've said before, the Graham-Plattner rap sheet has now officially reached the Pete Hegseth rap sheet. Nazi tattoos and credible rape allegations. He should be Secretary of War. No one on Fox News is allowed to criticize Graham-Plattner or the Democratic Party. Sorry, you're not allowed. Max Miller. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Sorry. Where are we at? Oops. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you cannot complain about the Democrats when the Democrats are in a last-ditch effort trying to ensure that an alleged rapist is not on the fucking Democratic Party ballot, when it's probably better for their chances to keep him on and just solidify support behind him. Because if the Democrats operated in the same way that Republicans do, okay, if the Democrats operated in the same way that Republicans would do, they would just like double down, triple down, quadruple down and be like, shut the fuck up. You know, at least our rapist is raping adults. Your rapists rape children. That's the shameless play here. You know what I mean? That's the shameless play. Just running a lesser evil rape campaign. And ironically enough, centrist establishment Democrats have run this play in the past. Okay? They have done this. So the idea that the idea that like this is a new instance is ridiculous. They did this with Cuomo. Many of the people who are complaining about Graham-Plattner right now were literally Cuomo backers, either worked with Cuomo in disparaging some of Cuomo's victims or even demanded that Cuomo run against Zohran Mamdani in the general. So like these people also are shameless charlatans. Okay? But if the Democratic Party right now, or if the left in general right now was similar in their operations to the Republicans in any way, shape, or form, they would just be doubling down on Graham-Plattner's support and being like, yep, we got to do that. Sorry. We just got to get Susan Collins out. Shut the fuck up and vote for the rapist. You know? That's it. They're not. They're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay? So just remember that. There's only one group of people in American politics that will immediately and unconditionally drop someone with a credible rape allegation, and that is the left. Okay? Establishment Democrats don't do that, with the exception of Swalwell. That was one of the only instances where I've seen the Democrats actually do that, right? And ironically enough, the party that certainly doesn't do that is the party of Roy Moore. The party of Donald Trump. So when I see Republicans talk about this issue, I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Congressman, you can take this in so many different directions. I am completely disgusted with the Democratic Party and this candidate, their nominee. But I am worried for the country. If they're going to continue to stand by their men until they can't any longer, we may end up with bad candidates, bad office holders. Until it's too late, they'll already be there.
Well, the key is what you just said there, which is they're standing by him until they don't believe that they can any longer. In other words, Democrats, to your point, had no problem with the Nazi tattoo that was on his chest. By the way, I don't have any friends who have Nazi tattoos on their chest, and I don't think that most Americans either. You have to go looking for somebody who has a Nazi tattoo.
Dog, you don't have to have a Nazi tattoo for us to know you're a Nazi. Your wife is literally Indian, and you spend every day talking about how every single brown person needs to be deported immediately. And last but not least, you don't know any veterans with Nazi tattoos? You're on Fox News. There is a veteran with Nazi tattoos that literally is now the Secretary of War, and he was a commentator on this fucking network. What the hell? Who the fuck are these people talking to?
Tattoo on their chest. They didn't have a problem with that. They didn't.
I guess it's because, well, I was about to say, Pete Hegseth also has the Templar tattoo on his chest. So technically, he's not even able to get away with semantics on that one. So yeah, there is not even... You can't even make a semantic argument, be like, well, Pete Hegseth's like kafir tattoos on his arm. Like, no, he has one on his chest too. As a matter of fact, that's the reason why he was not allowed to participate in protection detail during the inauguration. He wrote a whole book about it because the National Guard looked at his tattoos and said, hold on, that's a very common white supremacist tattoo. You're not allowed to do the protection at the inauguration for Joe Biden. He wrote a fucking book.
Didn't have any problem with multiple credible allegations of abuse from multiple women until very recently, until we find out that the latest woman who's made credible allegations is left-wing politically. They had no problem before. They have had no problem with the really unsavory, just frankly disgusting things that he's written on all kinds of different social media platforms, the messaging apps that he had been on that predators tend to frequent. They had no problem with any of that. What they have a problem with now is they've gotten to the point where they don't believe that he's a viable candidate anymore, so they want to jump in and replace him. That's a problem. We need decent people running for office, not people that are so transparently scumbags.
And Brandon, you're correct. This is about electability.
Dude, what the fuck is Austin Ox doing? Austin Ox. Hold on. Sorry. Austin Ox is fucking posting shit that I didn't say. Piker says he supports Charles Booker winning a special election, but that the likelihood of Thomas Massie winning is higher. That's not what I said. I said I support Charles Booker winning the overall election. And giving a 4-month window to Thomas Massie potentially. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He misunderstood the statement I was making, and he just like got me. He's about to get me fucking canceled. Fox guy talks about decent people. His favorite president currently was on Epstein Island. Yeah, he's just like, Weird question, but do you not believe him about the Nazi tattoo anymore? What do you mean? Look, I said from the beginning that his fucking Nazi tattoo, especially having it for as extended of a period of time as he did, was insane to me. It didn't make any sense. But what made the story even crazier was that the most famous photo of him with the Nazi tattoo out, shirtless, literally is during a Jewish wedding that he was at. Okay? So I don't know what the fuck is going on in Maine, okay? I don't know what the hell's going on that like so many people saw that and not a single person was like, hey, you know that's like a very famous Nazi symbol, right? Like that you're rocking on your chest piece right there. But yeah, in any case, yeah, it's just, he was screened by the military. I guess they didn't give a shit about it either, which is also strange. But I guess it makes sense. Me 11 beers deep, trying not to puke on a state trooper when he asked, do you know why I pulled you over? I told you, she was just holding in a little burpee, dude. She just had a little burp. She just had a little burp in her mouth. It happens to the best of us, okay? Well, Haley Stevens not the best of us, but Stevens is doing tech YouTuber GPU performance graphing. Yeah, graph crimes for sure. 42% to ABDULvsHALEY, 41%. Finally, she got like one C-rated pollster to give her a marginal edge. Totally within the margin of error, by the way. And it's really funny that she was like, yep, we're winning. What gives? Israel struggling to control her body. Her true self is trying to break free out. Yeah, this part of the debate devoured. What is this? Questions are off.
Now, here's the thing about it. There is no left or right. Most people out there aren't asking, where do I fit on the left-right spectrum? They're asking, can I afford my groceries when I go grocery shopping? What's going to happen if I get sick or my kid gets sick? Why does my kid's school look the same way it did 30 years ago when I went there? And the answer to that question is that for too long, politicians on both sides of the aisle have taken the same corporate corrupting money. I'm the only candidate on the stage,
just up, down.
frankly, the only candidate running for U.S. Senate who's never taken a dime of that money, which is why the real issue is about the people locking you out of your politics versus the people being locked out. And I will stand always on the side of the folks who are locked out. That is a pathway in our politics that I think all of us can get behind. It's not red, it's not blue, it's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's American. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That is where our politics needs to go. And in the next 250 years, when we get to chart where we go from here, I hope we remember that that's what we need.
60 seconds.
I will run through anything and anyone to deliver
Why does
for
she keep saying
Michigan.
That? I will run through anything and anyone. Yeah. Hasan Diddy Piker, you have the biggest heart on for Palestine. You would have your own cuck brothel in Palestine, you big fat window licking bitch, and maybe touch some grass. You political bullshitting loser. Says Timmy 2004. South Park reference. 2004 in the name. Account created and following on the same day, so it's a sock account. You seem like a cool guy. Everyone here thinks you're a cool guy. All of your friends and family in the real world also think the same of you. Thank you for your input, chatter. Yeah, Andy Bashar is demanding some answers about Mitch McConnell as well. But let's get to a little bit of situation monitoring.
Fears that the war with Iran may be resuming. President Trump says he believes the ceasefire
is... I mean, it is resuming. All right, I got to pee. I'll be back in a second.
Can continue after the U.S. and Iran traded dozens of attacks overnight. The U.S. says it struck more than 80 targets while Tehran launched missiles and drones at Bahrain and Kuwait. Oil prices jumped on the news. This all comes as President Trump meets with NATO allies in Turkey. Ed O'Keefe joins us from Ankara. Ed, good morning.
Vlad, good morning. The strikes overnight appear to be the most extensive carried out by the U.S. since talks with Iran resumed less than 3 weeks ago. And while NATO leaders here are standing by the president for launching the attacks, their worst fears have been realized yet again, as he's once again questioning why the U.S. is a member of an alliance not willing to help with the war in Iran.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people.
President Trump opening the NATO summit by declaring, in his view, the agreement with Iran is off.
There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo.
Appearing visibly angry, the president repeatedly criticized Iranian leaders.
They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people.
His comments came hours after renewed U.S. strikes on Iran. Thick orange smoke seen rising over Bandar Abbas, home to Iran's main naval base. U.S. Central Command launched what it called a series of powerful strikes hitting more than 80 Iranian targets, including air defense systems, radars, and at least 60 small boats, all after the U.S. says Iran attacked 3 tankers in the Strait of Hormuz.
I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response.
Trump also revoked a waiver allowing the sale of Iran.
Mark Rutte is the biggest cuck on the planet. And I guess it doesn't really matter. He's not going to have a future career in anything. But you know, he's burning his remaining credibility, or I guess he doesn't really have any credibility. This position doesn't require him to have any credibility either. So, oh God, Mr. Daddy, Mr. calling Trump daddy, Mark Rutte, sat there and was like, "You've done such a wonderful job blowing up Iran, Mr. President." Okay. Will you be joining Bernie and AOC to speak for Abdul? No, I will not be at those rallies. I will be somewhere else during that time. Unfortunately, I'm going to Michigan later, closer to the election. So yes, I will be missing the cool-ass Abdul rallies with AOC and Bernard Sanders, but I'm very excited that they're happening. Somewhere else is going to China? No, I'm not going to China. But yeah, Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative AOC will be doing rallies in Michigan with ABDULvsHALEY on July 18th and July 19th. Tell us your assassination coordinates, boss. No, I'm good. Thank you. Where are you going instead? I'll tell you when I'm there. How about that? Huh? How about that? All right. So, yeah, we're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Keep Americans away from me, please. I'm close for Americans. I'd let you send a ship through me, Hasan. Well, I am an American. So let me give you guys the summarization of the events that have unfolded in the Strait of Hormuz. So for those of you who have been paying attention, for those of you that monitor the situation or enjoy the situation monitoring, so there's an MOU. Part of the MOU is about controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Who gets to control it? Iran wants to control it. There's only 2 pathways through the Strait of Hormuz. You can either go through Keshem and go through the Iranian ports, which means that Iran gets to continue controlling the Strait of Hormuz. But you can also potentially go through the Omani coastline. Now, Iran doesn't want America to send ships through the Omani coastline because Iran wants to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz. There's a tremendous amount of leverage that they now have that they're not going to give up. And that's precisely at the heart of the MOU, beyond, demanding Israel restrain itself, or demanding America restrain Israel, rather, in its unlimited battles in Lebanon and its constant territorial expansion in Lebanon. And of course, predictably, the United States of America has tried to do its very best to transit ships through the Strait of Hormuz, offering them naval protection, offering them to the best of their ability, like anti-drone protection. And Iran doesn't like that. Iran has blown up ships that have tried to transit through the Strait of Hormuz from the Omani coastline. They did this last week. And when they did this last week, America responded with a what they called a proportional retaliation, while still maintaining the position that the conversations were ongoing. The memorandum of understanding was still being followed through. The ceasefire was still being followed through. Obviously, it's a complex situation. Why would there be a ceasefire if both sides are firing at one another? Whatever. This past weekend's interactions that took place 2 days ago, 3 days ago, when Iran shot 2 ships, or more than 2 ships, I think 4 ships, kind of changed that dynamic a little bit. And America, yesterday, in the last 24 hours, engaged in not just a proportional retaliation, but a retaliation that they called a punishment, right? Iran struck 5 ships trying to transit through the Omani coastline, and America retaliated by shooting Iranian positions, Iranian ports, and did not stop blowing up Iranian targets for an extended period of time. And before people say, why is Iran attacking ships that are transiting through the Strait of Hormuz by the Omani coastline? Because Iran has maintained the position, understandably, that gives them maximum leverage. Iran has maintained the position that they will control all the ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, they get to have a say in who passes through. They've said that they will allow all ships to transit without any impediment, but they have to go through the Iranian coastline. That's it. The MOU is pretty clear on this, that the Omani route is not within the MOU's parameters. The Omani route is not within the MOU's parameters, and that all of the ships have to still go through the Iranian route, the Iranian coastline. So America's actually not following through on the MOU at all, right? And they're doing this deliberately. And the reason why they're doing this is because I think the United States of America wanted a little bit of respite, a little bit of ease on the oil and gas markets for a couple of weeks, because we were reaching critical supplies and critical shortages on the strategic reserves that have been released to make up for 20% of the entire globe's oil and gas needs. And part of that was also offering a release on the sanctions that previously existed for Iranian oil tankers. And those sanctions are back on as of yesterday. So those are the 2 major things that took place. The United States of America not only attacked Iran, and not in a proportional manner, by their own admission, in a manner that was seeking out a punishment and escalation. And then Iran has since then started attacking American military bases, American critical assets in Bahrain, Kuwait, and the like. And seemingly they will continue this tit for tat. Donald Trump in the process came out and said the MOU is done. No more dealing and wheeling with these people. These guys are, barbaric. They're animals, whatever. Trita does not support your reading. For him, the peace initiative was real, but shaky. Yeah, I think it was perfidy. Trita still, at the end of the day, works in D.C. He has a much more positive approach to these sorts of conversations than I do. I think he's overly optimistic. I think it was clearly an opportunity for America to release a pressure valve for a little bit and sell some Iranian oil in the market, in the global marketplace, so that they could normalize prices and combat the imminent crisis that was about to take shape. Here's J.D. Vance admitting as much on the Michael Knowles show.
There are a few things that we want. We want durable commitments that are verifiable and backed up by inspections that Iran will denuclearize their entire country. Okay, we're going to see how we get there. Number 2, we want to see what kind of an arrangement actually exists in the Middle East between not just Iran and the United States, but the GCC, Israel, Lebanon. We're going to play that situation out. And then on the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, I think you actually said it well, which is that the strait is open in the sense that to oil traffic, we're seeing more oil come out of the Strait of Hormuz. And some days, actually, more oil coming out of the strait than came out before the war even started. So there's this element of the where the world oil economy is kind of getting back into gear. That's going to take a little bit of time, but you've already seen the prices come way down. Now, what the cynics will say is, well, if you look at the number of ships that are trafficking, that's actually down from the pre-war start. But they're mostly talking about cargo ships and other vessels. At least so far, what we've seen is the oil traffic has reached its pre-war height. So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is. And
now here's the problem. This doesn't fix it. The only thing that can fix it is a permanent conclusion to the hostilities, a permanent cessation of hostilities, and allowing ships to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. This is the most consequential element of leverage that Iran has at their disposal. They're not going to give it up, and it doesn't make sense for them to give it up, especially when the United States of America has shown time and time again that the diplomatic route will only lead to perfidy. As a matter of fact, they're kind of showing it right now. So Iran knows, regardless of what the reformists versus the hardliners and their differences in opinion on the Iranian side, there is one reality that everybody understands. A reality that even a child can understand. They have to fight militarily and win militarily whatever autonomy, whatever sovereignty that they desire, right? For them, for the Iranian side, the calculation is simple. The Strait of Hormuz allows Iran to have tremendous leverage over the global energy markets, and it allows Iran to demand sovereignty, not by way of diplomacy, but by way of constantly having that threat, that leverage over the global energy markets, but where they could just say, look, we're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz again if you try to fuck with us. It makes sense. It makes total sense. And given that the strategic oil reserves are at critical levels at this point, where they've basically dried out all around the world, especially in the Asian markets, but certainly even in the United States of America, they're reaching critical levels. This little moment of respite from the memorandum of understanding is only going to extend the timeline. But until there is one of two options, until America goes to war with Iran and this time around successfully defeats Iran militarily, something that they failed to do in the last 120 plus days, right? Or follow the path of diplomacy and concede on the demands that Iran is making. This is not going to go away. This problem is only going to get worse as a consequence of this back and forth. Joe Kent, former director of National Counterterrorism Center, leaned into the Brett Erickson analysis here. I'm gonna cover both. Okay. Joe Kent says, now that the MOU is effectively dead, as Brett explains below, we are back to attempting to find a military solution to the SOH. The problem is that we signed the MOU because there was no military solution and we needed the Strait of Hormuz open. Our best option is just to walk away. If we walk, Iran has no justification for targeting ships, and we can use sanctions relief as our carrot as opposed to risking a larger war in these ineffective tit-for-tat strikes. Brett Erickson, managing principal at Obsidian Risk, says, okay, he writes in Wall Street Journal, New York Times, WAPO, and Bloomberg. Brett Erickson talks about the sanctions waiver being taken away from Iran here, because that's the other side of the story. That's a very significant part of this conversation, because America didn't just strike back at Iran. America also took away the sanctions waiver that they had given to Iran so that Iranian oil tankers could trade in the global commodities market, right? This obviously allowed the markets to stabilize a little bit. But now that that's been taken away, there's market volatility once again. Okay? Before we get into that here, I'll show you, obviously, the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve is now at 19 million barrels, is critical. 19 million barrels away from estimated minimum operating levels. There will soon be no longer a safety buffer to protect the world from further losses out of the strait. Okay? This red line, once you reach this red line, you've reached a critically low level of supply. Okay? Given that this is a hard commodity that is necessary for survival, you know, we're talking about grid shutdowns. We're talking about the rest of the world looking like Cuba. Okay? You can't do that. There's nothing you can do. You can't, once the pedal hits the metal, you're cooked. This is during a heat wave. People will die as a consequence of this. If we'll start seeing rations. You know what I mean? It's certainly a moment to panic. Okay? Brett says, moments ago, the United States revoked the general license that lifted sanctions on Iranian oil. This is the other side of the story beyond the strikes on Iran that CENTCOM admitted was a punishment and an escalation. Unlike the previous strikes on Iran, when there was a tit for tat between ships transiting through the Omani coastline and then America punishing Iran or retaliating towards the Iranian centers that were, you know, launching drones and whatnot. The significance of this move cannot be overstated. It is a complete destruction of the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran. Two things need to be highlighted right off the bat here. One, Washington had justification for doing this after Iran struck multiple vessels crossing the Strait of Hormuz via the Omani route in the last 24 hours. Two, this was an incredibly stupid move from Washington. Something I have highlighted since its original issuance on June 21st is the General License X is more politically damaging for President Trump than it is economically game-changing for Iran. While it could have resulted in a windfall of upwards of $1 billion for Tehran over the course of the initial 60 days, this is really inconsequential when compared to the massive damage their country has seen throughout the war. And that political damage for Trump, it already happened. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. He's already taken those blows. Exactly. And it, I think, wasn't that consequential. I think sanctions relief for Iranian oil in the last 60 days is not necessarily all that politically damaging. As a matter of fact, I think it normalized the markets, and therefore it limited the amount of political damage he would receive at the domestic level because gas prices skyrocketing are far more damaging. Because Americans, by and large, don't pay attention to these sorts of things. And Donald Trump had already lost the war and had lost the battle. And therefore, he had already incurred the political damages of diminishing American force projection capabilities at the domestic level. At the international level, we have not even seen the beginning of that story yet, right? So the oil sanction waivers were the only notable upfront concession that Iran received for the joint lifting of blockades in the Strait of Hormuz. The frozen assets being released is orders of magnitude more important for Iran. But as of yet, not a penny has moved. It's not just the frozen assets being released that's important, because that's like almost $100 billion worth of frozen assets, and that's huge. That's a huge windfall. That is an absolute necessity. The $300 billion in additional economic aid that would come from the Gulf partners and maybe some American businesses, also a big deal as well. But outside of that, the consequential element, the most consequential demand, aside from restricting Israel's behavior in Lebanon, was the removal of not just the secondary sanctions, but the primary sanctions as well. This would open up the Iranian economy to the rest of the world. This would be a huge deal, right? That's the biggest deal for Iran. That's what they want. That's the whole purpose as to why. That's the whole purpose as to why Iran has even engaged in any sort of enrichment of uranium beyond civilian levels. It's a leverage that they've tried to maintain so they can draw America back to the negotiations process, so they can turn around and negotiate the release of all sanctions on the Iranian economy, right? So as of now, says Brett Erickson, not a penny has moved. I don't think that's correct. There was some money that was sent, for the record, to Iran by way of the United Arab Emirates. So I don't think that's also completely correct, but it's fine. This has been repeatedly confirmed by both Iranians and the Americans. What this revocation does accomplish is a complete and total destruction of the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran. I do agree with that. That this is it's over. Like, they're basically saying the memorandum of understanding is done. We're lighting it on fire, right? This is far more detrimental to negotiations and an end to the permanent cessation of hostilities than a tit-for-tat response to the vessel's strikes by Washington. This destroys the entirety of the MOU. Did Washington have some justifications for revoking this waiver? Absolutely. I don't agree with that either. Is this a catastrophic move for securing an enduring cessation of hostilities between the U.S. and Iran? Absolutely. I do agree with that. Was this an insanely foolish move from the Trump administration, given that the political blowback has already been received, the relative insignificance of this waiver, and the irreparable damage to the U.S.-Iran negotiations? Absolutely. He wrote these comments in Washington as well. He said that this is not a small step by Washington. This is a major step by Washington. Now, considering that Iran had valid reasons for assuming that America would not engage with them at the diplomatic level, given that they had received perfidy from the American and Israeli side over and over again during the previous bouts of diplomacy, sanctions relief, or at least a waiver, a general license for Iran to sell oil in the global marketplace, was supposed to be the first good faith, the first good faith concession that America could make. Okay? Them taking this away makes the reformers and the moderates on the Iranian side look completely ridiculous. Okay? How can you engage with a foreign adversary that's bombing you in good faith if they can't even abide by some of the initial principles? Because remember, this memorandum of understanding is to just bring them to the negotiation table so they can have a longer cessation of hostilities agreement. Okay? 131 days, and we're back to square one. A lot of the concessions, a lot of the demands being made for the memorandum of understanding were so that Ghalibaf and Arakshi and the other, diplomacy side could justify going to the table with America, as opposed to the hardliners on the IRGC side that recognized that the only way to deal with America was through hardware, through, military victories, by punishing the rest of the globe and stopping the transiting of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, creating an international crisis where the rest of the world would blame the United States of America. That's where we're at. So now the ball is in Iran's court once again. But yeah, Joe Kent says America should walk away from this deal now that they've destroyed the memorandum of understanding, and then dangle sanctions relief as a carrot. Meanwhile, CENTCOM is also talking about removing their military assets and their bases entirely from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain, and then moving them to Israel. Completely misreading the situation. Why do you say that? Oh, you're saying America's completely misreading the situation. All I will say is this. If I'm an IRGC general and a hardliner who believes in the success of the military might of the IRGC, of the drone operations, I'm looking at the situation and saying, what other options do we have? Because even openly removing American assets from Bahrain and Kuwait and maybe even Saudi Arabia would be an admission, once again, and a concession that the Iranians already demanded regardless. Moving them to Israel would put Israel in harm's way and would give more justification to the Iranians as far as, moving the battle in the direction of Israel. Now, it's harder for Iran to strike Israel as opposed to striking Bahrain and Kuwait and the American assets in the region. Certainly harder for them to do that. That's part of the reason why they haven't done it, right? But if Iran concentrates all of their attacks on Israel as opposed to the Gulf, I mean, that puts Israel in a harder position overall. So we shall see. But the question still remains. What can the United States of America accomplish militarily that they didn't in the last 130 days? Do they have a secret sauce, a secret recipe? Or are they holding back? I don't think so. I don't think they were holding back at all. They went in with maximum pain, failed to establish air supremacy over Iranian soil, lost assets in the process. So I don't see the United States of America and Israel turning around and changing their strategy and actually achieving something militarily this time around that they couldn't in the last 130 days. That led to them begging Iran to come to the negotiations table, which Iran finally conceded on after America actually gave some significant concessions to Iran. The only thing that remains that the United States did not utilize was boots on the ground military warfare, or obviously nukes.
As I've said this repeatedly, if the Iranians are willing to make the commitments that we would like them to make and are willing to back those up with verifiable milestones, then we are going to change our relationship with Iran. And if they don't do that, then nothing has really changed except for what we've already accomplished from the military campaign, which is a lot. Right. So we kind of have two options here. We have the option of pursuing a long-term deal with the Iranians, but that requires a significant change in their behavior. We have the option of banking our wins, and then, of course, doing things on top of that if the president feels that we have to. And I think both of those options are very much in play, and the president's going to let this play out. But what's happening right now is he's letting those options play out in an environment where there is significantly less pressure on the world energy economy.
But there isn't. The pressure valve is released only for a couple weeks at best. What now? What now? You get a moment of respite, but once again, one of the craziest parts about this is if we're talking about the domestic considerations, any kind of pushing the timeline back draws this conflict closer to the midterms. That is maximum pressure and maximum leverage for Iran during the American midterms election. Trump obviously doesn't want to go to prison. He doesn't want to go through the impeachment process. He doesn't want any accountability. And the more he pushes this crisis, this gas crisis, major energy crisis closer to the midterms, the more likely a Democratic blue wave becomes. Like, we're not just talking about Maine in play. We're talking about races that previously weren't in play, potentially becoming races that are purple. We're talking Charles Booker might have a shot at becoming the next senator out of Kentucky. Okay? We're talking about significant flips, depending on how bad the pain gets for the average American. So what the fuck are they thinking? Because he's buying us off. White House touts launch of 25 Freedom Fuel gas stations. I saw this. That's not going to help. That's not going to work. White House has launched 25 Freedom Fuel gas stations in an attempt to provide Americans cheaper options at the pump. Of course, once again, shady private corporation interference coming into play. The first Freedom Fuel Network gas station has landed in Philadelphia, lowering the price of the pump to $3.47 for our 47th president, the White House wrote on social media platform X on Tuesday. President Trump is leading the charge to lower gas prices this summer, putting more money in your pocket. By the way, stolen from Abdul, money in your pocket, money out of politics, Medicare for all. Anyway, these guys are very clever. 20 of the stations are located in Pennsylvania, while 5 are in New Jersey, according to the Freedom Fuel Network's website. A White House official told The Hill the Freedom Fuel Network is a private company and did not receive subsidies from the administration. The average price of a gallon of regular gas in those two states is roughly $3.98 and $3.86, respectively, as of Wednesday, according to AAA. The national average price of fuel is $3.79 per gallon as of Wednesday, AAA reported. The Hill has reached out to the White House Energy Department for further details on the new gas stations. In an accompanying video posted by the White House, multiple customers tout the new gas stations as helping them save money. One man said he was very happy about the cheaper fuel, while another girl remarked she was super pumped about the new options. Okay? Gas prices spiked in the early months of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran after the Iranian military brought shipping in the Strait of Hormuz to a near standstill. Last year, nearly 34% of the world's crude oil passed through the waterway, with most exports going to Asia, according to the International Energy Agency. Here's the video of it, by the way.
If money, I had to go back in and get my change. I thought gas was more expensive, but it's not. So thanks, Trump, for saving me some money.
We're here at the first Freedom Fuel Network gas station right here in Philadelphia, leading the charge to lower gas prices, $3.47. That's for our 47th president, President Donald J. Trump. The price of gas here is 50 cents lower than the Pennsylvania average gas price.
4th of July, gas prices are coming down, which is great.
I am very happy about the cheap gas prices.
Happy 4th of July.
Hopefully everyone has a great holiday. Super pumped the gas prices are lowered.
I'm just grateful. Right now, we're in a difficult time in this world, but it's nice to see some stability that we can enjoy.
Definitely appreciate the lower gas prices.
Oh yeah, definitely.
When I saw it, I thought it was fake news, but I'm glad it's true. I definitely couldn't believe my eyes. When I just rolled past, I'm actually taking a trip down the shore, so I wasn't even gonna come and get the gag, but I'm glad I did, because now it just saved me a lot of money. Thanks a lot, Trump. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a good job.
Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you for helping our country.
It's President Donald J. Trump leading the charge to lower gas prices right here at Freedom Fuel Network's gas stations.
I am not against government-owned gas stations. I am a socialist. I just don't think that this is going to do away with the national problem, however. So let's see where this goes. This is just another shady loss leader discount chain. They exist everywhere. Is this the Chud bread line? Kind of.
And this is my biggest frustration with right-wing critics of what we've done over the last few months in Iran, is that they don't realize how completely they were losing the political argument because of what was happening to world energy markets.
Yeah.
So what the President of the United States has done...
You're talking about the critics who want more bombs dropping on.
Their attitude is just drop bombs and drop bombs and drop bombs, and they can't really articulate to what end. And what the President is saying, I'm willing to drop bombs, and he's clearly shown that he's willing to drop bombs, but only if it serves an objective. And so what he's doing right now is taking a lot of pressure off of the world economy, the world energy economy in particular, while not giving up a single one of his gains and while preserving a lot of optionality. I think that's a very good place for us to be in, but there's uncertainty because no one can be certain what the Iranians...
No, the Iranians are the unstable party here and not Donald Trump. You know what I mean? It's very cool. But yeah, Trump now says the Iran ceasefire is over, folks.
Iranian oil on the world market. In response, a top Iranian warned the era of bullying and extortion is over. It leads nowhere. We don't fold. Iran retaliated with attacks of its own, saying it launched strikes on 85 American military targets in Bahrain and Kuwait. The attacks came during a pause in negotiations as Iran holds a massive days-long funeral for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader killed on the first day of U.S.-Israel attacks on Iran.
We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships.
At the summit, the president also unloaded on alliance members for not doing enough to help the U.S. against Iran.
We protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. Doesn't work.
But the conflict in Ukraine is also a top concern. Trump says they're close to a deal with Russia.
It's too bad it took so long, but I think there's going to be something's going to come out.
Even as he meets with Zelensky, the president said the fighting between Ukraine and Russia doesn't affect the U.S. That's the kind of rhetoric that worries NATO members here in Europe, who are, of course, much closer to the war. The president also said again, he's still interested in controlling Greenland. Remember that? He said European leaders' refusal to let the U.S. take control of Greenland is what's hurt his relationship with NATO. The world's largest island is, of course, controlled by Denmark, and its prime minister this morning reiterated Greenland is not for sale. Natalie?
Ed O'Keefe in Ankara, Turkey. Thank you.
Trump also did a press conference. Accompanied by some of his top brass at NATO. But going back to the crisis, the situation monitoring and the crisis that's imminent. One, the IRGC shot down another U.S. MQ-9 Reaper UAV drone in the Bushehr province. And Donald Trump is now posturing about potentially taking over KARG Island, which, again, why didn't you do it last time? Right? This is the question that should be asked to Donald Trump by every member of the media. Mr. President, you are talking about militarily taking over KARG Island. Why was this not, why did this military operation not take place in the last 130 days? Why do you have more confidence that you could potentially pull off an operation such as this one now, if you did not have that same level of confidence in the last 130 days?
Island last night, we knocked out a piece. I said, don't touch the oil, because maybe we'll take over KARG Island. You know, we may take over KARG Island. There's not a thing they can do about it. But I said, don't hit the pipes, just hit everything else. And they hit it. They may hit it again tonight.
Yeah. Murtaza Hussein says the GCC states are in a zero-sum situation where they're being forced to choose between the United States and Iran in the Persian Gulf. It's a frustrating situation to be in, Because if Trump strikes Karg Island, then their assets are directly in the line of fire. So yeah, not only is this military operation going to be successful, this idea that Donald Trump will strike Karg Island without any retaliation from the Iranian side is also ridiculous. And if the goal here is to ease the tensions over who gets to control the Strait of Hormuz, the only solution here is diplomacy. I thought we had established that fact, and yet Trump is still trying to go back to that. And once again, as the rest of the world loses in this process, market volatility, reaching dangerous levels of oil shortages, the only country that seemingly wins in the short term is Israel. The only country's goals that are being followed through on is, once again, Israel.
We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They were all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated. Their radar's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the launchers, missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far. Not even close. Everybody admits it. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending, and it's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP.
By the way, oil isn't up because traders have left the oil market because they're sick of being stolen from by insider trades. So oil will sit at $100 until it's not, and it more than doubles. I feel like that's an insane statement. I don't know. I don't understand, how this stuff works at all. So I can't speak on it. I do think the one thing I do understand is this: a hard commodity that has inelastic demand, if it reaches a critical shortage, will inevitably cause shortages that people can see, right? That people can experience, that people can feel, that people can understand. Because there just simply won't be oil at the gas pump. There won't be gas at the gas pump. There won't be energy to feed into the electrical grid. Like it's just, there's nothing you can do at that point. Everything will be affected by it. At which point, it doesn't matter what the fucking market price is. Okay? Whether it's living on vibes and copium and confidence does not matter. The same goes for fertilizers, for example. If fertilizer is not, or the precursory chemicals necessary for fertilizer is not transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, then there is no agricultural output. If there's no agricultural yields because there's no fertilizer, then the price of the price of everything goes up. The price of these commodities goes up. It's just not anything you can do in the stock market. Like you can just assume that the prices are not going up, but people will feel it. People will experience it. Commie doesn't know economics. Yes. Well, I wouldn't say I don't know economics. I just don't understand the way that the current market operates because I have this suspicion that it's on a hope and a dream. It's not vibes. Traders are getting mollywopped by the corruption, so there's no liquidity, so prices don't move.
GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed.
Yeah. U.S. crude stocks in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve fell by another 6.2 million barrels in the week ending July 3rd, dropping to 319.5 million barrels, the lowest since April 1983, according to the Department of Energy data reported by Reuters. The reserve has been drained steadily since Trump ordered the release of 172 million barrels in March to plug gaps in the global supply and hold down fuel prices after launching the war on Iran alongside Israel. Since the war began at the end of February, total U.S. inventories, commercial and strategic combined, have fallen by nearly 121 million barrels to 734 million. Once the full 172 million barrel release completes, the SPR is set to fall to roughly 243 million barrels, its lowest since 1982. That is near the reserve's estimated operational floor between 150 million barrels, below which the underground salt caverns that store the oil risk losing the pressure needed to maintain their structural integrity, per industry analysts. Yes, there will be a chain reaction if we reach that level. Again, when you run out of oil, the speculations don't matter anymore. Okay? The confidence that you have in the stock market, none of that matters, even though all of it will fall apart regardless. There's a critical no return point. Donald Trump was nearing that critical no return point, which is why he did the memorandum of understanding to begin with, as we find out now. But going back to that situation only makes the critical no return point, the point of no return, closer to the fucking midterms. Not sure where we go from here.
We have a couple of that didn't. But I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world, and they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense, and that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%, and we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me, because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in a way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025. And
Plattner polling better than Mills post-scandal is crazy. Oh, my God. New Maine Senate poll, 7-7 post-scandal, shows Graham Plattner at 42% to Susan Collins gaining 5 points. Against Susan Collins versus Janet Mills matchup, Janet Mills is still performing worse than goddamn Graham Plattner. Troy Jackson, on the other hand, up +5 against Susan Collins, 44. Let's see what some of the other people polled look like, or what their performance looks like. So Plattner loses to Collins in this matchup. 11% said they were undecided. Also tested Jackson, Bellows, former Senate candidate Jordan Wood, former public health official Nirav Shah, and Democratic Governor Janet Mills. Flash poll was conducted over a 24-hour period. Of the Democrats tested, Jackson performed the best, Troy Jackson, leading Collins 49-44, with 7% of voters undecided. Bellows and Shah both essentially tied Collins at 47% and 45% respectively. Mills has not weighed in publicly on the political poll report, trailing Collins 48% to 37%, while Wood trailed 47% to 38%. 15% were undecided in both the Wood and Mills matchups. Incredible. Hey, do you know anything about the stuff with Troy Jackson throwing a water bottle out of female staffer? Heard it from Progressive Victory friends. Brother, if you ever bring some Progressive Victory shit in here to me ever again, I will fucking put you on a spaceship to the sun. One-way ticket to the sun. You're going. Okay? Never do that ever again. Never do that ever again. Okay? Ridiculous. A right-wing smear against a dude who's been in the state legislature and the president for 6 years, been in the state legislature for 20 plus years, is being elevated as though it's like a serious fucking problem that is known by everyone in Maine state politics, because the Progressive Victory group posted it. These unsubstantiated right-wing smears posted it and then deleted it. Are you out of your fucking mind? They are deeply unserious. Hopefully they learn something from these lessons. Jesus Christ. What's next, dude? Are you going to talk to me about Digital Ground Game, DGG? What have they done? Should we talk about them too? What are we doing? These are not serious institutions. Please stop. Some of you see like a group on Twitter with a fucking check mark and immediately go, oh, this must be valid. Stop, please. Not every organization is like a serious organization. Progressive Victory openly admitted that they are an unserious organization afterwards. They're like, oh, we're just a bunch of live stream chatters. I mean, come on. I don't know how valid this is, but Maine State Representative Valley Geiger says Graham Plattner is supporting her bid for U.S. Senate in Maine should he drop out of the race. I don't know why she just came out of the gate swinging on this. I will say this, though. I will say this. I don't think a Graham Plattner endorsement is as bad as people claim it is on Twitter. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Like people are greatly, I mean, people are just wrong for assuming that's a bad thing from the perspective of the Mainers, especially considering that he's still at fucking 42% and performing better than Janet Mills against Susan Collins after the credible rape allegations hit the timeline. Okay? From the perspective of Mainers, a Graham Plattner endorsement is a continuation. They will recognize it most likely as a continuation of like the populist rage that they clearly have. Apparently, Plattner made the announcement. I don't know. There's a lot going on, man. People think his endorsement is bunk because they think he's an operative. He's not. He's just a rapist. You are wrong. Most Mainers hate the fucking guy after it came out that he's a rapist. Demonstrably, the polling shows an alternative reality to what you're saying. Yeah. I've learned that it'll be a caucus over a convention, but still missing a few details, says David Dayen. Saying that the process will be inclusive and that Plattner supporters will participate in the open process a step forward and recognize the rejection of any backroom deal. But the process should be developed by now, as time is of the essence. Everybody get on with it, says David Dayen. Washington Post is reporting that Graham Plattner will be speaking tonight. That is the other reporting also corroborates that. Okay. I think, given what happened with Kamala Harris being handpicked as the continuation of Biden with no open primary process, something that I was in favor of as well, by the way, which I think was wrong. I will recognize that. That was one of my biggest L's. Given that, especially considering how Kamala ran, right? If Kamala ran as like a more populist, change candidate, things would be different. She would be president right now. But given how things worked out, as Kamala was the hand-selected establishment replacement for Joe Biden, and did not run as a change candidate, but a continuation, and how she lost to Donald Trump, I would go so far as to say the highest level of panic from liberals in every state, including Maine, is rerunning that same exact situation where the Maine Democratic Party does like a shady backroom deal, put forward an establishment Democrat to say, this is who you have to vote for, suck it up. If they do that, it's definitely going to lose. The whoever that candidate is will definitely lose to Susan Collins, 100%. There needs to be transparency in this process. Okay? There needs to be transparency in this process. A lot of people are very frustrated. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why they voted for Graham Plattner over the hand-selected establishment candidate that the Democrats cleared the field for, who happened to be the governor, Janet Mills, is because of that rage that they had towards the party. They wanted to punish the party. They were looking for a different path forward. Turns out that different path forward wasn't just a populist campaigner, but a populist campaigner that also happened to be a rapist, allegedly. Okay? Maine State Representative Valley Geiger, D. Rockland, says Graham Plattner wants her to take his place on the ballot and run against Susan Collins in November. Maine's Total Coverage spoke with Geiger on the phone on Wednesday afternoon before Plattner made any formal announcement and said he called her on Monday night and said he was throwing his support behind her. He said, Valley, you're a fighter. You have been with this movement since the beginning, Geiger told Maine's Total Coverage. She says Plattner then asked if he could put her name forward, and she said yes. Geiger says she's heartbroken by the allegations against Plattner, but that he can't run for the Senate. The Maine Democratic Party did schedule an emergency meeting at 4:30 p.m. on Wednesday. Geiger, a Democrat from Rockland, represents House District 42. Her currently serving her third term. Geiger sits on both the Labor Committee and Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. What is this? Kyle Kalinske? Okay, dude. But yeah, this was from yesterday from the Maine Democrats. But I also disagree with Edinger Mentham's take that this is a bad move that will like tarnish whoever his hand-selected candidate is. I don't think that works that way. Not only does he have tremendous leverage over this process because he can just choose not to drop out, which would be devastating, but outside of that, I think like given that 150,000 plus Mainers voted for him, he still has a lot of swaying power over the election. Okay. That's what I think. It looks like the reports about him trying to make his departure conditional on him getting to choose a successor are true, utterly embarrassing behavior on his part that could turn this into an even bigger disaster for his supposed movement. Don't like him, but fully disagree. You should fully use his leverage as the nominee to replace him with someone with the same politics voters elected him for. Under the threat of staying in and handing the race to Collins, it will be an anvil around the necks of everyone who supported him. You cannot play fast and loose about defeating Republicans like this. No, I think here's why I disagree. Because I think the Graham Plattner victory, from the perspective of Mainers, was a victory over the establishment Democrats. This is a continuation of that same exact resentment politics that has built and has grown in the heart of many Mainers who ended up voting for the red flag-induced alleged rapist. Okay? So this, if anything, doubles down and offers more credence to whoever the hand-selected candidate is that will be anti-establishment. That's what I think. Fighting in public about it is not great. Even then, I don't necessarily agree with that either. I think very publicly opposing the establishment Democrats, even if the establishment, here's what it is. Even if the establishment Democrats were like, we're totally fine with Troy Jackson, which they very well could be, by the way, because Troy Jackson is like much more balanced, boring, issue focused, right? So like, they probably would be fine with the Troy Jackson replacement. But if there's a seeming battle between the establishment forces and Graham Plattner here, that actually boosts the legitimacy of Troy Jackson. I think it boosts his left populist anti-establishment credibility. Do you not understand that Bernie fucking Sanders just unendorsed him? Plattner doesn't have the same level of motion anymore. I don't think you guys are understanding. This has nothing to do with Bernie Sanders. This has everything to do with the voters in Maine and what they voted for, what their demands are. Okay? At this point, Graham Plattner, the person, is utterly irrelevant. Okay? This is more so the platform and the demands. They voted before he was outed as a rapist, bro. I don't think you guys understand what I'm saying here. Okay? This has been lost in the conversation. I don't know why. I don't know why this has been lost in the conversation in its entirety. An election took place. Okay? An election took place with a shit ton of red flags on Graham Plattner regardless. Okay? And the voters said, we don't care about the red flags. Those red flags are not red flags for us. We care about the platform. We care about saying fuck you to the establishment Democrats. Okay? The voters voted for the character to a certain degree, not the character, like the moral character of Graham Plattner, but the character he portrays himself as, right? The rugged veteran guy who speaks convincingly on a lot of these issues. I'm talking about the Mainers and the way they're looking at the situation. A rejection of that populist rage would cause voter apathy. Okay? Given the fact that he's still outperforming Janet Mills by like 7 points after the voters that were polled knew that he was a rapist, alleged rapist, I think there's still plenty of fucking anger in the tank. Any conversation that does not feature the demands of the Mainers that voted for Graham Plattner pre-rape allegation is the dumbest conversation of all time and will lead to complete failure here against Susan Collins. 100%. The low-key lawyer at the center of the search for a Plattner replacement, Charles Dingman, chair of the Maine Democratic Party and a progressive, would play a key role in choosing the state's Democratic Senate candidate if Graham Plattner leaves the race. This is from Tim Balk. If Graham Plattner withdraws from the Senate race in Maine, the task of finding a new Democratic nominee will fall in part to Charles F. Dingman, a progressive with a soft-spoken professorial style, who is the chair of the Maine Democratic Party. Mr. Dingman, 72, a lawyer from rural Leeds, Maine, who enjoys hiking mountains, sometimes two a day, has been in his role for about a year and a half. But now with Mr. Plattner's campaign appended by a rape allegation that he denies, Mr. Dingman's position has taken on a new urgency. Yeah, people are so eager to dunk on DSA or leftists that they lose sight of what Mainers are saying with their votes. Exactly. I don't know why. Part of the reason why the person, Rasico, who is the rape victim, didn't come out initially was because of the calculation even she was making. Okay? And part of the statement after she came out as being victimized by Graham Plattner was still the idea that she agrees with his politics. Okay? Like it's crazy to me that people are just like casting all of that aside. None of this is to say that Graham Plattner should remain in the race, mind you. I'm saying he should drop out. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the policies and that platform, that left populist rage, still very much remains at the heart of a lot of voters in Maine. Okay? I don't know why people don't see what I'm seeing, and it leads me to believe that maybe there's a little bit of, astroturfing of this message, of this meta. Chat is waiting for you to address this characterization of you. Okay. We got to lock in, please. It's perfectly understandable that a lot of leftists are going to resist the idea that there's value to a rapist endorsement. It's not really that hard to understand. I know, but we're not having a conversation about like the morality of the situation. We're having a conversation about the pragmatic nature of this decision. Okay? Analysis does not equal endorsement. I can't believe I have to repeatedly say this even at this point. I've made my position on Graham Plattner very clear. Okay? I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. We're not talking about online leftists. We're talking about fucking Mainers, man. We're talking about people in Maine. The people that went out, and voted for Graham Plattner in Maine are not majority report heads. They're not Michael from Pennsylvania fans. They're not fans of mine that heard, you know, my commentary on the matter and were like, yeah, it's very clear that Graham Plattner is the better choice here. I'm excited to go and vote for him. They're not. They're people that are not online. Do you understand? So it's the back and forth that's taking place on the timeline on Twitter is utterly immaterial. If anything, the fucking Facebook comments and the TikTok comments are probably closer to the average normie's perspective. It's the same reason why it's very frustrating that whenever I talk about like the qualities of the candidate, when I talk about Graham Plattner and like what was so appealing about Graham Plattner for a lot of people, they immediately go, oh, you're defending him. Oh, you love him. You want him to be your boyfriend. You want him to be your dad. No. Okay. I'm talking about what was appealing, what drew unbelievable turnout in the fucking Senate primaries in Maine. Okay. When I say he's a great communicator, okay, that doesn't mean I like the guy. And that certainly doesn't mean I think he should be the senator, whether today or even before. Okay? It's very stupid because I've seen a lot of that happening on the timeline where people are like, oh, Hasan Piker said Graham Plattner's, comms is really fucking good. It is. It was. He won. It's so strange. What utility is there to deny that? In any case, that's a brief update on the Graham Plattner situation. Trump also fielded some questions where he talked about communism, apparently, in this press conference. So we're going back to Ankara. We're going back to NATO.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and...
Like, again, the problem is that you dismissed the first accusation saying it wasn't credible. You're failing to realize that the first accusation you dismissed is not credible. When you lock someone in a room that is violent, that is a red flag you ignored. Yeah, I still don't think Lindsay Fifield is sincere. I'm going to be honest with you. That's crazy. Lindsay Fifield literally spent most of her political career denying bodily autonomy to women and denying credible rape allegations like the one that I recognize as a credible rape allegation against Graham Plattner when we were potentially discussing the appointment of Brett Kavanaugh a person who had credible rape allegations that Lindsay Fifield worked as a political operative to deny, who then turned around, not only turned around and did that, but also Brett Kavanaugh turned around and denied bodily autonomy to 100 million plus women in this goddamn country. Okay? What I said at the time was if she had contemporaneous conversations and a credible rape allegation, it wouldn't matter if she's a Republican operative or not. The New York Times reporting on this, I stand by my analysis on the New York Times reporting on this. There will be reporting on how the New York Times actually botched their reporting on this to begin with. Just wait. This is not about like, oh, she's an imperfect victim, so I don't believe her. Paired up with the New York Times reporting that actually took Rasico's statements as a troublesome experience. Don't you feel like that's an entirely different type of report?
Socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America.
Her hypocrisy isn't a good argument for the event not happening, and reflexive teaching for it as an excuse makes the environment for victims coming forward worse.
America, who might not have realized how close communism has come to home.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Rape
actually,
apologist.
Look, I want to get the word.
Okay, we're moving on from this. We're going back to the Trump NATO, the Trump NATO statements. Wish you'd ignore the chuds. Sometimes it's not chuds.
Yeah, because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got the free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here.
You talk about it on TikTok.
And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. And think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty.
Great stuff, Mr. President. Thank you. MAGA communism is over. Well, I guess MAGA communists could be like, I could be a better communist than Lenin, and they agree with that. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, while this conversation is taking place, new round of strikes against Iran ordered by Trump to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. says it is holding Iran accountable for what it calls unjustified aggression against commercial shipping and civilian crews. This is from CENTCOM. So back to the same tit for tat back and forth. Great.
Much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies. They're great. We make the best equipment. The Patriots and the Tomahawks and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me. It's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries, for everybody, including ourselves. We have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defensive. Much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase.
Erdogan gave personalized revolvers to each of the leaders attending the NATO summit, along with live rounds of ammo. The Turkish president supplied export papers for each of the guns, which were inscribed with the name of their recipients. Starmer has not taken home the gun he was gifted, as it would be illegal to bring it to the UK, but left it behind for decommissioning. Dude, give it to me, bro. I'll take it. Free gun. That's also such a strange thing where it's like, here, use this to kill yourself. Like, it can, I don't know what it means symbolically. You know what I mean? Here's a free gun with bullets. I don't know. I find it odd.
We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times more. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than 1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have 19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them. The drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, now China is a much higher tariff. It's 100% tariff because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever.
Brother, I don't want to sound alarmist, but with the NATO summit wrapping up with an emphasis on increased defense spending / increased Russian and Ukrainian tensions, renewed Iranian escalations, are we not inevitably heading down towards another world war? I mean, one could maybe make the argument that we already have this world war that's happening, right? I mean, there is war happening all around the world. America's at the site of all of that conflict. America's in the scene of the crime everywhere. But, you know, who knows? But yeah, one thing is clear. De-escalation is not imminent. Russians obviously knew Trump approved giving Ukraine targeting intel for deep strikes on RU energy. Russia answered it this year by providing Iran targeting intel on U.S. bases, radars, and infrastructure. Iran defeated the U.S. Quite a brilliant trade-off. It was from senior fellow at FPRI, Rob Lee, from December, from the New York Times reporting, sorry. But in secret, the Central Intelligence Agency in the U.S. military, with his blessing, supercharged a Ukrainian campaign of drone strikes on Russian oil facilities and tankers to hobble Mr. Putin's war machine. Otherwise, obviously, America would be freaking the fuck out about Ukraine hitting critical Russian infrastructure, specifically for oil and gas. So clearly, the fact that they're not telling Ukraine to stand down implies that they were probably playing a role in the strikes. Which is, again, ironic because it increases the pressure on Trump to de-escalate. Because, again, the more Ukraine gains leverage by successfully striking critical Russian oil and gas infrastructure, okay, the more market volatility increases, the more Trump has to lean into a cessation of hostilities with Iran. Trump having no investment or interest in the Ukrainian war doesn't change the highest priority that Trump has, which is to fix the energy crisis. Okay? Do you guys understand? Every successful strike on Russian oil and gas infrastructure that gives Ukraine tremendous leverage over Russia, okay, that much is clear, also causes more market volatility. It's this very weird predicament that America's in, where on the one side, the more they give Ukraine bandwidth to strike oil and gas, the more critical it is that they stop the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. So what do? These are contradictory goals. As the campaign began to show results, Mr. Ratcliffe discussed it with Mr. Trump. The president seemed to listen to him. They had a frequent Sunday tea time. God. According to U.S. officials, Mr. Trump praised America's surreptitious role in these blows to Russia's energy industry. They gave him deniability and leverage, he told Mr. Ratcliffe, as the Russian president continued to jerk him off. The energy strikes could come to cost the Russian economy as much as $75 million per day, according to one U.S. intelligence estimate. The CIA would also be authorized to assist with the Ukrainian drone strikes on shadow fleet vessels in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Gas lines would start forming across Russia. This has been happening since the beginning of this month. As Financial Times also reported, Ukraine is striking Russian energy infrastructure at an unprecedented rate, according to the Financial Times data analysis showing that Kyiv's intensified drone campaign is spurring Russia's worst fuel crisis in decades. Analysts attribute the growing success of Ukraine's drone campaign to its ability to significantly increase production as well as improve management. American intelligence assistance has also played a role, aiding Kyiv in charting the best paths for his drones and helping to skirt air defenses, senior Ukrainian officials told the Financial Times. Since the beginning of 2026, Russian refineries have been hit at least 194 times, an 11-fold increase from the same period the previous year. I don't think the U.S. objective in energy costs, it is hegemony. In that case, the U.S. is trying to balkanize Russia and take over Iran makes complete sense. No, the United States, as the hegemonic superpower, has obviously the highest interest, the highest priority interest for the United States is to maintain and stabilize oil and gas prices. Okay? A complete collapse of the international order will happen if there is no more oil and gas. It will ruin everything. But at the same time, Ukraine's successive strikes on Russian oil and gas, the oil and gas infrastructure, has given Ukraine tremendous amounts of leverage. Please stop linking me fucking Mitch McConnell memes leaving the goddamn hospital. Okay, stop. It's wild how much of a blind spot we still have for what's happening with that war. These agitprop media sites fail to mention Ukraine is also taking exponentially worse losses and having its infrastructure decimated. But of course, they won't mention any of that. Yes, but again, Ukraine is suffering blows, certainly, as Russia has obviously increased the intensity of its civilian targeting, whether it be critical civilian infrastructure or whether it be like directly killing civilians. Having said that, however, Russia also has a lot to lose in this process, as opposed to in the past, where the Americans were not giving them appropriate targets to hit inside of Russia, and certainly telling them, I assume, not to hit oil and gas infrastructure.
In the history of our country, car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them a year and a half to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it to you in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think about it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces, and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism.
Oh, my
right?
God.
So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you know, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But
where the fuck did this come from, by the way? Where did this come from? Why is he rambling about, what is this? I haven't even seen this. Normally I keep up with all of Trump's like latest fascinations, right? I don't even know where this number came from. Why is he? I'm a numbers guy. I don't see this number. I never saw this number, and I don't know where the Tic Tac decided Donald Trump is the #1 guy. I'm a numbers guy, and Mr. President, Donald Trump, I really like the number. I don't know where you got it, though.
That means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You know, you need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social these are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot.
I know you like the number. Donald Trump keeps saying that he's #1 on TikTok. The truth is that he doesn't even make it into the top 50. He has 16.6 million followers on TikTok. Well, Kabilame has 160 million, and Ashel Speeds has 53 million. Not sure why he's lying about the number. At the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the U.S. Central Command Forces have started conducting additional... Yeah, we already covered this. I already covered this. Çok yarak kafalı bir başkanınız var amına koyayım. Abi yani Türkiye'de de öyle. Herkes reis artık. Herkese bir reis kendine göre.
Communism's.
Do you think he uses picture books in his speech notes? I mean, he definitely uses a teleprompter, I'm pretty sure, right? All right, let's skip. Oh, there was also this. Breaking news. Trump says Iran ceasefire is over and calls Iranian leaders scum. Macron'la Erdoğan el ele. They're not holding their wives' hands. They're holding each other's hands. What the fuck? I got so uncomfortable from the photo. Yeah, they're gay lovers. Bro looks half dead. Is crazy. Erdogan is another one of those, despotic leaders that people that have to live under him routinely claim is on the verge of death or is like one medical incident away. It just doesn't happen. This is why I have a lot of experience with the Trump health scares, Macron living the dream, married to his elementary school sweetheart, his prior teacher. Okay, dude. What a strange. I mean, the Ankara summit has given us some very funny memes, very strange experiences overall. Yeah. Just like you in Moscow, Mitch. Yeah. This is what I did to Moscow, Mitch.
Everything is beautiful. We've had some very good meetings, in particular with Turkey and trade, and now we're meeting with everybody today. As you know, we're going to have a very big meeting with lots of leaders from, I think, every country, right? Every country showed up, every NATO country. Yeah. Plus, we have a couple that aren't in NATO that would like to be in NATO, I guess. But it's been very successful. It's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished it at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined, and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20 to 1, 20 times tougher. And I told them, every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran.
It's just... Okay. I need people to understand something here, okay? Iran fought and won this tremendous leverage, which is the control over ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? Iran fought for it. Iran bled for it. Many Iranians died in the process. Tens of billions of dollars of damage Iran withstood in the process. There's just no way that they're going to magically allow the United States to now casually send ships through the Omani coastline. Okay, Lamau, what are you reading? I'm reading chat. What do you think I'm reading? So obviously they're not going to decide to throw that away. They're not going to magically throw that away, especially when the United States has come to the table for a potential long-standing cessation of hostilities. Okay? All the United States is doing in the process by sending ships off the Omani coastline is goading Iran to go back into the battle. What is gained through war cannot be lost through diplomacy? Yes. So whenever Donald Trump comes out and is like, oh, they're violating, they're treacherous scum, they're whatever, like what gets lost in this conversation is that the memorandum of understanding from the Iranian perspective also gave them control over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran basically said, look, we're going to allow all the ships to go through. They just have to go through on our side. They have to go through with our control over the Strait of Hormuz. For America, the biggest problem is allowing Iran to keep that leverage, allowing Iran to keep this very powerful tool, control over the Strait of Hormuz. So when they say, oh, Iran is actually violating the memorandum of understanding, they're scumbags, it's not true. Iran is not violating the memorandum of understanding. Iran is actually abiding by the conditions set forth within the memorandum of understanding by, trying to maintain their leverage. America doesn't want that leverage, so they're trying to sneak ships through the Omani coastline. That's the reason why Iran initially retaliated by striking some of these ships, right? They're just enforcing their side of the bargain.
And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people.
Yeah, this was an interesting question, too. Paige says, last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed?
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by...
Can we be honest that you're not qualified to give a professional opinion on what? On political commentary? How many years do you think I need to be doing this for you to assume that this is appropriate? If 13 is not enough, then I don't think you're ever going to say that my opinion is worth a damn, which is fine. You can just click out. Perhaps it's not my credentials that you are calling into question. It's that you don't like the things that you're hearing from me. So you're calling into question the credentials. Not a lot of people that do political commentary of this sort, especially on the internet, that have even remotely the credentials that I have, ironically enough, something that I don't usually bring up. Unlike my counterparts in this space, I at least graduated with a political science degree and a communication double major, ironically enough, again. Many of the people, especially on the opposing side, did not even graduate from college or ever graduate with a degree of this sort. They don't even try to make it seem like they know what they're talking about. Oftentimes they will say things like, who needs reading anyway? I can just use my imagination.
By sick people. What changed, and do you think they're...
I got to know them. So
I've
said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two.
How can you say that? You have any qualification when you got no subs in hours? True. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. It's the only way to support independent media, by subscribing. No ads. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today.
They're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. I just finished the job. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm the second largest political commentator on this platform that we're on, one of the largest in North America, the largest left content creator, the largest left political commentator on the independent media side. Here is the largest on this platform. He just happens to be right-wing. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Did you ever read Atlas Shrugged? No, I don't really read books. It's a waste of time. I just invent my own narratives in my mind, and I just build everything off of my own fantasies.
I know he's trying to be sarcastic, but it is quite literally what he does.
I just make everything up.
You're class 4 obese.
Yeah.
The problem is you can't joke about this when you have also said it sincerely in the past. And we've also heard your commentary. Dude likes sarcasm skills. No, I know he's trying to say this sarcastically, but he's also said it sincerely. You know what I mean? If you've said it sincerely in the past, you can't just sarcastically claim it now. Because it just comes across as, you saying it sincerely.
You're class 4 obese.
Yeah, thanks.
Also, for you to say this sarcastically, you would also had to have, shown at other times that you know what you're talking about. Trump ağzının tadını biliyor. Michelin starred chef Fatih Tutak, who prepared the NATO summit dinner menu. Donald Trump liked the braised beef ribs and eggplant puree the most and asked for the recipe to have it added to the White House menu. Trump ağzının tadını biliyor. Aynen. Eyvallah. Turks on top. Turks on top. Oh yeah, here is him saying it sincerely and not with a shred of irony or sarcasm. Here it
You
is.
openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff matters. What matters fundamentally is how do people act, how do people think, and how do people respond to incentives. If you can understand that, then nothing else matters. It's pretty simple. You openly admitted you never do research or read.
He's a Jiangist. Yeah, he's a Professor Jiangist. Professor Chung. Yeah, he also uses a lot of grok to fill the holes that he has, I guess, in his brain.
Roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him first term. And that was a big thing. I think it probably would be a lot stronger had he been around because he was a bad guy, but he was an evil genius, but a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs, if you remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at ships yesterday. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others, and they don't. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years. And we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. Their cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. And that's the way I feel. And I want to thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's Iran. They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different. But we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany, I spoke to France, spoke to UK, spoke to Italy, I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate, they don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please.
Saying that. Cut off all trade with Spain, please. Like, he genuinely thinks he's a king, I think. Do it now. Cut it off. No more tapas, okay? I go to a restaurant. What the hell is a tapas anyway? It's more expensive for tiny plates. Who the hell do you think you are? Cut it off. We're done with that. Big plates only. No more tiny portions. I don't like it. This is food for ants. Finger foods.
Including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly. And this man's a good man, too. Great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain...
God, I've never seen someone reduce themselves so much, so publicly, debase themselves. What a humiliating, spineless piece of shit Mark Rutte is. Dude sitting across from him is just fucking lighting the entire planet on fire. And he just sits there and goes, nope, that is daddy. That's daddy. Oh, thank you for saying I'm good. Daddy, have I done well by you, daddy?
Doesn't agree to anything. And you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figured they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Yes, take it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless.
Don't even talk to them. Don't even listen to them if we're doing trade or not with them. If they say we are, that's a lie. It's over.
Because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working in Spain. In particular Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular Spain. They're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us. And the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us, and we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, $1 trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia. And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them.
I like that he went on to this NATO summit to be like, I'm taking back Greenland. NATO still sucks dick and balls. All of you need to keep giving more money to NATO. Like, it is just, but we've gotten so used to him doing this every single time that it's not even like seen as a disaster at this point. You know? It's no longer even like a disastrous NATO summit. It's just another NATO summit. Awesome. Meanwhile, yes, this fucking spineless little cretin, Mark Rutte, who calls Trump daddy, got a fucking lashing from a Danish reporter. He asked, you sit next to Donald Trump at moments when he talks about conquering Greenland, talks about lashing out at allies like Spain, things it doesn't seem like the old Mark Rutte would approve of. Does this have any effect on your self-respect when you sit there and say nothing?
Out at allies like Spain starting trade wars, things that it doesn't seem like the old Mark Rutte would approve of. Does this have any effect on your self-respect when you sit next to him like that and say nothing?
You know, what I always do is acknowledge when praise is due, and I think.
Awesome. Yeah. No. What can you even say to that question? The question is not even a question; it's an ass whooping.
I think we should praise Donald Trump for the fact that NATO is so much stronger. Of course, it has to do with the Russian threat. It has to do with the war in Ukraine, but it very much also has to do with President Trump delivering now what since Eisenhower the United States tried to achieve, equalizing spending between the US and Europe. And it makes Europe stronger. It makes Europe more relevant for the United States as a partner. So that is the transformative character of this summit, of what happened in The Hague, the implementation since The Hague, this summit as a point in time where we take stock. And I think that is extremely important. And when it comes to Greenland, I already explained. We had a meeting in Davos. And I said, I agree with you when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, gaining access to the High North. But let's do this together. We have NATO for this. Let's work together on this. This is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, we have very...
EU is just America orbiter and Iran is a snarker. Am I understanding politics? Yes, you've nailed it. You've nailed it. Thank you. He did another press briefing with Syrian President ABDULvsHALEY, and he said he will be informing Congress he will be removing Syria from the state-sponsored terror list. Yeah, I saw that.
So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. Doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him.
OMG, it's Hassan the Savior, the Messiah, the one to save the world from communism, T, propaganda, fascism, socialism, and shocking his dog XD. It's awesome. Thank you.
It's their biggest asset. You want to know that?
I don't even know what
So,
T propaganda is.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Dear Donald, let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night.
Dude, my my haters have gotten significantly dumber. They were always pretty stupid, but as the years have gone by, I don't know what happened, but like they've just gotten stupider and stupider. I don't know how. It's incredible.
At the presidential palace, I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe. Degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for Europe.
Yeah, he straight up, he just sat there. He sat there and was like, it is so good that you are destroying Iran and its ballistic missiles capability. Everyone here, including Donald Trump, knows that that's not what happened, right? Like, that didn't happen. That did not happen. We know that it didn't happen. Mainstream reporting on it shows that that did not happen. And one of the best pieces of evidence for why it did not happen is the fact that Iran kept fucking striking Israel until they were like, okay, let's just stop doing that. Please. And not only that, but NATO's position currently and the European allies' position currently is please follow through on the memorandum of understanding and end this war, because it's leading to energy market collapse. None of this is beneficial for Europe. The continuation of the war is not beneficial for Europe in any meaningful capacity. And yet Mark Rutte has to sit there and be like, no, this is great. This is awesome. Thank you for degrading the ballistic missiles, the ballistic munition striking capability of Iran. That's why things were looking up when he did the Palace Versailles signature. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Look at this. Look. They asked him, what is your reaction to the recent U.S. attacks on Iran? NATO's Rutte, I think it was absolutely necessary. Iran is violating the ceasefire.
Yes, sir.
What is your reaction on the recent U.S. attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary because when you have a ceasefire and Iran is basically violating the ceasefire, and we've seen what happened yesterday with ships being attacked, I think it is totally crucial that the US forcefully reacts.
Yes, sir.
What is your reaction on the
Oh my God. Drone production for Russia is being cooked is one good thing I'd say, but I don't know beyond that. Russia has its own drone productions, I thought. No, I don't even think that they rely on Iranian drone facilities any longer. Do they?
For the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response.
He's so full of shit. What about when Israel ignores a ceasefire? No, that's good. He loves when Israel ignores ceasefires. Are you kidding me? Anyway, there's more from the NATO summit. Trump says Ukraine's escalation inside of Russia could help end the war.
On occasion, by phone. We had a great talk the other day, I think, very positive. And I think we have some very good stories to tell, what's going on. He wants to see a settlement, and I think President Putin wants to see a settlement. And usually that means a settlement, but who knows, this is a tough one. But I just, we just had our NATO meeting, and it was a great meeting.
Yeah, see, pretty much all drones used in Ukraine are produced in Russia now. Russia to produce over 32,000 drones each year by 2030, TASS reports. Yeah, they're no longer drop shipping Shaheds like they were initially.
Probably heard it was a great meeting. There was a lot of love in that room. A lot of unity, and I don't think it could have been. Marco, what do you think? It couldn't have gone much better. Do you have a feeling as to what you just saw?
Very positive. A lot of unity, strength in it.
Yeah, really good. Scott, what do you think?
Yes, sir. All the Europeans contributed you to saving NATO, and they want to do what they're supposed to do and do the right thing.
Yeah, there was something very special, and I will say that what they've done with Turkey and President Erdogan has been a friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Strong man, good man, and he's done a fantastic job. Every road is so.
That article's from January 2024, lol. Yeah, all the way back in January 2024, they were already changing their production away from their reliance on Iran. Am I wrong? I mean, I might be wrong. I was under the assumption that they were utilizing Iranian Shahed drones, but they swapped over to their indigenous domestic manufacturing. And I could be totally wrong on this, but that's what I thought was going on. Yes, you are wrong. If you have a better article on this stuff, I'd love to look at it. Not saying that they haven't used Shaheds, but they're producing the Shaheds on their own now rather than getting it from Iran. Am I wrong about this? This is what I thought was going on. I could be. Russia lifts lid on secretive drone factory as satellite images reveal rapid expansion at key site. This is from 2025. Yeah, see, they're making Shahed drones at their own facilities now. I don't know why I can't fucking see this article, god damn it. Here's another one. How China supercharged Putin's drone factories. Moscow is ramping up production of its giant arms complex fueled by components from Beijing. In Tatarstan. You are correct. Their domestic product Shahed is called the Garen 2. I think they're very confused on what now? You just said two things. Ukraine importing from Russia and about Iran. Wait, what? Ukraine? No, I think you misunderstood my point. My point was Russia initially got a lot of drones from Iran, Shahed drones. Then they ramped up Russia, not Ukraine. Why the fuck would Ukraine get drones from Iran? What are you talking about? Yes, that's what I was confused about. Did I misspeak? If you rewind, if you subscribe, you can rewind. No, I never intended to say that Ukraine gets drones from Iran. No, I'm talking about Russia. I probably said Russian drones used in Ukraine, and then you misheard me.
Everything's perfect. He's from the airport to the destination, everything's been perfect. So we had a really good meeting, and we thought this would be a good time.
Yeah, when I said majority of drones being used in Ukraine by Russia, okay, that's where the misunderstanding comes from. I said drones, the majority of the drones used in Ukraine, when I'm talking about by Russia, like the drones being deployed in Ukraine by Russia, are now Russian manufactured.
Time for President Zelensky and I to meet, and we'll see what we can do. But we've actually developed a good relationship. It's hard to believe, right? From the Oval Office to now, I think we've developed a very good relationship. And
this is not the end.
No, this is not. This is going to be the beginning, maybe.
Yeah.
Just the beginning. And you know, the country has a lot of future. It has such great land, such great assets, such great people. And you have a lot of people. I was with a group in Poland, and you have a lot of people in Poland, and which is a terrific country with a really great president. I happen to endorse him, so, and he's doing a very good job. And they were saying they love Poland, but they really want to go back. You know, you're going to get a lot of people back when this is over. They left some, and they're all. I think they're going to come back.
Is this the Zaluzhny article? The one that you just linked me, chatter? The one that says that the European estimates on like Ukraine's successes are overestimating Ukraine's capabilities. There's still a lot more need from NATO. Yeah. Oh, it is the Zaluzhny article. Yes. Valery Zaluzhny reports, the ambassador to Ukraine in the United Kingdom, reports on the Telegraph. He says, do not assume Russia has lost the war. Modern warfare no longer rewards tactical victories the way it once did. The article basically talks about Ukraine's successful strikes on logistics and how much leverage the attacks on critical infrastructure gave Ukraine, something that I've acknowledged, and the steady erosion of Russia's military position as evidence that the conflict is approaching its end. That is a dangerous misreading of the war. It reflects a tendency to interpret events through the lens of individual battlefield successes rather than the wider strategic picture. Modern warfare no longer rewards tactical victories in the way that it once did. Advances in drone technology, precision strike capabilities, and surveillance have transformed the battlefield, making decisive breakthroughs extraordinarily difficult for either side. Saying the Zaluzhny piece basically ends with, Russia is better positioned to win the long-term war, better positioned to withstand the war of attrition as opposed to Ukraine. This is no longer a war of swift maneuvers, it's a war of attrition. Every tactical gain now comes at an extraordinary cost. Positions can be taken, but holding them, reinforcing them, and evacuating the wounded has become increasingly difficult under constant drone surveillance. Success on the battlefield is measured in meters rather than miles, and often at a price that bears little relation to its strategic value. The same is true beyond the front line. Ukraine's increasingly effective strikes against Russian logistics and critical infrastructure. Oh, hold on. Doors open. Sorry. Impose real costs on Moscow, but these attacks are expensive, technologically demanding, and ultimately reciprocal. Russia retains the ability to strike back with equal or greater force. Neither side can rely on this form of warfare to produce a decisive strategic outcome. The battlefield has therefore reached something close to equilibrium. Russia lacks the military capacity to conquer Ukraine outright. Equally, Ukraine does not currently possess the means to liberate all occupied territory by force alone. The military balance has become one of mutual denial. Can you give me chopsticks and the sauces? Yeah, the Asian sauces though. If the measure is whether the Kremlin achieved its original political objectives, then it clearly is not. Bros casually delivery come inside his office? No. He's so stupid. Yeah, I just opened the all the doors. You can just like walk right into my home, dude. What are you, fucking nuts? How come a Ukrainian ambassador is openly saying this? Doesn't this essentially admit that Ukraine is more cooked than the Western press says? I mean, he's saying this because he wants more support. Yeah, not that one. No, those ones. Yeah, thank you. It's fine. The reason why he's saying this is because in order for Ukraine to win, like Ukraine's territorial, or not territorial, but like Ukraine's is a call to action. It's a demand from NATO to do more, to seize victory here. That's what's going on.
A big percentage are going to come back. So we're going to have a good talk, and we're going to see how it all goes. And Mr. President, would you like to say something?
Thanks so much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for this meeting. And we're very thankful, as always, to your support, American support, bipartisan support. Thanks for the invitation to this summit. And I think that I agree with you. We have a lot what to discuss and what to speak about. And of course, we are thankful for the Pearl program. And we want to share with you some details, what we want to raise during our meeting. Air defense is the priority. The second point, or maybe the first, about negotiations. I think, yes, we understand what to do. It's our estimation what to do, how to bring this, and I hope that you will do. I'm sure that you will do everything to stop this war. Yeah, and I'm very happy that our side began to work on drone deal, and it's very good beginning. And I hope that today I will have possibility to also to discuss with you some very important details. Thank you so much.
Well, we've settled a lot of wars, and this one is the one that I thought maybe would be the easiest. But Putin's a difficult character, and this guy's a difficult character. It's not the easiest thing, and there's a lot of commitment, and there's a lot of love of the countries and everything else. But I think we've made a lot of progress in the last couple of weeks, and we'll see how it all goes. So, do you have any questions?
President Trump, sir. President Trump. With the Iran ceasefire possibly over, can we expect the resumption of full-scale hostilities?
They are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And, we hit them hard last night after they launched a couple of, you don't have to know about this, you got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. It's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war. It's really the denuclearization of Iran.
Iran proliferating. Breaking. Iranian lawmakers have discussed raising uranium enrichment to 90% weapons grade level as a potential option if the U.S. and Israel attack again, per TASS. This follows Iranian Parliament National Security Commission spokesperson Ebrahim Rezai's warning that Iran has many options not used during the recent 40-day war, including NPT withdrawal, nuclear doctrine shift, and closure of both strategic straits, the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb. A parliamentary plan for full NPT withdrawal is already ready for review. If Iran faces an existential threat, modifying the nuclear doctrine could also be put on the agenda. They're moving into the HasanAbi doctrine stage.
And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. Because my whole thing is not about regime change. It's not about, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're the, I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change. But that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. And it's denuking or denuclearization. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir. President Trump.
If they did, they'd use it, and we're not going to let that
President Trump, sir.
Daniel?
You've made a career making deals in very challenging situations. Speaking to President Zelensky, speaking to President Putin, in your view, sir, what is the most pragmatic pathway forward to finding a long-term peace deal?
I just think they're going to make a deal. Look, this deal has been in the works for a long time. It's got the pluses, the minuses. They know what it is. He knows what it is better than anybody. And I just think it's sometimes, you know, I used an analogy, and it sounds simple, but it's sort of true. You have two kids in a park, and they don't like each other, and they start fighting. Sometimes you have to let them fight, let them see that it's tough. You know, it's tough. Fighting is tough. And he's done an amazing job. Look, he's been very effective. Now he's had.
I mean, this is partially the reason. This is partially how you can tell. Since the strikes on oil refineries and shit, like, there has been a lot more leverage for Ukraine because Trump is now talking about Ukraine positively. You know what I mean? At least they've been able to make a convincing case to Trump that Ukraine has, has charted some gains here.
The best equipment because he's had our equipment, and he said, "Great, but somebody has to use that equipment." And you have a lot of brave people that are using that equipment. And Russia, you know, it's a big country, but it's a big force. Russia's always been a big fighting force, so you know it's. But I really believe it's ready. It's very interesting because you'd almost say it's worse than ever, and maybe it isn't. Sometimes with war, and you study war, and I've studied it so long, for years, long before I did this, sometimes it's when it gets the worst.
Definitely. Donald Trump definitely studied war long before he became president.
And I don't know that it's the worst right now. It's consistently bad. They lost 25,000 people were lost, kids, young people, last month. And we had a month, 35 2 months ago. And I would say more Russians. And but it's just, they're people. They're people. And there's actually very little difference between the people. I mean, you know, it's like the Russians and Ukrainian people. And they can get along. But it's a nasty war. Thousands and thousands, mostly soldiers, are being killed. The battlefields, I see pictures and it's horrible. He thinks it's horrible. We all think it's horrible. And the president wants to get it done, and I believe that President Putin wants to get it done, and that should be a good combination. Thank you.
Mr. President, what is your assessment on Ukraine's strike on Russian oil refineries and military factories?
Where are you from?
Ukraine.
Come on, they're the same people.
Phrase the question differently.
Stop fighting.
Ukraine deliver alone strikes
He's
on
like,
Russian
just as my
military
best friend
factories
Vladimir Putin says. Just as my best friend Vladimir Putin says, you guys are the same people. Why are you fighting? Just give it up. I don't understand it. Why fight? You say Kiev. You say Kiev. He says Kiev. Who gives a damn? It's chicken Kiev. Same language.
Refineries, and they ran out of gas.
Marco, why don't you answer that? Because you're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end. And,
Mr. President, what makes you think that Mr. Putin might be seeking for the settlement?
So where are you from?
Radio Free Europe's Ukrainian service. I'm from Ukraine.
Okay, good. Because I talked to him. I talked to him. I talked to President Zelensky, and I think...
He's like, Margot, didn't we cut our funding? Margot, why does she have funding still? I don't understand it.
That's all I've done. My whole life I made deals. That's, I guess becoming president was making a deal, right? It was like a lot of little individual things. In the end, it's making a deal. And that's what I do. And I do it well, and I know when people want to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal. And I do feel that President Zelensky would like to get back to rebuilding.
Remember
this
when he
country
said
as
this
opposed to,
like 158 times in the first like month of his presidency? When he brought Zelensky up to be like, you fucking piece of shit, why don't you say thank you? That was awesome.
you know, having all of this death and destruction. Ukraine has tremendous potential. He understands that. We talk about that. He talks about that more than he talks about the war. You know, to me, I think you might find that more exciting than the war. It's brutal. The other's the beauty of it. You know, I think he'll build a great country. I think he's going to build it. We have a little stake in that country, you know, because we have some land in that country, but we have minerals. It's among the wealthiest. It's among the best land anywhere in the world for rare earth. And
Mr. President, Russia is bombing my city account.
I look forward to taking advantage of it at the right time.
Mr. President, Europe to make Patriot missiles in Europe.
He's one of my favorite soldiers. I see him. He's central casting. You, right? You doing okay?
Yes.
We see him at meetings. He's good. He's done a great job. Great job.
Trying to do our best.
Yeah, great hero, actually.
Mr. President, will you allow Europe to make Patriot interceptors in Europe? Are you comfortable with licensing that technology?
About what?
Patriot interceptors to be made in Europe.
And you're talking with respect to Ukraine. Well, we're going to talk about that. You know, look, it's a defensive weapon, which I like, better than an offensive weapon. It's the best. So I was saying we have an aircraft carrier, which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour.
What? Nani? Wakarimashita. Trump-sama. The Islamic Republic of Japan? Orura. Dude, imagine trying to... How the fuck do you say mashallah in Japanese? Oh my God. Mashuraru aruraru. That's... I don't even know how you would say mashallah. I love this. This is real for me. The Islamic Republic of Japan is real. Japanese Muslim guy trying to say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim unironically is like a Nick Mullen bit. Incredible.
111 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down. Pretty much most by Patriots, but by other means also, as you know. Yeah. Other less expensive means. It's even better when you do that. But out of the 111 missiles, every one of them was shot down. It didn't hit the ship, and bad things happen, right, when that happens. So think of that, over a period of 1 hour, these missiles are coming at you, and every one of them shot down. So I think one of the things we're going to be talking about is, as you know, the companies, we have great power over the companies. Those companies that make the Patriot and make all of the great stuff, the Tomahawks, all of the great stuff. We have the best stuff. Many things. The Patriot's great, but we have many, many great things. You see that with Venezuela. You see it with Iran. Look, Iran has been wiped out. Iran, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, everything's gone. But one of the things I think we're going to be talking about today, a little birdie told me this, about the fact that we'll give them the right to make Patriots. We'll show them how to do it. It's very complex, actually, but you'll figure out the complexity quickly. And we're talking about that, and the company that makes them, which is building now 4 plants, all of our companies will be able to do this in 2 to 3 months. If you order a Patriot, now you have to wait a long time for them. Same thing with Tomahawks. We have a lot of certain equipment, but they call it the elite equipment, and you don't need elite equipment necessarily for a war. But so one of the things we're going to be talking about is we're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? This way you can't complain that we're not giving them enough. I say make them yourself. We haven't informed the company of that yet, but that'll work out all right. I'm sure they'll be thrilled. But they'll be able to do it. You'll be able to figure that out. Most countries couldn't do that. No. If I said that to most countries, they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But this is a very ingenious group. And what I like about that, it's a defensive situation as opposed to an offensive. But I think one of the things you might want to be talking about is that. That's what I heard. Little birdie told me that.
President, on Iran, can you clarify, does the end of the ceasefire mean that we are back to a full-scale military conflict?
Look, they violate the agreement every day. They lie, they cheat, they kill people. They've been killing people for 47 years. They knocked out the SS Cole. We lost, 200 people more. That was a long time ago. For 47 years, no president did anything about that. Well, Obama actually gave them vast amounts of money. You'd like this. He gave them a plane load of money, $1.7 billion in green cash. They loaded up a Boeing 757. Remember the old 750? It was a beautiful plane loaded up with cash. They took all the seats out, and they took all of the cash from Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. banks. They had no money. They took every ounce of cash, put it in, flew it to Iran, and gave them the money. I wonder what these guys thought of when the door opened and cash fell out of this big plane, beautiful plane. And then on top of that, they gave them billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, they gave it to the wrong country, frankly. You want to know the truth. And it began. That was pretty much the Obama deal. That was one of the worst tragedies that happened. That's what happened in the Middle East. That deal set back that whole situation. They went with it. Frankly, they picked the wrong country. They picked the wrong country. POC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal.
JCPOC? What? Oh my God. Jesus Christ, people of color. That's what I call it. Jesus Christ, peace. I don't, I don't even know. What would it be? Piece of crap. Oh, PLC. Piece of crap.
Because what he did with that deal is he caused tremendous hardship in the Middle East. It was a terrible, terrible thing to do. And we've been just the opposite. Our deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal. But I don't know if we're going to have a deal. We may just do it without a deal. Because you know what? It's easier. Because these people, they lie and they cheat, and you have an agreement, and they'll go outside. For instance, they agreed, well, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. They agreed. Then they go outside, they have a news conference, or they leak that we never discussed the subject. Now, who would believe we never discussed the subject? Because for me, that's 99.9% of what we're doing. It's denuclearization of Iran, okay? So when you ask, our guys can continue. You know, Steve is great, and Jared, and all the guys. They know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff, too. I wonder which. I picked two beauties. You know what? We settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties here. But Steve's great, and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. And we'll see what happens. But I will say this. Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And the roadside bomb was their preferred, you know,
I can't deal with the fact that, like, no one will dispute this, but the JCPOA was successful. If the goal was to stop Iranian uranium enrichment, it was the most successful instance of foreign policy and diplomacy that Obama engaged in. It's so crazy that he came in and was mad, or not, he wasn't even mad necessarily. He just came in and as Israel's slave, pretty much, ripped that shit apart. Because there was only one party that didn't want it. It was Israel. And then took it one step further and finally attacked Iran militarily. It's just so terrible. The world's fate hangs on this man's hands.
preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick. And then all they did was they made bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs, but their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they live because of modern medicine. You can do anything, but they're living like in hell. Their whole life changed because of Iran. And that was 96% of the people that used that, they were made in Iran. And so we have a score to settle too.
Mr.
President, you say that President Putin is...
It's pretty wild how little Iran has done stuff to us. And we have, for the most part, a lot of people don't know this. I mean, I'm sure you're in this community, so you've heard me say this before, but Iran was an ally post 9/11. Iran was actually consistently an ally in the global war on terror. And what's really interesting about this is, like, the only time when there was like a little bit of friction was in Iraq with the Shia population, but that's pretty much it. Outside of that, Iran gave the United States targets to bomb for Al-Qaeda, for all these other like Salafist groups. Iran mourned the losses of America during 9/11, like right after 9/11. Iran was shocked when the Acts of Evil speech came out and they were mentioned as a part of the enemies that were responsible for 9/11 because like it doesn't make any sense because like they thought from their perspective, it's like, oh, Saudi Arabia did this. Who's our biggest enemy? Saudi Arabia. Great. You know, time to fucking roll up your sleeves and get to work. America took Iran's biggest ops in the region, like Saddam Hussein, and Saudi Arabia, and we're like, you guys are all the same. How crazy is that? That's got to be like the highest profile racist policy of all time. And people just ate that shit up. And they still believe it. They're like, oh, Iran, Iraq, what's the difference? They're all ISIS. Mind-boggling. Yeah, America did the slop tuber special. Incredible.
Ready to finish this war. What if he doesn't? Are you ready to put pressure on Russia? Are you ready to put more sanctions?
We have a lot of pressure on President Putin. You know, I don't think he likes what's going on. I don't think he's thrilled with what's happening. There's a lot of pressure on President Putin to get it done. I think there's pressure on everybody to get that one done. A lot of pressure.
Mr. President, what's your security guarantee for Ukraine?
The guarantee?
Yeah, security guarantee for Ukraine.
The security guarantee you're talking about? I mean, not that we want to do it. We'll do it to save lives. Look, Ukraine's very far away. We have an ocean separating us. What I'm doing is I'm trying to save lives. A lot of lives are being lost. I also think that it's a country with great potential. I think if this kind of brain power can go toward rebuilding the country instead of fighting a war, I think it's going to do. I think that.
My man took the long way home to go, nothing. There's your answer. He's like, oh, security guarantees. Well, Ukraine, you guys are a beautiful country.
Country's going to do fantastically well. And likewise, Russia, you know, look, they're devoting a lot of energy. A lot of energy. Do you have a question for President Putin, please? Do you have a question for
President Putin?
President Putin, not Zelensky. Putin. Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because I'm going to ask him that question.
I have a question. Last year you called Trump.
Safe. No, he saved it. He did the Biden thing, but then he saved it. Sorry, libtards. He saved it. He played it off so cool. Nice save, Mr. President. Thank you. You got a question for President Putin? For President Putin, I'm not Zelensky. I'll ask him for you. He ain't saved shit. Yeah, he did not.
Russia a paper tiger, referring that they're not doing that.
Who did I call?
I'm from Telegraph UA, Ukrainian media.
No, give us a question, not for Zelensky. Give us a question for Putin. Because I'm speaking to him today.
Yeah,
Putin,
Give me a good, hard question.
when will he end this war?
Okay, bro, we get it. You fucked up. You don't have to be like, oh my God. You know what? I respect him. I respect him for sticking to it. He's like, no, I wanted you to ask a question for President Putin. Not for this guy, Zelensky, for President Putin. I know the difference. I know the difference. Look at Zelensky's face, bro. Look at my man's face, bro. Mr. President, please just let me answer a question. We need more money and Patriot missile. Mr. President, I know I have to sit here and say you're doing all right.
That's a good question. I don't think I've ever asked him that question. I've been asking that question.
Mr. President, what's the status of a drone deal between the U.S. and Ukraine? What's the status?
By the way,
of the
I will tell you though, he's going to tell you that he wants it ended as soon as he can end it. He wants it ended. He wants to end it soon. And I ask him.
I swear he's feeling himself. He thinks he's got the demeanor of a man who just aced his test after not studying at all. Okay? In his mind, he fucking nailed it. Like, he's like, yeah. I'll tell you what he'd say. I'll tell you. Because you want to know. You want to know. I'll tell you what he says. He'd say, Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time. No one has ever been like him. He's said it. It's real. It's true. He's said it before. He'd say, I wasn't afraid of Joe Biden, but I'm afraid of you. That's right. Very cool. Aren't I very cool? You know what he'd say? He'd say, #1 on TikTok.
And we talk. I talk to him a lot. I talk to him a little bit less, but the relationship is very good. But I talk to President Putin a lot. He wants to end the war.
Mr. President,
a lot of people don't believe that.
Doesn't he want the status of a drone deal between Ukraine?
What are President Putin's conditions for ending the war? Do you know what?
Well, they were certain conditions that were a little bit different. I think they're changing. I think they're probably getting a little bit better toward some of the things that you'd like. It's been tougher in Russia. It's been a lot tougher than it was supposed to be. I mean, in all fairness, this was supposed to be this is a war that would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. You'd have a full country, you know. I mean, just a shame that it happened. But no, this is something that I think Zelensky wants to do and Putin wants to do. They want to get it done. Ask the president that question. Ask him.
Пане президенте, ви знаєте, на яких зараз умовах Володимир Путін готовий завершувати війну в Україні? Чи ж вони змінилися?
No, I don't know what conditions Putin now wants for this peace. So I think that they are changing in any way, because at the very beginning of full-scale war, he was stronger, and now I think he is losing initiative on the battlefield. I think his army, but that's why I think that because of technologies, because it's not the question now of number of people. People, our heroic people, are very important. But now it's not the question of only number of people. First of all,
Austin, asked me to do something. Oh my God, dude. Let's be real. Nobody gives a shit. It never worked for Ukraine.
People and technologies, people with technologies. Now I think that we have better steps, technological steps further than Russia, maybe quicker, because they that they produce a lot of different things which are tough, strong against us, but we are quicker. And that's why I think that now initiative moved to our hands. Not totally, but moved. We are trying to move this war to the sky from the battlefield. That's why we now began to control the battlefield. This is very important. It's difficult when you have less people to move them back. But we found another way how to do it, to cut their logistic for their army. It's about weapon, petrol, diesel, without massive human losses. That is the difference between us, by the way. Russia is, I mean, this
He's got a lot of support. I just left a room with, where they have, I mean, mostly European, you have Canada, but mostly European countries. And they have great support for Ukraine. And, really great support. One of the things, you talk about questions for Putin, but one of the things that I talked to him about was, where would you want to meet? And he said, ideally in Moscow. I said, you're not going to meet in Moscow. It just doesn't work. You can't do that. But he'll meet, and Zelensky's going to meet, and something's going to happen that's going to be positive. And I hope it's going to happen soon, because they have to, number one, lives, but number two, building your country, because it's got a tremendous.
Trump retweeting a fake photo of an attack on Iran. This is in retribution for yesterday's bombing of ships by Iran. If it happens again, it will get much worse. Trump posting a fake image from open source intel. Awesome. It's an Israeli account, by the way. Open source intel is literally an Israeli possible Mossad account. Yeah, retruthed by real American patriots now. Awesome.
Future, in my opinion. Yeah.
Where was it held and when would that happen?
I don't know.
Mr. President,
President Putin said, I would love to meet in Moscow. And I said, I don't think, I have to put myself in his position. I don't know that he'd go to Moscow. Maybe he would. Would you go to Moscow?
It's difficult. There are a lot of Ukrainian drones there. That's right. It's dangerous.
He doesn't want to be hit by a drone.
Europe.
No, it's hard. It's hard to go to Moscow.
Mr. President,
I thought I'd answer that question. I didn't want to ask him that question.
Mr. President, how to ensure that Ukraine will not be attacked again by Russia?
What about?
How to make sure that Ukraine will not be attacked by Russia again?
Well, look, you mean in the future?
Yes.
You mean after there's an agreement? Well, we're going to work on a security guarantee and Russia respects us a lot, and we're going to work on some kind of a security. If we can make the right deal, we'll help Europe. I mean, Europe is going to be watching it, but we're going to be helping them, and we'll work on some kind of a security package that will make sure. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that if we make a deal, Russia is going to be very happy, and they're going to get on with other things. They have, by the way, as a country too, they have tremendous potential. They have tremendous land.
This is the most lucid he's seemed in a while. Yeah, because he had that Turkish eggplant puree and the braised ribs. He's been maybe eating some baklava too. Baklava yedi baklava. That's why.
Valuable land that they can do things with, and they have tremendous potential. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see. That question is, they're going to attack again. I don't see it at all. I think they've had it. This has been going on.
You're a clown. You're funny. Thank you.
For almost 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? I mean, it's a tribute because it's a bigger country, strong country, and it's an amazing tribute. Anything else?
With the Patriot missiles. With the Patriot.
All right, let's skip this shit.
Well, this morning, Maine Senate nominee Graham Plattner.
Oh my God. There's no new information on Graham Plattner, right? Troy Jackson announced he's running for Maine Senate. That's cool. I know we're waiting. We're waiting for more. We're waiting for more information because Plattner's supposed to be coming out. What did Zaid say? Oh, here, let's hear what Zaid had to say. The Plattner campaign's organizing director has resigned from the main Democratic Party over their lack of engagement with grassroots organizers and volunteers in determining the nominee placement process. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I wonder what the fucking main Dems are going to do, honestly. I'm actually worried. What is Turkish delight called in Turkey? Great question. Lokum. Lokum. Greek delight? No. No. The way I see it, 70% of main Dems chose Plattner, probably not endorsing his skeletons so much as his policies. They will be most likely to turn out to defeat cons if the ME Dems make sure those policies are their policies. I think with Biden, the Dems tried to solve this by Kamala, who ran as basically Biden too. It wasn't even a bad plan if Biden won wasn't so unpopular. Whether you believe the allegations or not, problem with Plattner is his personal life is sucking up all the attention rather than the issues. That's a disaster for the race. What? Does Turkey have a gun culture like the U.S.? I'm still hung up on the handgun thing. No, we do not. Chances Plattner says fuck you and goes for it, very low. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. You're built like Babe Ruth. What the fuck? I have no idea what Babe Ruth is built like. But I just don't, I don't know. We're about to find out. We're about to find out if Graham Plattner is narcissistic to that degree. Babe Ruth is kind of fat. Oh, that's why he's saying that. Dude, it's such a weird thing that these guys are always doing nowadays. Like a lot of haters. This new thing that they do is like they'll either make me fat with AI and be like, this is what you look like. And I don't know why they keep doing that. I don't know if it's because they've hallucinated themselves into thinking that I look like that or something. Or they think like it'll get to me or something. Because like I've been pretty open about my body dysmorphia, but like it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? You can't just like you have to actually hit me when I am feeling insecure. Like if there's anything that I feel insecure about, like you can't just like fucking randomly be like, you're fat when that's not the case. You know what I mean? Literally then trying to trigger dysmorphia. I know, but it doesn't work that way. I've spent. It's because Epstein hypothesized you're wearing suits because you gained weight and suits look good even if you're fat. Yes, it's that stupid. Wait, that's what it is? That's where this came from? That's so funny. I thought that there was like some other reason why they just kept. I thought it was weird because for all my for my entire career, even when I was actually fat, no one ever said I was fat. So I always found it strange that like in the past couple of months, this has been like the number one thing that they keep saying. And I just and now like Asmin Roach also says it too, and it's very weird. And I think it's really funny because it only makes the people that are saying it look more insane. Because it literally is like when they say like, oh, Hamas, Diddy, Piker, the dog striker, 9/11 enjoyer, stuff like that. Most people go, ew, you're gross. The fuck are you talking about? And if you turn around and you're like, hey, isn't this guy fucking fat? Dude, look at this fat piece of shit, right? Most people are going to look at you and go, the fuck are you talking about? Call Asmongold Bugs Bunny from now on. Trust me. What does that even mean? His teeth? What's wrong with his teeth? What is this? The recombobulation area. David Crowley will endorse Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez in the race for Wisconsin governor after dropping out. Yeah, I mean, we know this. Yeah, they're trying to actively and aggressively push for, they're trying to make Sarah Rodriguez happen. They're trying to make Sarah Rodriguez happen because they're worried about Francesca Hong. You got a Haley Stevens, those burps, big dog? Fuck no. Toby Durden has a new grandchild. Oh, hell yeah, Turby. Turby Durden, we're pleased to welcome the beautiful and perfect Lila Elizabeth to the world. Blessed beyond measure. Dude, I saw a comment somewhere that said Hasan actually has endorsed Toby Durden more than he has Graham Plattner, and it's kind of true. But you could basically say that about most politicians versus Toby Durden. This is his grandchild, Chudbert. Stop. Grandpa Turby. Blessed beyond measure to be grandparents for the third time. There is no greater joy in life than the birth of a child. Congratulations to Jenny and DJ. Wait, Donald John Trump? Does Toby know who you are? No, but his campaign manager does, and he fucking hates me. His campaign manager has like tweeted at me over and over again saying if Turby becomes governor, he's going to ban your entry into the state. Donald John Bam Margera is the child's full name. Governor. Turby Derby, Governor of South Dakota. Kaya, what are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? You learned. Kaya is a little bit like Turby Derby, honestly. She's like the Turby Derby of dogs. At least she's not like the Dusty Johnson of dogs, though, because that would Free travel between. I like that you took the threats that he made seriously. Free travel between states is enshrined in the Constitution, is it not? Yeah, I don't think they care. Jasmine Crockett is back.
For me, I am going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Tallarico isn't me standing on a stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people to vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly, some people just not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and
Wait, why not both?
increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas. You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot, it was racist. It was a racist race. It is what it is, right? But we live in America, as y'all are celebrating 250, okay? We know what this country is.
An endorsement only takes like 2 minutes. This is bullshit. Yeah, no, I know. She just doesn't. She's a sore loser. I'm sorry. Why are Democrats pretending like Summer Lee isn't ghetto and their DEI meltdown is somehow a win? She absolutely is ghetto and anti-American, and worst of all, she defends Islamic terrorism and supports Hasan Piker's calls for violence. Yeah, Laura Loomer, fuck you. Wait, is she saying that Tallarico's racist? She's saying that it was racism that won Tallarico the primaries or something. I don't know. This was so awesome. God.
You disavow your friend Hasan Piker for inciting riots outside Delaney Hall last weekend?
Oh, well, actually, I think that Delaney Hall is a disgrace. Will you disavow your friend Laura Loomer, who calls black women ghetto black bitches?
She doesn't mean that.
She doesn't mean that. She doesn't mean that. What is this? Have you seen this yard? God, country, Trump, Durden. Oh, God, that's so awesome. That's so awesome. God, country, Trump, Durden, South Dakota. Governor of South Dakota. Is AI? I don't care, brother. I don't care if it's AI. I know it's real. I know it's real. You know who calls that AI? NBC News. Haley Stevens' campaign is seeking to paint ABDULvsHALEY as a sexist podcast, bro. Oh my fucking Lord. That is going to be the literal worst. They're calling this the worst campaign in history. Okay, one, negative campaigning doesn't draw turnout. Okay, it's literally the pigeon doing fucking stand-up comedy meme. Bernie bros are sexist. Bernie bros are misogynistic. Bernie bros are misogynistic, and they're like, boo, get new material. And the fucking pigeon is like sifting through, or the crow. Sorry, I always say pigeon. The crow is sifting through the cards, and it's just the same. Bernie bros are misogynistic. Someone make that meme for me, please. I want to fucking quote retweet this with that. I'm sure that meme already exists, right? By the way, I mean, what can you say about the instincts of this campaign? Shannon Watts is a member of Team Stevens. Shannon's fierce advocate for the safety of our kids and communities, and I'll continue to work with groups like Moms Demand Action to fight for a future free of gun violence, unless it's gun violence happening in Iran. Yeah, I don't want boo, get better material. I want Bernie bros are misogynistic.
Gives. What gives? What gives? What gives? What gives? What gives?
God, it's so awesome. Wait, what's the pigeon discourse? Help Unc over here. Oh, I was saying, I was saying that someone should recreate this meme with the crow saying Bernie bros are misogynistic, and then they go boo, get better material, and it says Bernie bros misogynistic, Bernie bros misogynistic. This broadcast is just stimming. New and improved Haley website just dropped.
Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate.
Yeah, I know. She's running against me.
Right. Okay. So she's been in Congress since 2017. Since just 2023, she's received over $800,000 of corporate PAC money. This includes max donations from corporations like DTE Energy, as well as all these other lovely corporations.
That's astounding. Is it that easy to find all this information on her campaign site?
So that's the thing. No. When you go to her campaign website, you can go over to her policy page where there's nothing about money in politics or corruption. And weirdly enough, when you go to her endorsement page, you can't find any of the corporations bankrolling her campaign or her biggest financial sponsor, AIPAC.
I feel like the people of Michigan should know about this.
Exactly. We thought the same thing. That's why we created a better version of her website, HaleyStevens4Michigan.com, where you can see all of her corporate sponsors, including the super PACs that are bankrolling her campaign, like AIPAC Super PAC.
Wait, so you're telling me if a bunch of folks right now clicked on HaleyStevens4Michigan.com, this would start showing up above her actual campaign website on Google search results?
I didn't think of that.
That's so fucked up. Oh no. You know what I say to that?
What gives? 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 What gives?
She really looks like Drewski. Okay, guys, stop talking about the way Haley Stevens looks. Obviously, she's going to try to paint me as a surrogate for Abdul and say that my community is being sexist towards her. Stop saying she has the same eyes as Erica KIRK. Piercing. You need to stop. Please stop doing that. Stop calling Haley Stevens John Feder woman, okay? That's also messed up. Because John Fetterman actually ran a progressive policy platform. When he ran, he turned Republican after the fact. What gives? I had to keep telling one of my chat to stop saying, okay, stop. I'm not even reading that. Okay, actually stop. Guys, stop. Click the donate button. No, I'm not going to click on this Failenial website's donate button so I can fucking get Rick rolled like it's 1998. Okay. Sorry, I'm not going to do that. Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. I downloaded so many new vocal stems after last night. Like Haley Stevens saying, Vladimir Putin. This broadcast is a black hole for fun. Vladimir Putin. Oh, by the way, you guys want to see some other fuck shit? Again, another AIPAC ad about Wesley Bell, the attack dog for Israel. And another ad filled to the brim with fucking lies. Here's the new ad of Representative Wesley Bell in Missouri 1, features supporters saying he's leading the fight against Donald Trump.
He was our first ever progressive prosecutor. Wesley Bell. He helped over 2,000 nonviolent offenders avoid prison through criminal justice reform.
Now Wesley Bell is in Congress leading the fight against Donald Trump.
It's Bell who called for abolishing ICE
and voted to stop Trump's war in Iran. Bell says we should spend money on health care and not bombs.
there's nothing more annoying to me than AIPAC literally copy pasting our fucking policies and just straight up fucking lying to the good people in St. Louis. Okay? It's so, like, this should be illegal, man. Like, we're not even talking about FARA anymore. Like, this should be illegal. They just literally take a conservative congressional representative that they bought and paid for so that they would be a reliable vote on Israel, and they totally flip their worldview and their policies. Like, they're one step closer to having an AIPAC attack ad. Oh, you got it? Okay, thank you. Okay, now I gotta find that. Where is it? Where the fuck was it? Where was that tweet? Oh, here it is. What gives? I already used this one. DSA Michigander here. I've seen 0 Haley Stevens signs, 2 Mallory signs, and at least 50 Abdul signs. We're running DSA candidates for mayors in 2 large cities. Hell yeah. I think it's disgusting that AIPAC is doing this shit. Okay? Like, I think it's nasty as fuck. I don't know what else to say about it. Platform over there. Bell is insufferable, by the way. I know. He is such a nasty version of exactly what everybody fucking hates about American politics. They're so unbelievably cynical. 40 million from AIPAC, and then BB goes on TV to pretend she's opposition, literally controlled opposition. I know libs talk a lot about democratic norms, but this behavior makes democracy actually impossible because we don't know what the fuck we are voting for. Yeah. Wesley Bell is just an AIPAC stooge, okay? Straight up. And AIPAC and Wesley know that these progressive policies are popular, okay? They know that these progressive policies are popular, which is why they're fucking lying and claiming that they themselves are the actual progressive candidate. And when AIPAC can dump 30, 40 million into a fucking primary race all of a sudden, it doesn't matter because most people are going to get barraged with those ads. And they're going to be like, okay, I'm just going to go vote for the progressive person, not realizing that the progressive person is not Wesley Bell. Wesley Bell is a fucking empty suit. His campaign was entirely funded by AIPAC. Entirely. I cannot believe it, dude. It's just such a nasty situation. And then we get mad about people that, you know, make the wrong decisions when they vote. We're like, oh, why are people voting against their interests? Because there are billions of dollars of ads running on every fucking television channel to make sure that every single American voter that's even interested enough to go out and vote is making the wrong decision. They're lied to. They're lied to all the fucking time. It's so disgusting. America is quite literally up for sale, okay?
I believe that
it's up for sale. If you don't have any safeguards against this kind of, if you don't have any safeguards against this kind of thing, then yeah, of course our politicians are bought and sold. Speaking of which, Haley Stevens is so funny. She said, it's been an hour since we left the debate stage, and I want to say thanks to everyone who tuned in. Booyah! And then everybody dunked on her. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Sister, I don't know how to tell you this, but this website updated. Meanwhile, while this is going on, Mallory McMorrow has refused to endorse ABDULvsHALEY, but at least she's not endorsing, at least for the time being, Haley Stevens. We have to help Cori Bush as much as Larkin. What do you mean? I literally went. I went to St. Louis, man. The fuck? What is Abdul's reasoning for supporting a rent freeze for seniors? It's not a rent freeze. It's even worse than that. I wish it was a rent freeze. No, he said he supports no property taxes on seniors, which is the, let's be real. Yeah, also I maxed out the Cori Bush. You know that, right? Yeah, Abdul is trying to gain the seniors with some slopulism. Now that, I mean, I called it out when he first said it on the debate stage. I said it yesterday. Oh, sorry. He said freeze property taxes, not no property taxes. I apologize. In any case, when he said that, what did I say? When he came out with that policy, which, by the way, as someone who's running for Senate, he doesn't have that kind of control. What do you mean? Can you imagine? Can you imagine doing like a federal mandate on a property tax evaluation freeze? That would be insane. Anyway, yeah, on Michigan, which is not going to happen, but that is pure slopulism. That was definitely the most slopulist take that I've ever heard from the man. And guess what? That's fine. Okay? I don't have an issue with it. You want to know why? You want to know what? You want to know why? Because I want him to win. Sagar likes it. For ABDULvsHALEY's website, if a senior sells their property to an under 65 person, they will immediately be hit with a property tax reassessment to current market value. This is sick. The assessment freeze does not transfer on sale or death. When the home changes hands, it reassesses at market value. This preserves local tax base integrity over time while ensuring the relief serves its intended purpose, allowing seniors to remain in their homes on fixed incomes. Oh, he's saying, oh, he hates it. This is sick. I thought he was saying, this is sick. I'll be honest, Sagar supporting anything makes me want to oppose it on principle. Don't bring him up. Okay, I actually hope he's performing Takia here. Sagar loves tax laws. Where is your weed interview with him coming out? I haven't talked to Sagar in a long time. Did you see this ad?
How hard am I gonna crack down on China? Well, here's a clue.
Marsha Blackburn worked with President Trump to take on communism.
What the fuck? Dude, we are such a stupid fucking country, dude.
China. As governor, Marsha will fight to protect Tennessee land from Chinese front companies, close loopholes, and hunt down every communist who tries to defy us.
It does.
Marsha Blackburn will hunt down every communist. I'm sorry. This is so stupid. I mean, it's Tennessee, but like also, this is so stupid. We are too stupid of a country to have nukes. We got to take the nukes away, man.
Doesn't take a fortune cookie to figure it out. Here in Tennessee, we're going to stop communist China and protect Tennessee land.
Yeah, Xi Jinping, I heard, was cowering. When this ad came out, Xi Jinping has been awfully quiet since this ad came out from Marsha Blackburn. Do they even have fortune cookies in China? I don't remember. I don't think that's I think that's an American invention, right? Taiwan been really happy since this came out. Yeah. President Xi Data Center.
It's time to break some China. China stole our jobs, sent us a virus. They're buying up our land and spying on us.
Why is she always making a mess?
I'm Marsha Blackburn, and I approve this message because we're going to have to break a lot more China to say it's.
Bro, I mean, she's so fucking stupid. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I would not invite this lady to my house. FSB connection aside, bro's doing some cool shit. Controversial U.S. influencer Jackson Hinkle has been filmed chanting "Down with the USA." Dude, I saw this video. It's so funny because you can tell, like, he's saying it, but in the back of his mind, he's like, I don't know if I should be saying this. Look.
Down with USA. Down with Zionists.
He's like, down with USA. And like, he seems uncomfortable. This is the first time I've seen him in a situation like this where he just comes across as very uncomfortable. Come get your boy Hasan. What the fuck's he doing in Iran? Because he's an FSB agent, bro. He does not live in the United States of America. If he was able to touch US soil without any trouble, I would go back on what I've said. Because I used to think he lived in America. Well, he was going to like the Donbass, like Russian occupied Ukrainian territories and shit. And then traveling back to the United States of America unimpeded. And that's why I was like, oh, he's an agent. Like, there's no way. There's no way he's not an American agent, right? But I'm pretty sure he's not actually allowed to go back to the United States of America. And I do think he's actually not an American CIA asset, but instead an FSB asset. You really got duped by this guy? Wait, duped by this guy? What? No. No. This guy was a fan of mine for the longest time, and he became the number one op. Bro, if you went to Tehran, they drop a nuke on it. That's how I know he's got the handler.
We're at the funeral of Sayyid Ali Khamenei on bike, and there are millions of people here. It's an incredible show of force. There are young people, there are old people, people who can barely walk, people in wheelchairs, men and women. It's an incredible show of love for the Supreme Leader.
4th of July in Tehran, Iran. It is the duty of every American patriot to pay their respects and honor the life of Sayyid Ali Khamenei. And is known for pro-Iran and anti-Israel views.
There's no leaders really like him left in the world, maybe a few. Mojtaba Khamenei is an example. But after the crimes of the U.S. empire, as an American, I have to be here to say that I condemn this.
Hangel's a controversial figure who is described as a MAGA communist. Dude, it's awesome. Like, I would love to go to Iran. Make no mistake. I think it'd be awesome. That'd be sick. But if you're gonna do like Down with America, you should say Marg Bad America. I don't know why he pussied out and he was like Down with America. You should just say Marg Bad America, Marg Bad Israel. He was like Down with America, down with the Zionists, like. You know, it was just weak shit. It was weak. It was weak. It was weak. Yeah, you should have said Margarita Bar, brother.
I wanted to come to Iran for a long time.
What is this? How much did what club? What was the question? Oh man, I missed it. Hey, just curious, how much did Fight Club pay you to start wearing a suit and running cover for a war criminal and a rapist? Fight Club? Like the movie? Do you mean Fight Agency? Is that what you mean? My employers? My man said Fight Club. Oh, I love that meta. I love the idea, the meme that I'm working with fucking Fight Agency. Yeah, we don't talk about Fight Club, man. That's the first rule. I thought you knew. Yeah, Taylor Durden. Yeah, first rule of Fight Agency, do not talk about Fight Agency. Have you ever met Morris Katz? No, I've never met him. Is what I would say, obviously. He's my handler. Yeah, I met him when he was 10, when I first started doing political commentary. He was 10 years old. Zoran and I, separately in different parts of the world, or not even different parts of the world, but like different parts of the country. I had started doing political commentary. Zoran had just graduated from college. He had just started his chapter in Maine, ironically enough, the SJP, his SJP chapter. And we met the 10-year-old Morris Katz, who was like, I have a contract for you. And I was like, what's that? And he was like, shh, First rule of Fight Club. First rule of Fight Agency. SJP, Students for Justice for Palestine. Why did you start wearing suits that make people so schizophrenic? Dude, I think we got to be real here. Like, everything I do, these guys find a way to be schizo about. At some point, you got to realize, like, shit, it's not my fucking fault, you know? What am I supposed to do? Yeah, I wear suits, man. The fuck? People who think you're a diehard Platinum supporter are one step away from calling people glowies unironically. Yeah. I got bad news. Haley found a pollster. No, I saw that already. It was one poll. First poll since May showing Stevens the lead from the website of this pollster. Tavern combines human expertise with rapid response AI to capture the true pulse of the electorate. It's a C-graded pollster. Why do you get into the MOU with idiot commentators? What is this? It's too late. I already used it. I already blasted it. See? Wow, very brave tweet after supporting a known rapist for months. Will you be throwing your weight behind a pedo next? I want to see what this account is normally posting. Let's take a look. This guy would kill someone for being Jewish if he could get away with it. Just look at him. He's pure evil. Didn't you hear? He claimed there's no genocide against the Uyghurs. They are simply having their children taken away them, war crime, and forcibly re-educated to eradicate the last traces of their culture. Kind of feels like this guy's very one speed. My red line is anti-liberal, anti-Western values, anti-freedom, dog-abusing pedophiles. Next. TMZ, you pathetic scumbags. Monday, he's talking about the crowd general opening. So this is another liberal. What? Just like how you misuse your right to own a dog, right? Must be shocking to you. Are these Swifties? Is this a Swiftie? Wait, why are Swifties taking the American government's position on this, on the Cuba stuff? What the fuck? This is the same man who went to La Havana paid for by the you-know-what party, stayed at a 5-star hotel while the entire island of Cuba has zero electricity. Glad he's being investigated? At FBI, this man is personally threatened to do a mass shooting at Jewish places of worship and continues to advocate for his audience to do so. Yeah, I just don't know why my fucking haters are not normal. You know what I mean? I don't know why my haters are never like, yeah, I have disagreements with this guy, and I think he's overall not a very good force in American politics. It's always like, I need the federal government to assassinate this man right now. Chowder earlier was doing this meme, but with Fight Agency. Yeah, graduate students, UAW. I love this meme. Graduate students, UAW, DSA, Zoran voters, Congress. But above that, above the graduate students, fight agency, or me, and above me is fight agency. And above fight agency, it's Morris Cats. And above Morris Cats, Rock Nation. Yeah. It's awesome. Parasocial negativity is something people are a lot less likely to recognize in themselves as something that needs more attention, in my opinion. Everyone talks about the fans. Yeah. No, I agree. I think we all understand stan culture. We've talked extensively about like the unhealthy nature of it and stuff like that. But I think there's the opposing side of that as well, which is like hater culture, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's the same. It's the somehow even less healthy side of parasocialism, where there are a lot of people who just like develop anti-fandoms and it becomes a fandom in and of itself. And unfortunately, it stops them from making any sort of like reasonable analysis. And it's in most circumstances, it turns into borderline cyber stalking. Because, like, from my perspective, if there's a person I don't like, I don't spend a good deal of time, like, looking at what they're up to. I'll give you an example, like Asmongold, right? With Asmongold, people put a lot of the stuff that he says in front of me, but I'm not like going to, you know, Asmongold hater communities and just like sitting around and being like, oh, what did he do next? And for the most part, terrible example, Lamau. No, I'm telling you. Like, I'm not like actively watching Asmongold every day to find shit that I can say about Asmongold. It seems that a majority of D's community now believes that you raped a child at a brothel in Germany and they're spreading that lie all over the internet. Dog, none of them believe that. They openly and knowingly are lying about it. There is literally a video of them admitting on the record that they know it's not true, but they can heavily imply it. And also, they've been doing that for like the last 7 years. It's just, you have to understand something. The whole point is when Destiny is credibly accused, and not even credibly accused, Destiny is outed. No, I think they actually believe it now. They're that fucking insane. No, they don't. It's a cult. It's a cult that operates as a smear machine. Okay? The only reason why Destiny is doing that over and over again is because he was outed in a court case for the distribution of revenge pornography to have maintained and procured child sexual abuse material. So whenever he's actually hit with something very specific, he quickly turns around and tries to deflect the attention by saying, Hasan has done this too. Okay? That's it. And I'm sure that there are some schizophrenic people in his community that do legitimately believe it because it's like a cult. Brother, my best man has not spoken to me personally for over a year now because of this. They are that deep into it. That's fucking nuts. I know you don't like suing, but this is why some people do it, and it's justified. If you don't take care of it, it just grows and people's lives get traction. Yeah, even the brothel is projection. He literally went to an illegal brothel and said that the woman that he had sex with was like, or got, you know, paid for the services of was like sex traffic. This is his own statement. To be fair, I don't talk to my brother anymore because Destiny convinced him to work for JNF. Jesus Christ. The cult is also completely encompasses a person's entire identity. They spend all day in Discord, offline chat, etc. Leaving him is leaving behind their entire identity. Yeah. I guess the only positive is that their form of internet radicalization is just like limited to following the whims of this weird cult leader instead of just like going down the Order of 9 Angles route and becoming like a school shooter. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of these people are very vulnerable and they could have just as easily found the wrong Roblox server or something and became like straight up school shooters, right? I guess the closest to that is literally the Jewish National Fund as far as like joining a settler, you know, a community that actively works to settle stolen Palestinian territory. Yeah, Jewish National Fund is JNF. They sell stolen West Bank land to settlers. The more above board version, the more normalized version of that. Well, yeah. Why does the Secular Talk Discord hate the mention of your name? I don't know. I love Kyle. We're homies. So I don't know. I don't know why his Discord would not like me. I mean, who cares? Instead, talking to Emma Vigeland about who should choose a replacement for Plattner.
Plattner should have a role in shaping what happens next.
Plattner, no, but his the campaign.
I guess I was asking specifically. I should say campaign.
Yeah, I think that they should. I mean, they have the leverage, and as long as it's about the platform, they won the primary.
I mean, not only do they win the primary, but they also literally could just like tank the entire thing by staying in. You know what I mean? So yeah, they have maximum leverage. I don't know why a lot of people just act like they don't.
I guess. I mean, what situation? What other situation? Who should decide instead? Who should be the candidate?
I guess I really don't know. I guess I'm just thinking, why?
You should admit Plattner's failure is proof socialists would look for a candidate as long as they're socialists. Wait, what? Plattner's not a socialist. The Democratic Socialists of Maine actually endorsed a candidate for governor. His name is Troy Jackson. They didn't even endorse Graham Plattner. Like, regardless of bad things. No, the argument that you're making doesn't make any sense. Graham Plattner is not a part of the DSA. Graham Plattner is not a part of DSA. Graham Plattner is not connected to DSA. You blamed the other day that it's the Democrats' fault that Plattner was elected. Democrats, like the actual Plattner was chosen. Oh my God. Dog, what do you think an election is? What do you think an election is? What do you think an election is? Are you fucking stupid? Do you just hate the concept of democracy? We didn't choose Graham Plattner. I didn't choose Graham Plattner. I don't even fucking live in Maine. Okay? Voters voted for Graham Plattner. White voters in Maine over the age of like 40, 50, sometimes 60 years old voted for Graham Plattner. Okay? You need to stress more about, would someone who's arguing you endorse Plattner, would they argue you endorse Kamala? True. Yeah, but you supported him. Did you not? Don't ban me if this is wrong. I seriously don't know. I simply stated that Graham Plattner was better. Graham Plattner was better than Susan Collins and Janet Mills. Okay. And his policy platform was far better. Not him as a person, not his red flags, but his policy platform was infinitely better. And that policy platform is objectively a very good policy platform. It's not associated with Graham Plattner. There's plenty of candidates that have actually ran and won on that platform. Okay? It's okay if you supported him. He just turned out bad. What can you do? I mean, I just said the truth. Okay? I said the truth. Yeah, you streamed with Nithya Raman. You told people to vote for her tactically if they choose to do so. Before and after she won second place, you still maintained that you did not endorse her. Exactly, because I hadn't. And same with Tom Steyer. When people were attributing Nithya Raman's defeat to me, I said I didn't endorse her. And then she won, and I still maintained the same position that I had not endorsed her. Okay? Not that it actually matters, because like people consistently point to like shit that I said about Graham Plattner. As far as like his platform goes, or as far as his capabilities as a very, very good communicator. And they saw that as an endorsement, and they keep repeatedly saying that that's an endorsement, that that's a unlimited support for Graham Plattner. It's like, no, that's just an objectively truthful and accurate assessment of the situation. I was talking to my chat. The problem that we have right now is that left until the DSA progressive candidates popped up because they went viral. We lacked an organization to vet and develop candidates. Making videos that go viral online is not a base for selecting candidates. Leadership is more than just having good speeches with policies. He's very clearly showing what we need is to expand the DSA and be able to compete everywhere. We should have been able to run Senate races. Yeah, people also misunderstand what campaigning looks like. You said you were willing to look past the irredeemable shit he did as a soldier. No, you saw a fucking clip. You saw a clip and you misunderstood what I was saying in the clip. I mean, if you show me the probably 10-second long clip, we can find the longer clip and we can arrive at the actual statement that I was making. Okay? I am here almost every day, I know, and yet you still fail to comprehend certain basic shit. Didn't this just happen with that crazy candidate in Texas? Yes, the very same people that are yelling at me and saying I went to Maine to fucking campaign with Graham Plattner are also the same people that are literally still pumping the Maureen Galindo. I said shit against it when you said it at the time too? Okay, great. So you misunderstood the point that I was making even back then. Got it. There was a straight up lie about what you've said about Plattner as a community note under one of your teams, one of your tweets. I called it out, and after a while it disappeared, but it's crazy that it was ever depleted. Just an FYI, since community notes seemingly get brigaded a lot. Hasan Piker publicly endorsed Plattner as Team Plattner and his GOAT, defended him on stream, and amplified his campaign launch video. Sources confirm he backed the campaign before reversing. This was the community note under this tweet. And it's so funny because they clicked on if you click on the community note, the sources actually did not say that I had endorsed or donated to Plattner, nor have I ever campaigned with Plattner. Yeah, they just link sources that don't confirm the actual thing that they're claiming it confirms. It's very strange. It would be equivalent to me saying I'm endorsing Janet Mills. What is this? Socialist set sights on Taylor Swift after attacking New York City wedding sparks left-wing backlash. Wait, they posted this today? Hasan Piker called the nuptials a dramatic misuse of public resources. Street closures hit Penn Station access. Hasan, it's her wedding and her money she can celebrate. The only thing I care less than about Tay-Tay's wedding is Hasan Piker's opinion on Tay-Tay's wedding. This is good. Wait, what? Fox News is pro Taylor Swift? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Dang, as much as I didn't care about Taylor Swift or her wedding, now the socialists are making me take her side. It's her money. She can do what she wants. The more the socialists attack her, the more Swifties will turn against socialism. Do they not understand? Like a dramatic misuse of public funds? Do they not understand what public funds means? This has 514 comments. Holy shit. It's from 4 hours ago. I guess they're trying to make this a thing. It didn't really. I think that there are a lot of Swifties that also didn't really say much about this. Like, I don't think they, I think a lot of Swifties, I mean, obviously some Swifties are in support. Some Swifties are not. This is not as black and white as many other issues within the Swiftie community. Because I don't think I've received a lot of backlash from the Swifties over this. And I don't want to, and I hope I never do. But I'm just saying, like, he's in a bind, Trump said, in an Air Force One gaggle of Maine Democrat Graham Plattner, who has denied the accusation of sexual assault. It's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Donald Trump is throwing his weight behind Graham Plattner. Now that Graham Plattner has been credibly accused of rape, Donald Trump literally is like, I don't know. Maybe this is a good guy. Incredible. Okay, it turns out they are consistent. I'll say it. It turns out Donald Trump heard about this and went, you're hired. Would you like to be the next Secretary of War? It seems you already got the Nazi tattoo. And you got the rape charge. And you love to drink alcohol. Baby, you're good in my book. This whole time we misunderstood, chat. This whole time we misunderstood what Donald Trump was actually about. He's just pro-rape. Is going to Trump is a single issue voter. That's crazy. Replace Pete Hegseth with Plattner now that he's got a credible rape allegation. Trump hit the Roach line whenever someone brings up rape tone. Doesn't seem like it's a single issue. Seems like it's consistency, my friend. That's what it is. That's what it is. Rahm Emanuel on the unexpected fuck Israel train. It's not unexpected. He has been doing this nonstop. And also, this is like J Street approved. It's just shocking that it's coming from Rahm Emanuel. But I mean, considering that Ari is basically the king of the woke support for Israel, it makes total sense, honestly. He wants to be president for some reason. I don't know why, but he's just like got it in his mind that he wants to be president. Yeah.
Better than I do.
It's telling that in Levy's interview with Rahm Emanuel, her assumption that the U.S. opinion on Israel is too far gone, that even if Netanyahu leaves, it will stay the same, that Israel's too far gone, or if this drastically changes U.S. public opinion, could also barely registers. Yeah.
But you know better than I do that there's a different conversation within the Democratic Party about whether Israel should be allowed to buy weapons, even defensive weapons. What do you make of that?
I want this to get across. Israel does not have a problem in the Democratic Party. Israel has a problem in America. And very specifically, a generational problem under 30. I don't know if you saw this, but there's a poll out today. Mandani.
This is why Rahm wants to come on the stream, by the way. It was so awesome that they asked like all the people, they asked all the like potential presidential hopefuls on whether or not they would come on my stream. And Rahm was like, of course. Of course I would. Yeah. I'll never forget it.
Is more popular with American Jews than your prime minister. I want that to sink in and understand and get your head around where this is.
I want to ask about Netanyahu, a man that you've had, let's say, a complicated relationship with over the years.
That would be one adjective.
Lots of ups and downs without the ups part. I mean, you put a lot of the blame on him, U.S.-Israel policy, perhaps the rise in anti-Semitism as well, the war with Iran. I mean, I wonder whether, have you considered that if he leaves office, once he leaves office, a lot of this would not really change. When you have the mayor of New York, talking the way he does about Israel's, he doesn't think Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
It's still too dark. We've tried to light up the. This is what we're gonna have to work with, and also get closer to the mic. Elijah Manley's here, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting stuff. I guess that looks a little bit better, but no, it's still too dark. Bro, this setup is dog shit compared to your old one. Shut the fuck up, chatter. Shut the fuck up. Okay. All right. Welcome to the broadcast. I got a lot. I'm very excited to have you here. Very excited to see you here.
It's great to be watching in person rather than watching from my own bedroom.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well, great. You got the suit on and everything. Let me see. Is there anything else? Is there any lights that we can crank a little bit more? I don't know. All right. David cooked us. It is what it is. Okay. And get closer to the mic too, if you can. No, that one is the wrong one. It's the other one. Now you cooked me. Okay, we're working on it. You got to make sure to blast that one more. No, it just made it colder. Oh. Let's see. Okay, that actually did work. That worked well. Maybe crank it up a little bit more. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, we did it. These are problems that come along with doing live broadcasting, live production. Okay. All right. So I got some, hold on. Let me pull your sheet up real quick. You also have, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right. We got, ladies and gentlemen, here, I'll do the single first on my own. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Elijah Manley here, candidate for U.S. House of Representatives in Florida 20, Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, West Palm Beach areas of Broward, Palm Beach counties, historically majority black seat, redrawn in 2026. Elijah Manley is a Democratic socialist, an educator, an organizer. He's formerly homeless. He's a gay, black, Jewish candidate. Is that true?
Yes.
Is that right? You got it right? The information is correct. Just making sure. Florida 20 is a safe blue district. It's around D+22, which is precisely the reason why Debbie Wasserman Schultz decided to carpetbag into this district and try to secure a comfortable seat. This actually frustrated a lot of the people. This actually frustrated a lot of the people that are involved in the process, specifically all the other black candidates that were involved in the process. And it even caused someone who is otherwise a fairly reliable ally to establishment Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, to not really officially endorse her at all, but also not like he didn't condemn her, I would say, but he also, at least when he first found out about it, he wasn't, it was interesting.
I was shocked by it.
Yeah.
He usually stands by like every Democrat. And so for him to not endorse Debbie, I mean, the writing's on the wall for her. I mean, she's in danger.
Yeah. We got your launch vid here. Don't flip it yet, Hannah. Okay. Okay, you can flip it now.
Sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can.
I was only 9 years old when I heard those words. They stirred something deep inside me. A belief that change was not only possible, but inevitable. As I grew older, I realized that hope alone could not shield us from reality. Families like mine were left behind. I wake up before dawn and use public beach showers to get ready for school. Chronic childhood homelessness became my reality. I am Elijah Manley, and I'm running for Congress because I am sick and tired of career politicians who make empty promises and fail to deliver for the people who need them most. I face homelessness, hunger, and the daily struggles to make ends meet as a substitute teacher. We cannot fight the corrupt billionaires and the corrupt Republican Party politicians like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance with corruption in the Democratic Party. We have to root it out in our party first. My election will give our community more of a voice. We've never needed that voice more than we do right now, with a federal government that is being weaponized to attack our community entirely. We need young people. My candidacy provides the young LGBTQ community a voice and a seat at the table. That's so important right now. Now look, I don't want to make empty promises to you. The truth is, there's a lot of gridlock in Washington. But what I can promise you is that when I get there, that I'm going to fight like hell for you. And I'm not going to stop fighting until we win. I'm Elijah Manley, and I'm running for Congress because I believe that our future can be brighter than our past.
I know that kid.
You don't like it?
I know that kid.
Oh, you say you know that kid. I was like, let's say that's a great ad. God damn. Okay. All right. Well, Elijah, thank you for coming on. Very excited to have you here. And we got a lot of questions. So I'm going to get right into it. You were born and raised in the heart of Fort Lauderdale's historic Sistrunk community, growing up in deep poverty with a single mother. You experienced chronic homelessness, food insecurity, and you went to school hungry. To help pay your bills and buy school supplies, you started a landscaping business at the age of 12. How did navigating these material struggles shape your political worldview? And why do you believe that having a representative with firsthand lived experience with poverty is better than Debbie Wasserman Schultz? Why is that a necessary qualification for Florida District 20, where 16% of the population lives below the poverty line?
Right. Well, I'll say, when you look at Washington and you look at the decisions they're making right now regarding healthcare, cutting SNAP, Medicaid benefits for the poorest people in my district, you see a Capitol Hill that is void, empty of voices of working class people. You have lawyers and doctors, and nothing's wrong with having lawyers and doctors, but you don't have a lot of people who slept down on the street. I mean, Cori Bush, when she got to the Hill, she was one of the first members of Congress that actually was homeless. That's so important. And for me, like the 2008 financial crisis, that's how we lost everything. And as a kid at that time, I didn't fully understand it. I just knew we were losing everything. We were sleeping in my mom's car, couch surfing at the time. But as I grew older, I started to ask myself the question, why at school are some of the students in my class, things are great. They live on the other side of the tracks and things are pretty good for them. Their financial situation for their family is better. But for my family, no matter how hard my mom works, 3 jobs at the time, that still wasn't enough to keep the roof over our head. So as I started asking myself those questions, I started to realize, oh, this is a political system. And so at a young age, I kind of got awakened. I mean, Bernie Sanders was a big awakening for a lot of people, I think. And for me, that was the first time I felt a politician really actually like talk to my struggle in a way that really meant something other than platitudes or words. And so I got involved in organizing at a very early age. Black Lives Matter Alliance of Broward County, one of the first after Trayvon Martin passed away or got murdered, actually. I lost a family member to gun violence. A police officer shot and killed my aunt Linda Sue Davis. And so all of those traumatic things happening to you at a young age, you start to, think about it and think about how can I make the world a better place for people who grew up the same way my family did. And that's why I got in politics. And what we're seeing in Washington right now, we're seeing billionaires, really, they just buy up all the elections. They let people who do their bidding. And those people go in there and they make sure that they get tax breaks, that they cut the social programs that families like mine rely on and communities in District 20. And we're some of the poorest people in the state of Florida. And all of that fascism and authoritarianism that we're seeing in Washington, a lot of it is starting out in the state of Florida and being perfected before they take it national.
You also ran for president
yeah.
at the age of 16 to make a point about the age restrictions, which is, I guess, the opposite of what other Florida politicians oftentimes do as far as violating age restrictions. Matt Gaetz, what was your intention for running for president at the age of 16? What was the goal behind the protest campaign?
Actually, so it was one of my history class projects, and everyone had to pick something, and I said I was going to run for president. Everybody said, you can't do that. And I said, I know I can't, but I will. I'll do it anyways. I have a point to make. I have a voice that I want to make. I want to get that voice out there and talk about my community, where I come from, what I've been through, and I don't feel like waiting to do it. I look back at that and, I'm glad I did something like that because it really helped me find my voice a lot quicker. A lot of times when you're a young candidate, it takes some time to find your voice, figure out who you are, how to really speak about what you really feel. But that encounter, it was a really national encounter. It got a lot of headlines. But I'm glad I was able to do it and almost won one of the primaries in the Green Party at that time.
That's awesome. Your opponent, Sheila Cherfilius McCormick, was indicted on charges of stealing $5 million in disaster relief funds. You've confronted her in person about her charges, to which she replied with "your mama." Her income jumped from $86,000 to $6.4 million, and prosecutors say she laundered it into the campaign she won by 5 votes. Watchdog groups exposed her for orchestrating a $725,000 straw donor scheme, not dissimilar to Dinesh D'Souza, who went to prison for it under Barack Obama, that funneled dark money from the government of Haiti to front organizations like Progressive People, Inc. After the indictment on April 21st, 2026, she resigned from Congress just minutes before a hearing on whether or not she should be expelled. What kind of politics are you looking to bring to Florida in order to repair trust with the voters who've seen nothing but outright corruption over the last few years, if not the last couple of decades?
I think authenticity and a politician who isn't corrupt for once. I mean, every story that you read is always about a politician in Florida. Florida man did this, Florida politician did that, stole money, some type of scheme. And this district has been through a lot already. I mean, with Sheila, just corruption, back and forth corruption. I think we need a fresh start, a reset. No more career politicians, no more people who have all of these ethical scandals or fraud or indictments. We really need a fresh start. And that also starts by leading by example. And in my campaign, I think 25,000 or so people have contributed to the campaign. No super PAC money, no PAC, no special interest. The average donation was about $19 a person. And that's the way to do it. And everyone can say, I'm not corrupt, but it's really, you really look at how they're funded, who's backing them, and you see the whole picture. And so I want to bring Florida finally an elected official who actually is fighting for them for once and not for a corporation or some super PAC.
There was also a $1 million defamation lawsuit against you that was dismissed in January 2026. So what happened there?
Yeah, so Sheila McCormick, for background for people who may not know, she has a healthcare company her family owns and that she was the CEO of, and she got overpayment from the state.
A lot of politicians in Florida with healthcare companies that have done unbelievable amounts of corruption. sometimes one might even say record award-winning levels, like Olympic levels of healthcare fraud.
Yeah. The largest Medicaid fraud in American history was conducted by Rick Scott, who is now our senator.
Oh, well, you don't say. I'm not very familiar. I'm not very familiar with that man.
We got to confront him in Washington, myself and Oliver Larkin, I think a week and a half or 2 weeks ago.
Oh, no.
On the Hill, and he just kind of blew past us.
He gets scared easy.
He's very scary.
Yeah, he's scary, but he also gets scared easy. All right, so your opponent took over $340,000 from pro-Israel PACs. Yep. After her November 19th indictment, she reported only 4 contributions to her campaign, 2 of which came from AIPAC. She's also taken AIPAC-sponsored trips to Israel with wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu in May 2025.
And took a picture with him.
Yeah. So what's your stance on taking corporate PAC money, and what does this say about a candidate who takes money from groups advocating on behalf of a state committing genocide, and a candidate that wants to take photos with a international war criminal?
Yeah, bad politics. I say it shows that she doesn't give a damn about our community. And I think politicians who are taking money from AIPAC right now as they starve and murder and pillage Gaza, do illegal settlements in the West Bank, they lack humanity, in my opinion. And so Sheila McCormick getting 4 contributions, 2 of which were AIPAC, and 2 I think were corporations. I think one of them was a corporation, one was a individual, Matsout, which was probably also an AIPAC donor. Shows that she doesn't have any real grassroots support. And a lot of these politicians, they don't have any grassroots support. They only rely on support from corporate PACs and from super PACs and from wealthy donors. For me, I think the future of politics in the Democratic Party has to be banning super PACs, banning corporate money in our primaries especially, and then nationwide banning it in all elections, because we cannot continue to have a political system where a few people buy out all the politicians, a couple super PACs come in, drown out the voices of the community. That's just not the right way to do it.
Following the mid-decade redistricting push led by Governor Ron DeSantis, which some Democrats have taken to calling a dummy mander, because it made a lot more competitive districts in the state of Florida, Debbie Wasserman Schultz's coastal 25th district was redrawn. Rather than fighting in her own home district, she decided to run to District 20th. You have publicly slammed her for carpetbagging into a historically black district to save her political career. How do you respond to her claims that her 20 years in Washington seniority will deliver more federal resources to Broward County?
It's baloney. She hasn't done it. She's been in Congress for 22 years, in office for 34 years. And what does she have to show for it? Under her leadership as chair of the DNC, we lost 1,000 seats. We lost the House and we didn't get it back until she left the DNC. We lost the Senate. We lost 900 state legislative seats. Everywhere Debbie Wasserman Schultz goes, a disaster follows. Her time in Congress has been really surrounded by helping corporations, helping the healthcare industry, not really doing anything for Broward. And this is a district that needs help. It's a majority black district that is always ignored, and it needs somebody that really cares about this district. We have over half of the people in our district are rent burdened. They spend over half of their income on rent. We have over 150,000 people that are on Medicaid in our district, 80,000 on SNAP. Debbie Wasserman Schultz never cared about this district before she decided to run. And now she somehow discovered these issues and care and says she's a progressive. Can't believe it.
Yeah. Well, this ties back to your political awakening with Bernie Sanders. But in July 2016, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was forced to resign as the chair of the DNC after WikiLeaks published thousands of leaked internal emails. And these emails exposed DNC staffers actively plotting to undermine the insurgent progressive presidential campaign of Bernie Sanders, including questioning his religious beliefs to hurt him with Southern voters. As a progressive candidate running against the very personification of the corporate party establishment, how does this history of backroom coordination influence your approach of organizing outside of, the traditional gate-kept party structures and fighting against entrenched power?
Yeah, I think being independent of the party is the way to go, because you can't trust someone like Debbie Wasserman Schultz not to put her finger on the scale. And she has already started that. For the life of me, she should have been out of office after 2016. This is not someone who should have remained in Congress after literally giving us Donald Trump by rigging the 2016 primaries. And everyone agrees. So for me, I think having a more people-focused, people-first campaign is the way to go. We spend a lot of time at the doors talking to voters, not going through the party structure. Because one, the party structure is garbage in Florida, as you probably know already. Yeah. And two, you listen to the party, they'll tell you what to do, and they'll tell you to kind of just ignore your constituents, and that's not the right way to do it. So for me, operating outside of the Democratic Party structure, I am a Democratic candidate. But I like talking to the voters directly because the voters want to hear what you want to do. They want to hear from you what your ideals are. They don't want to hear what the Democratic Party has to say.
In December 2015, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was one of the 13 Florida representatives who co-sponsored a bill designed to impose a 2-year moratorium on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's efforts to regulate predatory payday loan networks. This co-sponsorship came after she accepted $68,000 in campaign contributions from payday lenders, leading progressive groups to label her the debt trap Debbie. Yep. With millions of working class Floridians trapped in cycles of debt due to predatory interest rates, how do you plan to use her record of protecting financial exploiters, attacking the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to draw contrast with your platform of economic justice and consumer protections?
We will let every voter in this district know Debbie's record on predatory lending, which is something the NAACP has called modern day redlining. If you go into Broward County in our district, there is an AMSCOT or a payday lender on almost every single corner in the county. She has taken over $20,000, over $68,000 from predatory lenders. She sponsored that legislation opposing both Barack Obama and Elizabeth Warren in the CFPB's efforts to regulate predatory lending. And as a result, we're talking about entities that have 300, 400% interest rates on communities of color. And so letting voters know this record, letting them know who Debbie Wasserman Schultz is, how she is predatory, how she has allowed predatory lenders to take advantage of the Black community, letting them know not to vote for this person because she's coming into a majority Black district and saying, I have fought for the Black community my entire life. Mm-hmm. I was DNC chair. I'm in leadership, even though Obama didn't like her.
Yeah.
We need to let people know this because that is going to be one of the single biggest issues that hurts her with the Black community because everybody has an AMSCOT story or a Western Union story.
So Debbie Wasserman Schultz has also taken nearly $1.5 million from pro-Israel lobby groups over her career. She voted for the $14.3 billion Israel military package in November 2023. She was one of the only 22 Democrats who crossed over with the Republicans to censure Rashida Tlaib. When the ICJ ruled Israel's occupation illegal, she said the court discriminates against Israel. And then she voted to sanction the ICC for issuing arrest warrants for Netanyahu. It's basically a Republican policy platform, pretty much, when it comes to her opinion on America's relationship with Israel. You're a Jewish candidate and you're calling it a genocide and you're demanding an arms embargo. What do you say to voters in this district who are sick and tired of our tax dollars being sent to Israel instead of being used here?
I say vote Debbie Wasserman Schultz out of office because if she goes back, if she is allowed to remain in office, she's going to continue to send our money to kill people over in Gaza. That is who she is. She's bought and owned by AIPAC, $1.5 million. They're getting the bang for their buck for the money they've given her. And this is somebody, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, somebody who is pretending to care about our community and the needs that we have. We need jobs. We need healthcare. But as long as we send billions of dollars over to Israel, we're never going to get it. And so I'm telling people to stand up in this moment, in this election, and remove her from office. This is probably one of the last opportunities people will get to get her out of Congress. And so this moment is so important.
Do you believe the U.S. should provide Israel with defensive weaponry?
No.
Okay. So going back...
I think we should arms embargo all the way.
Okay.
And I would support block the bombs that Delia Ramirez put in.
So there's also, I have a Debbie Wasserman Schultz endorsement list right here. It's AIPAC, the Democratic Majority for Israel, Giffords, Jewish Democratic Council of America, Joint Action Committee for Political Affairs, Planned Parenthood Action Fund, and the Population Connection. So that's her endorsement list. Going back to your endorsements, or not your endorsements necessarily, but I want to talk about your foreign policy platform a little bit, because this is definitely a community that is a little bit outside of the box when it comes to American intervention, NATO Atlanticism, and whatnot. And your platform calls for continuing military aid to Ukraine, not Israel, sorry. Strong support for NATO, backing Taiwan against China, and continuing conditioned aid to Israel. You're now saying that you want an arms embargo. So I want to know what the distinction there is as far as like sending aid to Israel. You want to fully restore U.S. aid. You want to sanction Iran. How does that work with the no weapons for genocide policy? With the rest of this platform that looks like fairly traditional liberal interventionism that we see from a lot of average Democrats.
Yeah, I would say no weapons for Israel at all. That's what my platform is. I am pretty supportive of the Ukrainian people as they fight back against what I call Russian imperialism. I don't want to see American boots on the ground anywhere. And so I will not support American boots on the ground, but I do support the Ukrainian people and their resistance, and the Taiwanese people without going to war.
Okay. As far as that goes with Taiwan, what's your attitude towards the current American posture? Do you want a more cooperative relationship with China, or do you want to continue sending weapons to Taiwan, which even the Trump administration is now reneged on after the Xi Jinping summit, where $14 billion worth of weapons that were supposed to go to Taiwan were canceled?
Right. Yeah, I think more cooperative is the way to go. I don't want war. No one wins a war between the U.S. and China. So I would not want us to be trying or posturing for war. I think that's a bad idea.
Okay. You also say you support free and fair trade, but you've also mentioned that Chinese competition has threatened both U.S. national security and global stability. You've also posted about strengthening our relationship with China, though, and you've praised China for ending extreme poverty. How do you view America's relationship with China, and how do you plan on balancing protecting both American consumers and American workers in cooperating with China going forward?
Right. So I would say no TPP, none of those types of trade deals. I definitely think we need to protect the American worker. First and foremost, I'm going to put the American worker first. I think there's something to be done having free trade between us and China. So I don't want to see like some type of permanent trade war or trade war at all, because that ends up hurting the American consumer. But, I'm not a capitalist, but we are competing. As long as we are competing, I want to put the American worker first.
You also, in January 2025, stated that Donald Trump was turning Colombia over to China. What role do you believe the U.S. should play in Latin America? Should it involve military intervention? Should it be simple economic diplomacy? Where do you see your position on that?
Diplomacy, always diplomacy. No kidnapping leaders in foreign countries, or no kidnapping Americans and sending them to foreign countries. Kidnapping Maduro, I think, was kind of dumb. So I think we have done enough, and it's time for us to be the diplomats in the room, build up other countries, provide them with the aid and support that they need to rebuild their countries. I know Venezuela just had a really bad earthquake, and we should be rushing over there to help. That's my position.
You also wrote an op-ed in the Sun Sentinel in January 2026, where you called on the UN to set up a reconstruction trust fund to help rebuild Venezuela. In your opinion, what role should the U.S. play in the future of Venezuela? And do you find Trump's actions in Venezuela justifiable to bomb the country, kidnap its president, hold him in solitary confinement without trial so far?
No, he's doing the wrong thing by going to war and putting us in a very bad situation and making America look bad and like out of control on the world stage. And the reason why I say a reconstruction trust fund is because we know people like to steal the money, and I know the Trump administration is just going to steal whatever relief money. And so this needs to be independent. The U.S. should allow some international body. It doesn't have to be the UN, but some place that is trustworthy to hold those funds and make sure the people of Venezuela get the relief that they need. Not just here with this earthquake, but in general, their country facing some tough economic times and a crisis. And that money should be going to rebuilding them, not going to billionaires in Venezuela, not going to American billionaires, and not for Donald Trump to give to his friends. Because we're known to pillage and steal, and that's what I want to avoid.
Yeah, and Donald Trump has been pretty open about doing that and saying that
now he's doing it out in the open. He's not even hiding it anymore.
Yeah. So last question on foreign policy before we move on to some other stuff. So how would you like to see the Ukraine war resolved? Because the NATO summit just took place today. Ukraine has gained some fairly significant leverage over Russia, even though there was a recent article that just came out on the Telegraph that talked about how in a war of attrition, in the absence of additional NATO support, Russia, regardless of Ukraine's newfound leverage striking oil refineries and critical infrastructure, Russia will win the war of attrition. So what is your assessment on that, and how do you think the Ukraine war could get resolved?
So I don't know what the future is going to hold. I'll be honest with you. I am happy to see that Ukraine is having some success here. That's the goal. I think eventually they're going to have to come to the table, but I think that they need to get all their land back. And Russia has taken Ukrainians' land and continue to do so. I don't know what is going on with the whole talk about Poland right now. I haven't read too much into it. So let's just hope that doesn't happen. That's not a good situation for anybody. But I would like to see the Ukrainian people have all of their land and sovereignty returned to them, back to their borders before this war started. And I would love them to have some type of security guarantee to make sure that Russia doesn't invade them again. What that looks like and how they get there and the specifics, that's still to be determined. I think the Ukrainians are going to have to figure that out, and we should support them in whatever decision they come to.
Florida's 20th Congressional District contains one of the largest Haitian diaspora communities in the United States. You've been a vocal defender of this community, and you've strongly opposed efforts by the Trump administration to terminate the temporary protected status for approximately 500,000 Haitian nationals. With federal immigration policy becoming increasingly militarized and hostile to Caribbean refugees, what's your long-term vision for protecting TPS status holders? And how will you work to reform our broken asylum system to ensure humane treatment for those fleeing political instability?
Right. The first thing I'll say is I am extremely scared about what's about to happen in Broward County. We have one of the highest populations of Haitian Americans in the country on TPS, probably the outside of New York City. And they're about to be terrorized. With this recent Supreme Court decision, ICE is going to come in here and start kidnapping people off the streets, and nobody's safe. They're kidnapping American citizens off the streets, just going around and picking anybody up. And it's going to get really bad here, especially around the general election time. They're going to come and maybe surveil the polling sites. So currently there's gangs running the government in Haiti. We all know they're butchering people there. Yeah. A lot of people are coming here because of that. To send people back to that situation to be butchered is just evil and cruel. Yeah. We already know Donald Trump is and the Republicans are evil and cruel to try to be sending people back. But this is just next level. So we definitely need to reinstate TPS, and I think we need to also do something on a federal level, pass some legislation as well. There's legislation I know that Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley introduced to make sure that we protect the Haitian community. But then also Haiti needs to be stabilized without intervention, without us going in and sending American troops on the ground to fight a war. I don't think we need to do that. I think that's the wrong way to do it. Plus, the Haitian people don't want Washington coming in, putting their boot on their neck. But we have to find a way to make sure that the gangs are not butchering people and not sending people back to that situation. But also, these people they work in our hospitals, our schools. They work important jobs. They contribute to our economy. These are people who should have a pathway to citizenship in this country, and that's what I want to work on. Is making sure that they get permanent resident status and citizenship eventually.
Yeah. Speaking of ICE, you brought it up earlier. Do you support the abolition and the prosecution of ICE?
Yes, abolition and prosecution.
Okay.
I think it's important.
What about Debbie Wasserman Schultz? What's her assessment on ICE?
She supported building in 2011 an ICE detention facility in Broward County in the Southwest Ranches. She signed a letter saying this is good for the economy and recommending to the ICE director to build that facility. 1,100 bed facility in Broward County in Southwest Ranches. So now she's posturing, and because she's running in a majority black district with a lot of immigrants, she's posturing herself as pro-immigrant and anti-ICE. But she's not going to say the word abolish or prosecute ICE. She's just going to say, oh, we need to rein them in and we need to reform ICE. I think we need to get rid of this agency. And when I get to Congress, the first thing I'm doing is putting in a rescissions package to rescind all of the additional funding that ICE got and cut out all of their funding for fiscal years to come. Because what they are doing, the way they're terrorizing our community, violating the Constitution, they're being used as Donald Trump's personal army to go around, or his personal secret police to kidnap people that don't agree with him.
And maybe even engage in electioneering as well, as the way things are going. In July 2025, the DeSantis administration, with direct backing from Donald Trump, opened alligator Alcatraz inside the Big Cypress National Preserve. It was recently shut down in June 2026 following runaway costs, intense litigation over the alleged Clean Air Act, violations for continuously running diesel generators, and reports of horrific conditions such as raw sewage, flooding, and worms in the food. It was also exposed as the single most expensive immigration detention camp in the United States history, burning through taxpayer money at a rate of $3,571 per day per detainee, with a total budget that topped $1.2 billion. As someone who's fought against the militarization of our borders, what does the disaster of alligator Alcatraz show us about the intersecting failures of immigration enforcement, environmental degradation of the Everglades, and the sheer corruption of using emergency funds to run modern-day concentration camps?
I don't even know where to start. First, I'll say I think Ron DeSantis needs to go to jail for this. This is cruel. It's a violation of human rights. And we would never let another country do something without crowing about it ourselves. And this concentration camp in Florida, in the Everglades, and the Everglades is a beautiful place. It was part of my district up until they redrew the maps in April. It's a massive environmentally protected a piece of land in our community. It helps the water flow south in the community in the state of Florida. A beautiful place. A lot of wildlife lives there, habitats, and building this monstrosity in the middle of the Everglades and allowing it to be used for such horrible purposes should be illegal. And it was really illegal. And Florida has never been reimbursed for it. And so he really just spent money that we didn't have to do this and didn't even get anything from the federal government for it. So I say it really shows that we have a broken immigration system, that we have ICE running around kidnapping people, sending them to these types of facilities. And there was a world without ICE before. I mean, before 2003, we didn't have ICE. Yeah. We didn't have a police type immigration or militarized immigration system. And we should return to that.
Yeah. It's a paperwork violation at the end of the day. The way that we're treating these people for not having the proper paperwork that we refuse to give them is unbelievably cruel and unjust. You and Larkin confronted Rick Scott, as you said earlier. Over 70% of your district's residents being uninsured. 150,000 are on Medicaid. What's your vision to bring accessible, high-quality health care to Florida's 20th district?
Medicare for all. We need to pass Medicare for all, and that is one of the main demands that I'll have for leadership before they get my vote when I'm elected to Congress. Is we need to have a vote on Medicare for all, and we need to push it because there is no reason in the world why in a country as rich as ours, with people struggling right now in an affordability crisis, for us not to have universal health care, to have a Medicare for all, a single-payer system. And so that's what I'm going to fight for, because I mean, one of the top issues I'm hearing from people when I'm knocking doors is, wow, my premium just skyrocketed. But even before the premiums, the ACA subsidies expired, people were still struggling to pay for their health care. They had these high deductibles and high co-payments. And we really need to give people some relief here. And so I also support canceling medical debt as well, removing it off credit reports, canceling the debt altogether, because if we were able to bail out Wall Street, and we always find a way to bail out the companies, we can bail out regular people. So cancel the medical debt, and we need to put some cost controls.
Don't you feel like $1 billion would be better spent on a concentration camp aptly named Alligator Alcatraz, though, instead of taking away people's medical debt?
Only if we put Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis in it and don't let them leave ever. Then
okay, fine. I like that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, and then capping the cost of certain prescription drugs, like life-saving medicines, like blood thinners, diabetes medicine. I'm pre-diabetic, so I may need insulin soon. Those types of medicines should not have a cost on it, period, but they should have some type of control. And so allowing Medicare and Medicaid to negotiate because they currently don't have that capacity right now, will be very important. But once we have a Medicare for all system, these drugs should be free for everybody. Or we should also allow importation of cheaper prescription drugs from other countries as well. I know that's something that, surprisingly enough, Ron DeSantis was pushing in Florida, and it didn't get support federally. Wonder why. But we should allow those drugs to come from Canada, from other countries across the world, import these cheaper drugs. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these drugs are no different than the name brands you can find in other countries. But the brand, the patent is what is allowing these companies to charge $50,000 for these drugs. And I think some of these executives in the pharma companies should be sent to jail and prosecuted for violating American law, because there are already a lot of books on
or even books. Maybe, people who have been found in violation of doing Medicaid or Medicare fraud.
Yes.
Maybe they should be in jail and not congressional.
In the U.S. Senate,
not in Congress, and certainly not in the Senate. I don't know who I could be referring to anyone right now. In July 2025, the Broward County School Board effectively voted to end universal free school lunches, reverting to a pre-pandemic policy requiring parents to apply for free or reduced fee meals after the federal pandemic funding expired. You testified before the board stating that we really shouldn't means test hunger. How does this return to means testing school meals expose the broader bipartisan embrace of austerity? And how would you fight at the federal level to establish universal permanent free breakfast and lunch programs for all public school students?
Right. First thing I'll say is we had that in Broward County because of me. In 2018, when I ran for school board, I was crowing about this all day, all long. And after I lost that race, I sat down with a couple school board members and I said, hey, we have to make sure kids are able to eat. And so that was something I was able to accomplish, where any student in Broward County could go to school and both get breakfast and lunch, and then after school as well. Whether or not they were in an after school program, they can bring their family members and get food. That was a very good thing, very positive thing. And because of these policies from both the state and the federal government, and Donald Trump cutting the Department of Education budget, food and nutrition budget for families, they had to cut those programs. In my opinion, I don't think Broward County should have cut it. They should have found a way to continue paying for it. They found a way to make sure the superintendent gets paid well. They found a way to make sure all of the administrators and all their other programs and the school police got all of the money they needed. I think they should have cut some of those positions in a top-heavy school district and used that money to feed kids. Because in this country, I hate that we means test everything, and people say this about college, tuition-free public college as well. They say, well, I don't want to pay for college for, children of millionaires. And to me, I think, these things are human rights. And I mean, it should be human rights for everybody, regardless of your income and who you grew up with.
Don't say that about roads. Well, I guess you're in Florida, so there's a lot of toll roads in your state. So
a lot of toll roads. Turnpike. They found a way now to take I-95 in Florida and turn some of the lanes into, for-profit toll roads.
Insane. Florida is a anarcho-capitalist nightmare. I lived there. The first place I lived in the United States of America was Coral Gables when I went to the University of Miami. And Florida is a little bit of a nightmare in many respects. You survived Coral Gables? I did. I did survive it.
It's a tough place.
Barely. All right, so I got another tough one for you. You oppose the central bank digital currency on privacy grounds. Yet you back the Genius Act, which was signed into law by Trump in 2025 of July 2025, to establish a framework for stable crypto stable coins. Your campaign also accepts crypto donations. How do you reckon with these two stances, which might appear to delegate state control of the digital dollar to private companies that issue stable coins?
Yeah, well, I think we need regulation, and we need some type of framework right away to regulate crypto so that Donald Trump doesn't get to enrich himself off of crypto like he's doing with, I don't know what it's called now, Trump coin. And that's why I support these pieces of legislation like the Clarity Act, because we can't wait until we get a Democratic president in office or till we take back Congress. We need to pass this now so there could be some like baseline regulation on the crypto industry. But on the central bank digital currency, I'm a big civil libertarian, and I just don't trust the big banks, and I don't really trust the government. And I know a lot of immigrants in our community kind of send money back to their families using crypto. And so, I want to make sure they have the privacy.
That's your most Florida quality. you're not even agnostic, but you're supportive feelings towards cryptocurrency.
Yeah,
that's the most. I would say that's the most Florida thing about your campaign.
And I like hot weather. I'm not a fan of the cold. So
yeah, well, me too. In coastal Fort Lauderdale, homeowners are paying around $8,300 a year for property insurance, nearly 4 times the national average, while DeSantis hands the industry tort reform and calls single-digit rate cuts a victory. How do you run on affordability in a state where simply existing is this expensive? What can Congress actually do about the insurance crisis?
Yeah, well, there's a ballot measure on the ballot in Florida right now to abolish property taxes, so to speak, and that will actually make the situation much worse. But we also need regulation on the insurance companies. We need to also do some reform of National Flood Insurance Program. There's a lot of things that we could do specifically on insurance. We need more options than Citizens, which is the insurance in Florida. So we need better options for people, and the government can create some. I know in Florida, the government doesn't want to create anything government ran, but I do think the government can create an insurance program for people, for homeowners, so that there's some competition, because these private companies are coming in and they're just, picking who they want to cover and walling off entire zip codes of people we're not going to cover. And they're all pulling out of Florida because, to face it, Florida is facing a crisis with climate change and sea level rise. And the insurance companies know that that's going to come home to roost soon. And, I lost my home in 2023 with the flood that came through Fort Lauderdale. And you probably saw some of the footage of it. I mean, cars floating and turned the whole city of Fort Lauderdale into a river. So we have to do something on insurance. But on affordability, when it comes to housing, we need to build more housing, meaning we need to remove some of the red tape on some of the bureaucracy to allow there to be more housing built in our community. We need more public housing as well. Since Reagan, we really haven't invested in public housing. And that's a problem and an issue to me. But also, one of the things that is central to my platform on housing is stopping people from being evicted. So ending no-cause evictions, but also the number one way to stop, or no-fault evictions, the number one way to stop people from losing their homes is by making sure they have legal representation. And there are so many people. I mean, I've been through an eviction process before. It's confusing, judicial process. You're not entitled to an attorney. And you have a right to an attorney under the law, under the Constitution of the United States and a Supreme Court ruling. That should extend to civil cases too. When you're going through that process, you have like 3 days before they throw all your shit on the side of the street. Yeah. And you don't know how to respond to that. Like I didn't know you had to email the judge directly, when you're going through a process. I thought, you submit it with the clerk of courts. I mean, that seems like little small things, but it's so big. I mean, when you lose your home, your health starts to deteriorate, everything else in your life starts to fall apart. And we can prevent this. Having rental assistance programs, having rent control, any no-fault evictions, but also making sure people have access to an attorney.
All right. This is part of the interview where I ask you to do the Zoran thing, to define yourself by your top 5 priorities. Yep. What are your top 5 priorities for Florida's 20th district, and how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, so the first priority is making sure we have a corruption-free representative, and when I get there, remaining true to that, which means I will not be trading stocks, magically getting rich, and none of that stuff. By the way, Debbie Wasserman Schultz is one of the top, I think, number 2 stock trader in the entire country and in Congress.
You just hate to see a girl boss thrive. It's fine. It's okay.
So corruption, making sure we don't have corruption, both for me and none of the elected officials under me. I will not tolerate it. I will endorse against people. I will find other people to run. I want to clean up South Florida because there's too much corruption there. 2, tackle the housing crisis in Broward County. As you mentioned, people can't afford to live in Broward County anymore. They're being pushed out. Things are being gentrified. Housing costs are going up. We need to tackle the housing crisis for the reasons I mentioned before. Healthcare. We have a healthcare crisis as well. I will, and I'm not going to be afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to shut the government down to protect our rights, our healthcare, and our benefits from the Republicans. I don't understand why the Republicans are able to get into office, do whatever they want to do when they have the majority, but somehow when we get it, we can't figure out how to do anything. There's the filibuster. We don't have the votes. We have the votes. We just need to, ram our stuff through like they do. So those are the 3 big top issues. Climate change is another priority. hardening our infrastructure, making sure we have the resources to harden our infrastructure against floods, and really make sure that we tackle the crisis of climate change, which is hitting South Florida the hardest. We're ground zero. The infrastructure needs to be fit, so we need to invest more money in making sure we have environmental justice, making sure people's utility rates go down as well, because people are struggling to pay for their utilities. And then the final, and this is important, is protecting our democracy. It's at risk in Florida more than it is anywhere, with the creative ways the Republicans find ways to make sure that we're not able to vote. With redistricting, they tried it. The new law that tells you have to re-register to vote by mail like every year now, purging people from the rolls. We need to protect our democracy from both dark money, but also from fascists who are in office trying to take away our right to vote.
Florida's especially notorious with this. Ron DeSantis barely won against the candidate who, well, we found out after the fact was very, he was caught up in a lot of stuff. But at the time, he defeated Gillum barely with a very, very slim margin the first time he ran against him. And then, lo and behold, one of the first things he did was basically reinstitute a poll tax for a lot of felons who won their right to vote by a much wider margin than Ron DeSantis' margin of victory through the democratic process. And that is a real issue in your state. So what do you think about that? How do you feel about working on felons' rights to vote, like restoring felons' rights to vote in the state of Florida?
Yeah. It's in our Constitution, and they don't want to follow the law, which when you get to a situation where the elected officials don't want to follow the law anymore, then we're in a really bad situation. So I think federally, we need to start preempting some of the state laws, tie up federal funding in instances where they are violating the law. But protecting our voting rights, we're going to continue to have amendments on the ballot in Florida to protect our right to vote. To expand our voting rights, we need election day to be a national holiday. That's something I want to work on. Same day voter registration in Florida. By the way, if you're not registered to vote by July 20th, you will not be allowed to vote in the primaries in August. That needs to change as well. But that is, I'm telling you, if you're in Florida, go get registered to vote now. Update it as soon as you can.
Let's talk about Democratic Socialists of America. They've had a big year. You, from what I understand, used to be a part of the Broward chapter. And then the chapter got disbanded?
Right? Yeah, it was like 2018, 20. I mean, there was a DSA. It was like 5 people, including me. And then like it kind of fell apart. And randomly one day I was like, oh, there's a DSA, and it was a lot of people in there. So
yeah. So you were OG in some respects. Are you currently a dues paying member of the Democratic?
I'm currently not a dues paying member of DSA.
Okay, but you are running as a Democratic Socialist. Have you been endorsed by the Democratic Socialists in Florida?
Have not.
Okay. Have you sought out their endorsement?
Right now there's a conversation kind of going on where I'm talking with someone about rejoining DSA and seeking the endorsement of DSA.
Okay. Because you've been running around with Oliver Larkin, who is not only endorsed but also nationally endorsed. One of the few congressional representatives running right now that's been nationally endorsed by DSA National. Okay, I wanted to hear that. You also ran as a Green Party presidential candidacy. So I didn't know if you were, I didn't know if that's where your allegiances lie. If you're a Green Party guy or not.
I'm a Democrat.
Yeah. All right. Now we're going to do rapid fire. Rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Abolishing private prisons?
Yes.
A Green New Deal?
Yes.
National rent control?
Yes.
Restoring temporary protected status for Haitians?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending the embargo on Cuba?
Yes.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yes.
Sanctioning Israel?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
So your primary is on August 18th. For people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people contribute to your campaign, both in Florida, in your district, and also outside your district?
So I would say I want people to understand that my worldview and who I am is defined by the things that I've been through in life. In Washington, I think my constituents and this country would benefit from having the voices of people who actually been through shit for once. I didn't get into politics because I wanted really to be in politics. There's a lot of other things I wanted to do in life. I really did this because I remember being that kid waking up in my mom's car and showering at the beach. And I said, I don't want that to be the reality for anybody else right here in Broward County or anywhere else in the country for that matter. And so this has been a little bit of a sacrifice, but it's the right thing to do because we deserve better in this country. And we deserve better than what we're getting from the Democratic Party. And so if you agree and, it's finally an opportunity to remove someone who's been a top corporate Democrat in this party and who is the reason why we're in this era that we're in with Donald Trump, you can contribute. Go to ElijahManley.com to contribute and donate. Also sign up for phone banking shifts and knocking on doors. We need more people because this is going to be an expensive race. AIPAC is going to be spending, of course, to defend their queen. And I'm going to need all the help that I can get.
Yeah. The voter registration deadline in person is July 20th, 2026. By mail, postmark by July 20th, 2026. Online by July 20th, 2026. Absentee mail-in voting is available to all voters. And the absentee mail-in ballot request deadline in person is by August 6th, 2026. By mail, received by August 6th. And online by August 6th. The absentee mail-in ballot return deadline in person is by August 18th, 2026. And by mail, it must be received by August 18th, 2026. Early voting is available to all voters. And early voting starts and ends from August 8th to August 15th, 2026. Polls are open on Election Day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Elijah Manley, thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely.
This was great. We have a gift for you as well. Sorry, before we let you go, even though you said you're pre-diabetic.
Okay, I'll still eat it, but look at that.
Okay.
Yes.
These are some of your favorite
oh my God.
Your favorite snacks. We got you. Go ahead, dig in. I don't know how you feel about being on. That's crazy. You got them hella cookies.
Listen, I'm just gonna eat it right here. People are gonna have to see me eat. Diabetic coma, I'm telling you. Diabetic coma.
My man said he's pre-diabetic. And you guys got him hella cookies? Wait, I'm gonna grab one of these. I'm not pre-diabetic, but I could be.
These are good.
Oh my God.
And that one is gluten-free vegan.
This one is chocolate chip walnut. And it's bomb. I know what this is. This is Levine.
I'm gonna be in the hospital after this, I'm telling you. Like, I don't know.
This is Levine Bakery. And it's bomb. What made you you like hummus and garlic sauce and Muhammada?
One of my favorite things. One of my favorite things. Tastes very good. I'm a big olives guy too. I used to hate them when I was younger. I used to think they were disgusting, and my grandmother would force me to eat them. But now I love them. They're like the best tasting thing.
How do you feel about Florida's chances? Not just your district, but like, there's a bunch of interesting candidates that are running. Have you been talking to them?
Mm-hmm. I think Florida is going to surprise people this year, both in primaries and in the general election. So I tell people, don't count Florida out. It's not some like super red state or like regressive conservative state. It's just a state in waiting. We're a weird state. Like I've met Republicans who are like, I don't know how. They're like, I support James Fishback, but I support you. And I'm like, how the hell? But we're like completely different people. He's, right winger, and I'm me. But there are people out
James
like that.
James Fishback is not just any kind of right winger.
Yeah,
he's
a
also
great
very racist.
Yeah. So I don't know how they do that and how they figure that out. But
yeah, I don't think there are any red states. They're just incompetent Democrats.
Oh yeah.
And a lack of investment and a lack of interest in serving the people in these states.
In 2022, I did not have, a door knock from Charlie Crist or Val Demings. But guess who's volunteer knocked on my door?
Who?
Marco Rubio's volunteer.
Wow.
In a black precinct that was for sure going blue. And next thing you know, I started seeing like Marco Rubio signs pop up in Broward County in our neighborhood. I'm like, why the hell?
How did he perform in Broward County? Do you know?
He lost Broward County, but it was a lot closer than it needed to be. I think for a county that blue, it should have been, more of a blowout. But it's only going to continue to get, a lighter shade of blue in Broward the longer we have Democrats who are not meeting the moment, and people who are not actually doing the work of engaging the community.
Yeah. Do you know Your Rage Gaming?
One more time.
Have you ever heard of a man by the name of Your Rage Gaming?
No.
He's from Broward County. He's a streamer.
Your Rage Gaming. Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's a constituent, probably.
He is. Yeah.
What's up, Your Rage Gaming?
All right, this will get to him, I hope. Maybe, hopefully one day you'll be his representative.
Me or he's gonna have Debbie watching my shows. Sorry.
Yeah. Also known as just Rage.
Rage.
He's,
Wait, but that sounds more familiar. Rage.
Rage, yeah. Oh, hello, Kyle. Dean So Cool. I thought Dean So Cool lives in Texas now. Let me show him Rage. Give me a Rage clip to show Elijah. Chap. While he's eating. No, Dean lives in Miami. Oh.
Miami, I don't go there. There's a little bit of beef between Broward and Miami.
Shower at my place. You want to? Okay, this clip doesn't have Rage on it. This is a terrible clip.
Is that you?
That is me. Yeah. No suit. Oh my God. I said, give me a clip of Rage. And you just sent me his YouTube video that's 44 minutes long. 47 minutes.
7 days, I will have no knees. Rage, you already.
Okay. Y'all are the worst at giving clips. Oh, here.
In the last half of the year, I've now spent about $15,000.
Oh my God!
For this,
you went
for
from
Findom.
1,500 to 15,000.
And what do you do for work? If you don't mind me asking.
If you don't want to reveal it, that's fine.
You can be very vague.
No, that's what I was going to say next, actually. So, maybe if you have a lot of money, then like that might be reasonable for some people to spend. But I work in fast food. I make $12 an hour. So it's a very bad decision for me. It's not sustainable at all.
We were doing a advice segment called Chat Vice, and a 30-year-old fan admitted he spent over $15,000 in 6 months on OnlyFans, despite being a fast food worker.
15,000?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's rough, bro. 15,000.
What is this? This is my podcast co-host Austin show in Rage's neighborhood.
I'm so bro.
That looked kind of familiar, that neighborhood, though.
You hit one of these?
My name's July Vod.
Oh, no, that shit. Let's say one of these. Or hit one of these. Yeah. That's too much movement. Can you teach me a movement where you're moving your arms and legs in the same direction? Because I'm so uncoordinated. Once I move one, give me some like the down, out of all the songs, you know what? Out of all the songs, you make this one.
That's Rage. That's a constituent of yours. Play this at Rage and
Austin. You know who else? You know who else we have who's our constituent? Kodak Black, the rapper.
Oh,
he lives in Kaya City in Pompano.
True.
I run into Kodak all the time when I'm door knocking, when I'm just out and about. Like,
are you serious?
Yeah, he'll drive. He's really really visible in the community. Like one time, he scared the shit out of me. He drove by and he was just making noises and shit out the car, and I'm like, "Is that Kodak Black?" And it was.
Wow.
And that man is he's a legend.
Yeah, he recently came out and had a very interesting take. Said him, Kendrick, and Kanye are they want to start a club called KKK. You know, because they're the true Israelites. That's what he said. Don't know how those two things are even related to one another, but you know, he's just living his own life. You know,
KKK
Kodak
and Israelites. I don't know. I don't think that goes together.
Yeah, but this was Rage. I took my gay homie to the hood. That was the video. We just saw a clip from that stream that they did together. Austin is the gay homie.
The dude in the middle.
Yeah, he's my podcast co-host. He's gay. I'm gay and Lebanese. That's what he sounds like. He also sometimes says stuff like this.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
Really messed up. He's a little bit racist to white people.
Self-hating white?
Yeah. Well, he's Lebanese.
Okay. There's a bit Lebanese American population in Florida, by the way. No, like half our politicians are actually Lebanese.
I know. I have a secret Lebanese. It's not a secret Jewish conspiracy. It's a secret Lebanese conspiracy. Actually. Okay. Judge Jeanine Pirro. Did you know she's Lebanese?
I did not.
There you go. There are hella Lebanese people in key positions of power in this country, and nobody knows they're Lebanese.
I need to check and see if I'm Lebanese. Clavicular, he's in Miami, I think.
Yeah, Clavicular's in Miami.
He can't stay out of trouble right now. Clavicular too.
Yeah,
Not just check and see if I'm Lebanese.
You know who else is Lebanese? Erica Kirk.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they all Lebanese, or is it like one Lebanese guy in a trench coat pretending to be everybody?
I'm telling you, there are a lot of people. No, Erica Kirk is like half Lebanese and half Polish, I think. But yeah, he's there are a lot of people who are Lebanese that you would not expect.
There's a whole Wikipedia Lebanese American.
Okay, let's look it up. Actually, now I'm gonna look it
especially
up.
in freaking Florida, is everybody. Charlie Chris. He's in Broward.
Did you just say Broward? Broward. I'm sorry for that. Broward. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, BSO would get you.
Someone said Drewski Lebanese. Okay, that's not true.
Drewski can't live.
I'm gonna look it up. Famous Lebanese people. List. What the hell? List of Lebanese people. Oh yeah, Austin's not on here, I don't think. Yeah, Austin's not on here. Why would he be? A lot of writers and a lot of poets, fashion designers, dancers. Let's go to politicians. Where are the politicians at? Mia Khalifa, but we know that already. Let's see. Why am I looking at this? I don't even know how I got here. Journalism. Okay, this list is incomplete because it doesn't even have Judge Jeanine Pirro.
I didn't know she was Lebanese.
Yeah. There's a lot of secret. There's a lot of secret Lebanese people that you would just not expect. What is this? Chris Romano? Wait. No, I'm thinking of someone else. Never mind. Fashion designers, Joseph Aboud, that makes sense. Elie Saab, that also makes sense. Musicians. Legal professionals. Oh, there it is. Jeanine Pirro. Business. Alec Goris. Jacques Nasser. Okay, I don't know who any of these people are. Never mind.
Oh, they put politics all the way at the bottom. Let's hide it.
Yeah, what are they hiding? What are they hiding? That's the question. Oh, wow. John Zogby, pollster, founder of Zogby International, is Lebanese. I didn't know that. What do we got? Charlie Chris.
Yeah, he's Lebanese.
You were right. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? It's that's a white guy. That's a straight up white guy. You would never expect. Yeah. No, it's log. Lebanese occupied government. I'm telling you. Chris Sununu, that's another one.
Yep.
That's another one. That's crazy.
Both
Am I
Sununos.
crazy about that? That's Chris Sununu, former governor of New Hampshire. What are you doing on this list? You know? Dara Lisa, but that makes sense. At least, like, you know, there's some people that I know are Lebanese, but then, like, every now and then, yeah, John Sununu, which makes sense.
Ralph Nader.
Oh, that's a, you didn't know Ralph Nader was Lebanese? That's okay. So that's another one that's like, you would think he's a white guy, but then he's like Lebanese, but I knew he was Lebanese. Yeah. Ralph Nader is Lebanese. Yeah. It's crazy.
There's probably like 500 more they didn't list.
Yeah. No one knows. No one knows what it's like to be Lebanese like this. There's a lot. There are a lot of people. Yeah. Peso Pluma is Lebanese.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone knows that HasanAbi. I knew that too. You said Maxwell Frost. I don't think Maxwell Frost is Lebanese.
It's not Lebanese.
That's so. That would be.
Wait. Actually,
that would be fucking crazy.
Oh, we might have to look.
No, he's not. He's not. He's not on this list. Even if he, I don't know if he is, but he's not on this list. Yeah, Shakira, Salma Hayek. I mean, those are another. Yeah, we're gonna put Maxwell Frost on suspected Lebanese as the column. You know, he's potentially Lebanese until further notice.
Further notice.
Yeah, until we figure out whether he is or not. Yeah, there's a lot. There are a lot of people like this where you're just like, the fuck, that's crazy. Kevin O'Leary is the other one that I was thinking of. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary is
He's just
Lebanese.
a white guy. He's like a pasty.
That's what I mean.
How is
it's
he
so
Lebanese?
weird, right?
Hold on.
Wait, shut the fuck up. He is Lebanese? No. Oh my God, he is. Maxwell Frost fucking Lebanese. Ain't no way. Maxwell Alejandro Frost, born on January 17, 1997, comes from a diverse heritage with roots in Puerto Rico, Lebanese and Haitian ancestry.
I did not know the Lebanese part.
What is going on?
I know Maxwell, and I did not know the Lebanese part.
That's crazy.
What is going on in America?
Yeah. What the hell's going on? This is what you need to investigate, you know, in Congress. I will be investigating.
Weaponize the Justice Department.
Yeah. I'm going to be investigating who's actually Lebanese and who's not. We need to know.
I need to ask my mom, if you're listening, if we're Lebanese, let me know right now.
Yeah.
Like, text me right now.
Want to know something even more insane? Al Pastor is only a thing because of Lebanese immigrants into Mexico. I did know that. Yes.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's real. Okay.
I'm kind of shocked.
All right. Well, Elijah, thank you so much. I just wanted to, you know, fill some time here while you eat so that we didn't just like dump this on you in front of you and then be like, eat quickly. So this was the most unproductive aspect of this conversation. Donate to Elijah's campaign, everybody. If you like what you heard from him. And yeah, thank you so much for coming on. We'll take these out with you. Don't worry.
Yes, I'm going to eat all of these. So
yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, definitely take the cookies. Otherwise, I'll eat it. Okay. I am going to... Bro, go get him from pre to post diabetic. True. My man said I got the cookie tray. Yeah. I am going to play you guys a video that I was playing beforehand. There's a main update. We'll look at the main update. Oh shit, hold on. Hold on. There it is. Refresh the page, big dog. Oh, you put Austin Show in there, didn't you? Come on, man. You guys are clavicular. Wait, is clavicular actually Lebanese? There's no... You guys are fucking with me, bro. You added that. You added that. He dropped a video.
Hey, everyone.
Oh, shit. Awkward moment with Elijah. What is this? Bro, this setup is dog shit compared to your old one. Shut the fuck up. You guys love being fucking annoying. And then when I call your ass out in front of the guests, you're like, meh, meh, meh. Don't joke at it, Wikipedia chat. That's true. You shouldn't do that. You mustn't do that. All right, I'm going to go take a pic with Elijah while this plays for a second. What is this? Wonder where this came from? Anyway, and then we got to fix this light real quick too, because it's way too fucking bright. I'm going to play this, take a photo, and I'll be back in a second, okay? Vince Vaughn is ISIS? Vince Vaughn, ISIS Lebanese? What the fuck does that even...
Hey, everyone. It's Graham Plattner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do.
What is this man saying, bro? Sorry, I got to run it back. I got to run it back from the start. Okay? Is he fucking not... If this was a mess before, the state party just made it much, much worse. Apologies for trusting incorrect sources. News. The main Democratic Senate Committee overwhelmingly voted in favor of a 600-plus person nominating convention to replace Graham Plattner. DSC has had a long emergency meeting Wednesday and then took... Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait. They are doing it. They're doing the damn thing. They're doing the... Oh, no. That's crazy. Oh, my God. It's Mamala time. Oh, my God. It's Mamala Harris. Talk about a fucking party that never learns this goddamn lesson, bro. How incredible. Oh, my God. What's up? Do we just not want? Do we just not? What's going on? Do they just not want to fucking win? What's happening?
Hey, everyone. It's Graham Plattner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do, and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner.
Is he saying Republicans did this? No, he's saying, I think he's saying this is Israel. Like, he's implying that it's Israel doing this. What the fuck?
Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end.
Oh my God, he's doing the, oh no, he's like innocent until proven guilty. That's crazy. He said, believe men.
I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October, when the first attack started, much like
Lamau, believe man, Hasan, what the fuck? I mean, and what do you, I'm joking. Like, I'm making a joke about how silly this is, like how silly this take is. This is actually nutty. This is actually a crazy situation. This is not what I think was going to happen. Holy fuck.
The news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are...
Yeah, I think he's saying the Democrats did this. Like, the Democratic establishment did this. Like, they pulled this last second, right before the date, you know, like leaning into a lot of the pre-existing conspiracies given the timing of it. But I don't know if he's like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if he's, so far, I don't know if he's denying it because he you know, he's also in legal trouble, considering that, because here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing, here's the situation. This accusation is a criminal accusation, and one that actually has plenty, if the political reporting is correct, there's no reason for me to believe it's not, there's already enough evidence to convict in court. Right? And the victim has until like 2041, because it was 2021, so 20-year statute of limitations. So she has until 2041 Not really? What do you mean? I wouldn't say to convict yet, since yeah. Not convict. Sorry. I should have said charge. It is hard to prosecute, but definitely enough to charge.
Going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine. What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward. Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year.
He dropped out, chat. He dropped out. Fucking spoiler alert. He dropped out at the end of this. I'm trying to understand why he's saying all this stuff, though.
Sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations.
See?
This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations, we're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are.
So here's the thing. The reason why he went this like long and convoluted route, I suspect, is to one, say that he's getting fucked over by the establishment Democrats, so that there is like still a decent amount of anger towards the establishment Democrats for this is your fault, Hasan. Yeah, I know. I want to apologize to everybody for handpicking Graham Plattner, convincing him to go to Iraq and Afghanistan, convincing him that joining the mercenary brigades would be a viable route for his career. I also wrote most of his speeches as well. That was really fucked up of me. I apologize. I told him to get the tattoo. I thought it'd be funny. My mistake. Okay. I was the army recruiter for Graham Plattner. Although he is older than me, it's time for me to take responsibility. So, yeah. I just think like, oh God, the Democrats, man. Oh no. Everything is so fucked up, dude. Everything is so fucked up. Because he's suspending his campaign. There's still going to be a lot of palpable rage towards the establishment. There are going to be people that, especially after his denials, the people that love him, that voted for him, are just, and don't care about women at all, including women, by the way, are going to literally say, oh, fuck this. Like, you cooked our boy. And not only that, but then the Democrats, like the main Democratic Party, is not doing like any sort of open electoral process here, and instead are using a 600 plus person nominating convention to replace Graham Plattner. This is devastating. This is, I mean, I think this still helps Troy Jackson, ironically enough, depending on who's actually in the, who's actually going to be a part of the nomination system, like the nominating convention. But even if it was literally like a populist figure, I think people are still going to be pissed off because they had no say in it. It's crazy. Maine is gone, bro. Is Raps. We got to move on. Yeah. Congressional reporter for Punchbowl News reports 600 plus person nominating convention. Maine MDP statement comes out and says 100 state committee members, with over 100 state committee members who voted to hold a nominating convention to choose a new nominee if there's a vacancy to fill. We will announce the full timeline, details, and how the nomination process will move forward. Information about how to participate and requirements for candidates soon. We will keep the public informed throughout the process. Transparency is the utmost importance. Oof. Jeet says, Plattner has to go immediately. He's a horrible person. He should never have run. But what the party is doing here is deeply anti-democratic and self-damaging. They need to have a quick primary with maximum voter participation. And I love when people go, oh, how does the Liberal Party of Canada pick its candidates? It's like, I know, but that's not America, is it? It's fucking Maine, okay? And that already happened. Not only are you're complaining about a thing that happened already, that they're overturning in an undemocratic manner, only 2 years after this exact same fucking thing happened with Kamala Harris. I was in support of it at the time, and I was wrong, okay? I was fucking wrong. Nancy Pelosi was right. I was wrong. Do you understand? I said, right now, unless they just straight up pick a candidate and it's a continuation, and then that candidate can be a change candidate, right? Like, but it's like Kamala Harris is a perfect pick. Nancy Pelosi knew how weak Kamala Harris was, and she didn't want it. I, on the other hand, the true kingmaker, outside of the party, was in favor of Nancy Pelosi. I was fucking wrong. I admit that. We can't do that again, okay? Because it creates weak candidates, and on top of that, it creates tremendous enmity. Kamala, you mean? Wait, what did I say? I said, what did I say? Oh, I said Nancy Pelosi. Yes, Nancy Pelosi was right. She wanted a primary. She wanted a fast primary. The establishment Democrats and myself went with Kamala Harris. Okay. I thought that it would be fast and the speed in which the new candidate came in would show that the party was united. There isn't enough time to have another primary. Yes, there is. Every delegate seat in Maine convention would trace back to how actual primary voters cast their ballots on June 9th, Bangor Daily News says. Meaning most delegates would probably vote for Troy Jackson. Maine Democrats poised to run a convention for Senate. The state party could have decided that any process that didn't allow voters to get a say would be fatally compromised. It did not.
We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was health care, was to end the genocide, to use our taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system. We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics. We were asking for real democracy, and we did it the right way, and we won. But now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state. I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe. I'm immensely proud of what we have built, and I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. and keep fighting. We're going to win someday.
Okay, so he came out with this, and this proves that a chud can't really ever be a Chad, even if he changes himself. No, that's not true. That's not true. A chud can change. This one certainly didn't. Okay. Yeah. So he's just like hyping up. He's hyping up the whole process. He's saying he starts off with a denial, which is, again, I mean, come on. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, any kind of denial that points to a grander conspiracy needs to have paperwork associated with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally ridiculous. Like, he was like, oh, I heard about this accusation for the first time ever. It's like, yeah, well, that's kind of your fault. And it's a defensive statement that basically tells his audience, like his viewers, like, oh, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know that this was coming. I could not have lied to you because I didn't know it was coming. Right? Platinner's statement to campaign on call per source. On June 9th, 154,000 Mainers didn't just reject this kind of politics. They voted for something. They made their voices louder than any campaign in the history of our great state. We won, and we did so spectacularly. What is this? Yeah, AIPAC dropped $2.5 million for Susan Collins. We have asked assurances from the Democratic Party that they will ensure a process for a replacement nominee that respects the will of the voters who voted for a different kind of politics. For our 15,000 volunteers and all of you, the process needs to be accountable. It needs to be transparent. It needs to be democratic, and it needs to engage in a very real way the people that delivered the mandate on June 9th. The sole goal from the beginning of this thing has been defeating Susan Collins and building working class movement. And we have done all of that together. And I feel a deep sense of gratitude and a deep, deep obligation to all of you to ensure that the voices of those 150,000 people who voted for us in June are heard. What comes next is now in the hands of the main Democratic Party. Lots of people covering themselves up in glory about this. What is this? The sheer volume of American politics dedicated to sexual blackmail and Me Too hysteria is absolutely off the charts. We're ruled by unvetted accusations and social media gossip. Every faction is equally guilty. Can't let a mob dynamic go to waste. It's like dude, we already did this, okay? We already did this. There are ridiculous allegations or very clearly shit smearing, and then there are credible allegations. That the difference in this circumstance is literally an advancement of rape culture in this circumstance would be to take credible allegations and to spin them as though they're ridiculous. Like, if you have real-time conversations way back when between the victim and other people, then yeah, there is no, like, it's a wrap. You know what I mean? That's why I said this is like it would be difficult to convict a rape charge regardless, but like, as far as allegations hold weight, this one is fairly reliable and is enough to charge for sure. Like, there's enough evidence there to charge. What is this? Yeah, and Plattner dropped out with a video poisoning the well for Dems, Western standoff, and they've both just shot each other. The Dem establishment just voted to let themselves choose the nominee if Plattner drops out. Some think they're opposing a Plattner preferred candidate when they're actually opposing a 156,000 voter preferred platform. You need that platform that won in a landslide to beat Collins. And then I think Plattner's like dropout take is an atom bomb. he concocted the perfect statement that is designed to get a lot of his fucking fans, a lot of his voters to feel slighted, to feel frustrated. It was a face-saving operation for himself, narcissistic through and through, all the way to the bitter end. Okay? And the consequences of that are going to be unbelievable, because if you had 156,000 people that voted for him, right? If the goal there is to get like at least 100,000 of those guys to vote for whoever in the general, okay, Graham Plattner's dropout statement ensured that it'll be at most like 50,000 of those 150,000 that will vote for whoever the DNC picks. That number drops to 0 if it's like Janet Mills. Doesn't it force the Democratic Party to choose someone with similar policies to Plattner? I don't think that this actually applies pressure to the Democrats to do that. Because I think most of this, especially the straightforward denial from the start, you know, Niall Stanaj says, Graham Plattner announced just moments ago he's ending Senate bids. Argued just hours before, there's a huge distinction between Plattner personally, under grave suspicion and discredited. The ideas he ran on, popular, not at all discredited. I agree with this assessment. I have been saying this exact same thing. And yet, people see that as an endorsement of Graham Plattner, the person, and not the platform for some weird reason. Some refuse to see the platform on purpose because they're in opposition to the platform. They don't give a fuck about Graham Plattner, the person. They just despise left populism. Okay? There are a lot of opportunists. There are a lot of opportunists who are taking advantage of the situation to basically universalize like any kind of Bernie association as being the same guy as Graham Plattner. Because they hate the Bernie-crats, they hate left populism, they hate the Democratic Socialists of America. But I don't know. I find it crazy that he just came out and did a face-saving operation. Like I know he's narcissistic, obviously. You got to be narcissistic if you have that kind of a background. You got a fucking Nazi tattoo on your chest and you chose to run. Right? But I didn't think that he would try to even refuse to fall on a sword almost. Yeah. Fox News has the worst take here. It's the left's fault for this happening. They say Plattner's a socialist. Yeah. So wait. That was more so for his base, was it not? Yeah, but it was to fire up the base in a direction that is unproductive if he cares about, in any way, shape, or form, maintaining the Senate majority. You know what I mean? I already covered the Trump take on Plattner. Yeah, this is... I covered it. I said, Donald Trump's going to replace Pete Hegseth with Plattner now that he's got a credible rape allegation. He's in a bind. It's really a question on whether or not you believe the woman. That's what Donald Trump said. Haven't you had allegations against you that were nonsense? Oh my God. Dude, this isn't like another politician pointing the finger at Plattner and just like defaming them. This is a victim. Genuinely, though, your take makes no sense. Like, what's the guy going to say? Yeah, I raped that woman and now my support should support Troy Jackson. Actually present. That would have been the right. No, he should have said, I've let all of you down. I had far too much baggage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I could make some changes and I let all of you down. I let the 15,000 of you that worked on this campaign down. I let the 150,000 of you that voted for me down. The fuck? And most of all, I let this person down. I didn't know that it was the case. Nobody would admit to that. What do you mean? What do you mean nobody would admit to that? That's an admission of guilt? No. No, there's a way to do it without fucking being like, I'm guilty. Throw me in jail, dumbass. You say, look, it's not been a secret that I've had a hard time with alcohol. Like I've been very clear on that. And I thought that I had grown out of this. And it's not, you know, I'm horrified at the prospect that I might have hurt someone without realizing. I don't believe I did this. I don't believe I'm capable of doing this. But it doesn't matter anymore. You know what I mean? Something like that. And mostly just apologizing. Shut your mouth, dog. You just justifying rape now? Oh my God, I'm not, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. I'm criticizing what he said. I'm saying that there's an even better way to like engage in a face-saving operation for himself without assuming any legal liability while simultaneously not lighting the fucking race on fire. What the hell is going on? Are people okay? He could just be like, look, it's just this has become a major distraction that's taken away. You're literally just being unrealistic, Law. He should have never been there in the first place. Yeah, no shit, you fucking idiot. Do you think I disagree with that statement? The fuck's wrong with you? That's not the world we live in now, is it? Some of y'all are genuinely medically stupid, brother. Yeah, I know, man. You know what else I wish? I wish that a figure not dissimilar to Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov was running in every state. Wouldn't that be fucking nice? I wish that every American was born with a copy of Das Kapital downloaded in their fucking consciousness. Wouldn't that be great? I wish every American understood their class position automatically. Wouldn't that be great? But that's not the world we live in, is it? The fuck is wrong with you? You think you're making a fucking coherent point? What do you mean? Oh, I should have never been there. Yeah, no shit, dude. You did it. What a great point, dog. Congratulations. Holy fuck, dude. Case closed. Anyway. Oh, yeah. No matter what you say about this, 30% of people are only prepared to hear what they want. Sexual assault, sexual violence, turn off the ability for many to bypass reason, empathy, and understanding. As a survivor advocate, I've learned to let those voices just rage at the walls and get on with the work. It's just wild because he mathematically delivered, in my opinion, one of the worst things he could have delivered as a concession, as a suspension speech, because he's just going to galvanize the people that are in his base of support into thinking that he got fucked over, he got rat fucked, and then they're just never going to vote for anybody else. Okay? So if your goal is a better, charting a better future in any way, shape, or form, if you weren't going to go out like the narcissist that you are, you're supposed to fucking eat it. Like, what are we doing? You're supposed to fucking eat it. Anyway, I know he dropped out. All right, let's see what the fuck Fox News is saying.
Fox News alert, Graham Plattner has just dropped out of his race for Senate in Maine after pressure from Democrat leaders following rape accusations from a woman he previously dated. Plattner released.
Were you expecting him to go out like Jesus? I mean, no. I know that there's an element of narcissism in every decision that he made, so of course not, but it's just, it sucks, man. I feel like this is such a wrap.
A video. We'll have it for you shortly.
They should have Sex Pest Jesse Waters covering this. No, they can't. They can't have Jesse Waters covering this because he's going to endorse Graham Plattner if he hears. He's going to be like, this guy's awesome. I don't know why the Democrats fucked up here without letting him run for office. He'd be so good. I'm actually fucking switching my party affiliation to Democrat to vote for him illegally in Maine.
We have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations, we're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. demonic.
Wait, that's it? It's just the video? Fox News is still talking about it right now? That's crazy.
Sonny Hostin, go through the list to say they're offended now by Plattner after the Nazi tattoo. Oh, by the way, black.
You know
people
what's
don't-
crazy? Fox News, Neera Tanden, and fucking all the people that are like, bro, you love Graham Plattner, but Wokley and Blue Sky, every single person is saying the same thing right now. Every single person. It's so crazy. And there's like maybe 10 people who have a valid reason for critique. It's incredible.
They still supported him. Democrats did. Just take all seats on this one. Democrats have lost whatever perception they had.
They just
of the
have a
moral
fucking
high ground
camera
whatsoever
outside
here,
of his
Ali,
house?
and
What
they
the
know it.
fuck?
And now this is going to have some real consequences.
It would have all been worth it if it meant that all those people would shut up, but they won't shut up. They'll just keep moralizing. You know, one of the things Graham Plattner talked about when he wasn't getting choked up and crying on the side of the road there was he talked about the timeline and the significance of the timeline, and he noted that the deadline is next Monday for him to quit the race, to suspend the race. He does have a point there, but there's also another timeline that he didn't talk about, and that is that when you look at the polling, I think the real reason the Democrat Party moved against him wasn't these new allegations. I think the new allegations came out because they looked at the polling and
Bro's getting the HasanAbi treatment.
obviously lose badly to Susan Collins, and that's the only thing that party leaders actually care about.
Exactly, Charlie. We've seen this movie before, right? A Democratic candidate drops in the polls. In this case, the Nazi tattoo guy. Now he's trailing in most surveys to Republican Susan Collins. Democrats panic. That deadline you talked about, July 13th, of either being stuck with Plattner or replacing him with a candidate that party leaders decide and not the actual, public through voting. It's so Soviet, isn't it? I mean, we saw this with Eric Swalwell. We saw
We're so fucked, bro. We're so fucked. We're never getting good things. We're never getting nice things, bro. We're not. We're in hell. We're actually in hell. Because, like, every single thing that these guys are saying, most of the right-wing forces within the party have also said. And they're ecstatic. Like, they're not even using this as an opportunity to fucking shit on the Republicans to be like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? When we have someone who's, like, credibly accused of rape, we tell them to drop out. Why are you shocked by this? Of course you're shocked by this because you're a fucking Republican. No, they're spending every waking moment doing their I told you so's. Instead of immediately trying to coalesce around the fucking people who now feel frustrated, now feel angry, who might even feel like he got rat fucked. No one wants to win. I feel like I'm the last motherfucker who cares about maintaining a Senate majority. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? Fuck bourgeois democracy. Fuck electoralism. I swear to God, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. I dipped my little toes into it for half of a goddamn year during the midterms, and I cannot fucking believe it. Democratic centralism is the only way to go forward. What the fuck? Seriously, what is happening? Like, why is there no party discipline? The Democrats are literally more focused on getting a fucking W on their left flank right now at this moment, instead of just getting their shit in order and literally being like, we have to captivate this populist energy. We have to make sure that like 154,000 voters voted for this fucking guy, even in spite of the fucking red flags. We have to do something about that. We have to take that energy and harness it and hopefully find an acceptable substitute so we can defeat Susan Collins. And in no time, they're like, nope. Nope. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to win.
His decision in a video posted to social media tonight that he is suspending his campaign.
What is happening?
Oyster farmer and Marine veteran whose populist platform packed town halls.
This is 2 years. This is 2 years after the Kamala defeat. It's mind-boggling. Two years. 2 years after the Kamala defeat. Is it really surprising? I mean, this degree of incompetence is actually straight up surprising. And before people clip my previous statements about, you know, bourgeois democracy, whatever, I'm fucking joking, okay? I'm obviously still trying to do my very best with the readily available options. But goddamn, is it exhausting. Holy shit.
Maine. It belongs to the people of Maine to decide who gets a chance to go up against Susan Collins. It does not belong to Grant Plattner solely. And yet he has made his decision to suspend his campaign despite the fact that in his video, which was fairly lengthy, I want to say it was more than 11 minutes long, he still feels very strongly that his is a platform that speaks to all Mainers, and he is defiant tonight and railing against the Democratic Party.
I'll be honest, like, even in their worst moments, the Republicans are so much more united all the time. It's kind of crazy. And I guess that's why they fucking win. Quit endorsing him. Hasan is over. Give it up. I'm endorsing him extra hard. It's kind of wild. Yeah, I'm the lone soldier. I'm the guy who endorses him after the fact. Me and Donald Trump, who, by the way, has numerous credible rape accusations. One detailed by his ex-wife. Another one that a civil court found that he was liable of. And he's the damn president.
Not just one, but 2 allegations of sexual misconduct that came to light this week. Democratic leadership was clearly opening the floodgates against the embattled socialist in what was a successful attempt to force his hand ahead of next week's deadline to swap Plattner out of the ballot. The question now, who will party leaders in Maine choose to replace the troubled so-called oyster farmer from that state? Here with more reaction, Fox News contributors Ari Fleischer, Kaylee McGee-White, and former U.S. Senator and candidate for U.S. Senate in New Hampshire, Scott Brown. We'll start with you, Senator, and soon-to-be Senator Scott Brown. What is going on in New England? We're told everybody in Maine has an independent streak and you do things differently. This guy was a terrible candidate because he's a terrible person. He's not a great husband, not a great man, and yet people that you have served with in the Senate previously that you know stuck by him. Much after so many of these serious allegations had come to light. How do you explain this?
Well, it's really hard to explain, Kellyanne. I mean, you look at Cory Booker, he said, we just need a win. So the standards obviously have been reduced. It's no longer the party of JFK or Clinton or even Obama. It's the Plattner party. It's
Dog, what do you mean? You hated those guys. Why are you talking like this? Oh, it's not even the party of Obama. It's like...
I'm paraphrasing. And then
like, what are you talking about?
Pushing him and others like him to destroy not only the Democrat Party, but obviously trying to destroy.
I can't stand Republicans, man. The greatest evil.
Hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get rid of Susan Collins. And respectfully, whether he was in or out, she was going to win again. And I just thought, they're doing it obviously because they need to get a replacement. It'll probably be Janet Mills, I would think, again.
Kaylee, I think they just took too long. And I got to say tonight that the Democratic donors are not the courageous ones. They're a pack of lemmings who just stroke a check to whoever's against Trump, against Republicans, calling themselves a socialist. But they took too long because the courageous people here are the women who came forward. It's hard, Kaylee, for these women to come forward against the machine, against the Democratic machine, and speak out. But how do you feel tonight? Do you think that that justice and morality won out here, Kaylee, over politics? Or do you feel this was not about morality, it was about electability for the Democrats? Oh,
Oh, I think it's totally about electability. However, I think that morality has won out for the women who did come forward. Look, I have zero sympathy for Graham Plattner, who has been handed just about everything in life and whose history of abhorrent behavior began long before these latest allegations, and yet still has somehow found a way to make himself the victim in all of this. But you know what? The Democrats deserve every single second of this. What a spectacular embarrassment for the party this entire candidacy has been. Essentially, what they have communicated to voters in Maine is that they were just fine with the Totenkopf tattoo, the Nazi tattoo. They were just fine with his sexist and racist Reddit comments. They were just fine with him sexting other women days after getting married. They were just fine with a host of other scandals, including allegations that he locked Lindsay Fifield, one of his ex-girlfriends, in a room because she was a conservative woman. So, of course, the Democrats don't care about that. But
Bro, you would think this is the wokeness hour and not fucking Hitler's favorite television broadcast, Fox News. Fox News is rape TV, okay? It's the pro-rape network. The candidates that it puts forward and defends, many of which are rapists. The hosts, some of the most prominent hosts on the network, were such prolific rapists that the other women that were on the network had successfully sued them. Okay? The idea that this is now all of a sudden these fucking liberal blowhards endlessly pontificating about the dangers of sexual violence and sexual assault, they're one step removed from starting to talk about fucking rape culture. One of their rapist hosts is now the fucking Secretary of War. Pete Hegseth also has a Nazi tattoo on his motherfucking chest. A Nazi tattoo that actually got dinged by the National Guard, which stopped him from participating at the inauguration as security detail. Something he wrote about in a motherfucking book. And he was such a prolific rapist that his own mother sent him an email begging him to stop raping. That guy, with a drinking problem also, is now the Secretary of War. That guy used to be a host on this network for years. And they're over here talking about, wow, I can't believe it. The Democrats did this. I can't believe the Democrats did this. Part of me is like I think it's unconscionable to have a candidate like this. But the other part of me is like, these guys are always going to win politics. You know what I mean? They're just always going to win. They're shameless. They're shameless. Morality is a weakness against these immoral people. At this point, it feels like they're throwing it in our faces. Like they're like, you fucking idiots, dude. Look at this. You care about this stuff. We don't. Oh, it's awesome. That's what it feels like. They're dabbing on us. They're motherfucking dabbing on us.
Didn't retire, wasn't primaried from the right. Do you think this helps or hurts her, Graham Plattner, out of the race? We'll start with you, Scott.
Well, first of all, she's one of the hardest working senators I've ever met. 10,000 straight votes. The things she brings back to Maine are unparalleled. So if she lost, Maine would be the loser. I think she was going to win regardless, but this obviously helps her even more.
Kaylee?
Well, I agree. I think this solidifies her victory because I think Democrats have left such a bad taste in the mouths of Maine voters and have revealed just how low they are willing to sink in order to gain power. And I think that voters are going to reject whoever Democrats end up coronating as a result.
And Ari?
Yeah, I think she would have preferred to run against Graham Plattner because of all his obvious problems. But Susan Collins is one tough cookie. She won her last 3 races by 9 points, 30 points, and 23 points. She'd be hard to beat no matter who it is. But Maine is still a 50-50 state.
Ari Fleischer, Kaylee McGee-White, and Scott Brown, thank you. And tonight, Plattner may be toast, but the socialist movement inside the Democratic Party is not slowing down. And just today, President Trump offered a serious warning. Listen to this.
Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. One thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty.
That isn't stopping Grandpa Bernie and AOC from taking their socialist agenda to the key swing state of Michigan as they campaign for ABDULvsHALEY, who's ahead in most polls. But he's not the only swing state socialist vying for statewide office. In neighboring Wisconsin, socialist Francesca Hong is running to be the Democrats' nominee for governor. And in a bizarre attempt to assuage people's fears about her political extremism, she made this remark, which frankly makes almost no sense. Listen.
I think that when folks hear socialism, they may be taken aback, but I bring it back to potholes and the Packers and public education.
My goodness, here with reaction, California
why is
Congressman Darrell Issa and New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew.
Wait, Darrell Issa, Lebanese, secret Lebanese. Okay, we were just talking about his ass. Okay, yeah, no, what's the problem? Potholes, Packers, and public schools? What's the fear there? Yeah, Packers is publicly owned. Potholes is a fundamental plank of sewer socialism, doing good public work, and public schools is a nationalized system. We already have some kind of socialization that exists in our daily lives all the fucking time.
Socialism and bringing more power and money to the government has never actually led to streets lined and smooth. And so that's the first wrong statement. But the second wrong statement is, look, our wealth and success, if you will, the Trump economy is in fact an opportunity for the left to say, well, we've got so much wealth, let's redistribute
Someone's coming into your house to fuck your wife, Daryl.
That you can only redistribute poverty at the end. And that's a lesson that I hope we don't have to learn by practicing it in more than one or two states.
Well said.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Let this guy tell you how socialism has never worked from his beachfront property. Jesus Christ.
Moments from the first term is walking you over to the residence so you can tell President Trump you were going to switch from the Democrat to Republican Party. You did that because you thought the Democratic Party had lost its way with the priorities serving the folks in your district, including the veterans. Did you ever think that in a short period of time, we would be now talking about a Democratic Party that's on the march towards socialism and communism?
Kellyanne, I did. It's quicker than I thought it would be, but it's one of the reasons I made the move that I did. This Democratic Party today in no way resembles the Democratic Party of old. You know, there were differences between Democrats and Republicans. Maybe Democrats were a little more pro-union, wanted to tax a little more, spend a little more, but they still loved America. We are at a point in American history, a flashpoint, and it's in our laps, and we've got to deal with this, where we've got to decide, are we going to be the America we know and love, the America of entrepreneurial endeavor, the America of faith and freedom?
Yeah, this stuff is boring. This stuff only works if you're like 68 years old, I think. Because like if you're under the age of 45, you're listening to this guy and you're like, yeah, I don't have any of this stuff. Okay, nice house, weird head, but nice house. Okay, and I don't have either of those things. One, I don't want the weird head. But the nice house I do want, and I don't have it. Fuck you. Hey, cool fireplace, dude. I'm about to get evicted. Like, that's the most, that's the normie perspective. Okay? It's just like, these guys haven't updated their talking points since like the boom of the 90s, you know what I mean? We just defeated the fucking USSR menace, you know? We just defeated the Russian scourge. The Soviets are done. You know, the internet is blowing up. .com bubble coming up. There's like permanent growth. We're going to live forever. There's no tomorrow. This attitude, like that's back then, you could say like life, liberty, freedom, you know, Ronald Reagan, I love capitalism. Like back then, the material conditions and America's forward trajectory seemed so positive. pre-NAFTA America, right? You can't make that argument in the post-NAFTA America in 2026. Because the problem is, only motherfuckers like this have nice-ass houses on the beachfront property. Most people are living in fucking squalor. All they've known is the boom-bust cycle over and over again. Every fucking generation of college graduates is coming into a job market where they're like, well, I guess I have to eat dick for the rest of my life. I got to go to the dick eating factory. You know? And maybe if I eat enough dicks at the dick eating factory, possibly I could live in an apartment by myself. Oh boy, the lap of luxury to not have 8 fucking roommates. I'm never going to buy an apartment. I'm never going to buy a home, but at least I can live by myself. And if I'm really lucky, if I'm really crazy, maybe get a dog, you know? That's the situation that people have right now. And these guys are still like, oh, America's all about capitalism, blah, 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 blah. You're rich, though? Yeah, I'm not talking about myself. Dog, I literally win the lottery every fucking day of the week, okay? Every day of my life, I win the lottery. Do you think that's what it should take for you to have a fucking home? You stupid fuck. You stupid idiot. What a fucking brilliant point you made. That's my argument. My argument is it shouldn't take for someone to be unbelievably fortunate, okay? To not just win the lottery once, but to win the lottery pretty much every day of the fucking week. It's crazy. But of course, there are dumb fucking morons like you that go, puh, rich guy, says you. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. That's crazy. Okay, enjoy squalor, I guess. Like, what do you mean? Like, what kind of stupid fucking argument is this? I'm saying you deserve more, and you turn around and you go, shut up, rich guy. Rather be an America-loving homeless guy than you, a capitalism-hating hypocrite. It's crazy. When I was broke and I said the same shit, people said I was a fucking jealous baby. Now that I'm financially well off and I say the same exact shit, they say, oh, you're a hypocrite. There are those amongst us who don't want people to get better things, to get nicer things. They don't want a better future. It's crazy. It don't make no damn sense. Stop. Stop asking for a better life for the working class. We don't deserve it. Okay, I'm done. Chatter could be in here sick, okay, about to die. And I'm sitting here being like, there's a cure out there. We can seize it. And the motherfucker would be like, excuse me, healthy guy. How about you shut your healthy ass up and let me fucking die? Thank you, man. You made a brilliant point. I mean, what do I say at that point? Sorry, don't want to hear from your healthy ass about no damn cure that I can have for my damn disease. What kind of point are you making? Yeah. Shut up, Hell Void. An ill person is speaking. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. 7 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Half the country thinks this is the peak of political commentary. We're cooked.
He's filling the new improved Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool with lefty tears. Yeah, he actually posted this on his own page. I've said this before and I'll say it again. We're never going to have another president like this one. Enjoy the memes while they last. Follow for more political crack.
Why you have to show me my competition, man? Now everyone's going to unsubscribe and go watch this guy instead. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. This guy actually convinced me. I don't think we deserve healthcare. I take it back. I'm actually a reactionary conservative now. Yeah, bootstrapping it. You know, I did it. Why can't you type shit? Okay. I'm the immigrant American dream story. I came here with no understanding of the culture, and I made myself into a true believer of America. And you know how I did it? By converting to Christianity and loving Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Okay. That's right. That's right. If you are poor, it's because it's a moral failing. It's your own goddamn moral failing. That's why you're poor, because you deserve it. And you can get better. Just sign up for my Discord server, $75 a month, and I'll teach you all the best tips and tricks on how to make money. Okay? That's how I did it, and that's how you can too. Yeah, this was a fire take from Pedro Gonzalez that didn't get a lot of love. Very funny watching Asmongold gaslight his gullible audience into embracing you will own nothing except the libs.
Of your consumer rights. It's just, this is what makes me so mad about this. Just because you buy a digital version doesn't mean that you should be giving up any of your consumer rights. And this concept and this dichotomy between physical and digital editions, and that the digital editions, they're just almost assumed that you have less ownership of them, is bullshit. It is a false dichotomy that has been created by companies in order to give you the illusion that you have control whenever you buy a disc of something, but the disc is running on software that can choose not to run the program. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this is the goyim. I can't. Why are people so stupid? Why are they so fucking dumb? I don't understand any of this. I'm losing my mind. It was kind of anchor for the players. New companies can change user agreement easier. It's just more than, if they can change the user agreement, then it can apply to the digital copy, because the digital copy has to go through physical software checks. Like, fuck.
What gives? Low KIRK, he's not wrong here. No, I know. He's talking about DRM being the major problem, but that's his out for making an objectively stupid statement that is supposed to masquerade as a smart statement, right? The idea actually physical copies could also be rendered useless from afar. And it's yeah, it's much more difficult to do that. In any case, it doesn't matter. As I've said already, I'm a reactionary. I'm a conservative now. I believe in bootstrapping it, and if you're poor, it's because you deserve it. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow, everybody, and that'll be all for today. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter laws, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats.